you all for joining. Thank you, Tom Vays. Ugly Old Goat will be here in a few minutes. TM, don't quote us, but he will be here. And as a tradition to the Ugly Goat show, we gotta do dance. So come on, Tone.
Oh, I gotta do it too.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah, he'll actually know. Right.
All right, so it's like huddle, huddle, huddle,
huddle,
save, save. Builder.
Sound money.
Sound money. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming on, man. It's this is exactly how this show should be starting. And this is gonna be fun. We're gonna be doing a all-day live stream, Black Friday special. This is the last Black Friday special day we have. It's been going well. We got a 50% discount on the Ugly Old Goat newsletter, plus 15% off from that price. So you get like 57% off with the Ugly Old Goat newsletter. Right now, if you buy today at uglyoldgoat.com, if you go to Tom Vays, if you go to the About section, you'll see Tom Vays affiliate link. So click that to get that extra percentage off and get the newsletter. You get the whole CSV, the download of Ugly Old Goat's trades. You get access to a private trading group. We have a glossary, which is this sort of living document where we're defining all of Ugly's terms with links and sources and descriptions. So it's becoming a kind of Wikipedia of Ugly Old Goat's work. I'm really excited about it. That's developing very nicely. And we have a bunch of recommendations and a bunch of other extra content. Check it out. It's all on the website. Tom Vays, how are you doing today, man?
I'm good. I have your link as well on my website. If you go to tomvays.com/affiliates or just click on the affiliates from the menu bar at the top. And you can also get that 15% off from Ugly's newsletter. Man, I'm good. I had a long stream yesterday. We had a 7-hour stream. I didn't feel like streaming this morning. Cointelegraph hit me up, wanted me to be on their stream. So I did that. And you guys hit me up while I was on that stream. And I'm like, well, I might as well sit in front of a computer. Enjoy the background. We are going to the moon. I'm already there. And with Bitcoin's all-time high. Look, it would have been nice to break 20,000. We didn't do it. It would have been nice and clean. We may still do it today, but I doubt it. But I think 20,000 will be broken, and then there's not going to be any more debates whether there is or isn't an all-time high. Right now, I believe there has been an all-time high. I would love for 20,000 to be hit at the end of the week. I would love to see a close weekly candle above 20,000. And then there's really no debate on whether there was or wasn't one.
Right. Yeah, let's have a quick look at the price and then we can start complaining about the Rona. The COVID.
All right. You want me to do screen share? You got it.
Yeah. Why don't you do some screen share? Yeah, let's do that.
All right, so here we are. This is the 1-hour look at Bitcoin. We hit a new all-time high late or early this morning. This would have been 6 a.m. New York time or East Coast time. You guys are in Mexico. I think it's, 2 hours behind New York or 1? Oh, no, you're 3. You're
it's about 3 hours, yeah.
You're on the West Coast, that's right. You're 3 hours behind. Would have been 3 a.m. your time. And the moment we hit this all-time high, boom, we crashed down real fast. It's kind of how markets move. We went from a new all-time high down 10% in basically 3 hours, not even. In 2 hours, we were down 10%, which is like substantial. That's a little strange, but we recovered nicely and we are now up a good 5% since then, actually more than that. So I think we're still leaning bullish here. We're up, about 5% since then. I think we are leaning somewhat bullish here at 19,000. And let's see if we can break that 20. I'm still concerned that we did not have a proper pullback. Still a little concerned about that. I still think a 30% correction is coming. The question is from where? I think we avoided a 30% correction last week. I now think we can go to 21, 22,000 a coin and then correct from there. But the correction from there becomes tricky because I no longer expect it to only fall to 16. If we go to 23,000 and above, the correction would either be to a higher number like 19,000 or to a lower number like 14, 15, which I initially expected last week. So right now I'm still leaning bullish, but I know the weekly is still in its topping process. And the monthly, we just started a new month. I really like the closure of this monthly candle.
Yeah, that was perfect.
This is not how markets usually top, even though we did top like this in 2013. But 2013 was different. Look at the relative size of the 2013 monthly candle. So that was definitely a special case. Usually when you have these large candles, they don't top. They need that shadow at the top. You saw it in 2017. You saw it in April of 2013. Of course, it is luck of the draw. The market could top any day, and it's possible for it to top on the last day of the month. We are using calendar. So let's see. I think there was a little more, like one more push upwards, but I am starting to get concerned. We're doing this without any serious correction. We've been on a tear since March, where it's up almost 400% and probably will be up 400% in less than a year. And that's pretty serious. That's really serious. Without a 30% correction, that we haven't had that. I don't think we've ever gone up like this much without a correction in a near vicinity. So you got to be careful here.
Yeah, and do you take into account the COVID crash into that? Because we were kind of going in a parabolic sort of move there earlier last year, but then that we had like a mini bull market, and then it basically faded, and then we had that sort of that March crash.
Right, but see, that's the thing. That mini bull market that we had like a 50% correction from it before COVID before we even knew COVID existed. So I'm still on screen share. So we did bottom out at 50% down. And then we were starting to rally into the all-time high, and then COVID derailed us from there. So I don't see that. We did have that proper correction we needed. COVID reset the market. But since the reset, the longer we go without a 30% correction, the nastier that 30% correction is going to be. And it may not even be 30 again. Keep in mind, prior to this current bull run, in a 1 year span between July of last year and March of this year, we had two corrections of greater than 50%. So that's two of them in a 12-month cycle, 9-month cycle even. What am I saying? So if I take a time span, I probably should be, hope my viewers are watching this. So if I take a time span,
got some people on.
We had, that's, let's say 300, like 9 months, basically June up until March. That's 9 months. So in a 9-month span, we had two 50% corrections, and we've now gone 9 months without even a 20% correction. That's concerning.
Yeah, I mean, Ugly's been talking about how we're probably going to touch 14% or 14,000, and he's ready for it. I'm definitely ready for 14,000. You know, and it could really go, like it could keep going up. You know, it really could keep going up to 25, 28. I mean, I think Max Kaiser's target was 28,000. Can you zoom in on like the 1 hour? I just want to showcase a little bit of my trading last night following Ugly's sort of mindset here. So right there around 19,500, I took what I called a YOLO long position. I basically tripled my long position, and
Oh, wait,
and
right
I put it
right here or
yeah
here?
yeah
Here.
halfway through I would say that the candle that has the green star in the middle.
That one.
So about 6 p.m. The one before that.
This one?
Yeah, that one. I got in around that time. I tripled my long position.
Okay.
And then I put a tight stop loss, and I just sat back and I sort of started waiting. And I had like a small Bitcoin short position, and then I have a Ripple short position, right? And I'm getting paid funding and stuff. So I'm just kind of sitting there. And I was expecting it to, obviously, the potential of it going to 25,000 or something like that. But throughout the day, the market just kind of kept doing what you see there. It didn't blow off and make a new all-time high. It didn't crash. It just kind of consolidated. And by like 9 p.m. last night, I was tired, and I was frustrated with the trade. I wasn't sure what to do about it, if like cut back on the long or go short or just exit altogether, because it kind of looks like an all-time high. Like we could have gone back down. And what I usually do, what I'm usually tempted to do is, first, and you're trying to buy a breakout, right? It's tricky to buy a breakout, but then try to use stop losses to sort of limit that risk. And this is something that Ugly talks, like he doesn't really, he's against doing stop losses, because precisely what happened, which was what he calls a Darth Maul candle. This is an outside day, he calls it a day as well, where on the daily, if you go to the daily, you have a higher high and a lower low than the previous candle. And that's the kind of move that takes everybody out, right? So right before I went to bed, I took out both of my stop losses, and instead I did a trim. I put some buy orders on my short right around 19,000, and then I put some sell orders above 20,000, right? And just because I realized that maybe it wouldn't go up, maybe it wouldn't go down, maybe it would go up and down and then come back to more or less where it was. And that's exactly what happened. And this is the kind of movement in the market that just wipes everybody out. Like all the shorts get liquidated right at the top. You made a new all-time high. That's where everybody puts their stops. And then all the longs get taken out on the downside. And this is going to close as if the day ends around these prices, then it would be an outside day closing lower. If you don't mind putting it on the daily, it'll close lower, which to Ugly, that's a bullish signal. So if it closes lower than on the lower half of that daily candle, then that's a bullish signal. If it closes on the upper side, then it's bearish. This is obviously me paraphrasing Ugly, but this is sort of kind of what my understanding is. So it's all very, very, very interesting. That's kind of how he thinks about it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a slightly different view on my swing trading style. But hey, this is why it's very difficult to follow other traders. And I never recommend it. I always say you got to come up with your own plan and stick to that plan.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you can take it out of screen share now if you like. I keep getting people asking me if we're going to be doing copy trading for Ugly Old Goat, right? Everybody wants to do copy trading in Ugly Old Goat. And we've talked about it with Ugly, right? Like, because that was a legitimate sort of, it's like, well, it's a business opportunity, this and that. We talked about it, but it's not a good idea to copy trade Ugly Old Goat for multiple reasons. One of them is that he might be trading with 2% of his position. If you're trading with, and that's enough for him to make money. If you have if 2% of your position is not enough to even play in the market for you, let's say, right? Then copy trading him with a higher percentage of your wealth is going to put you at a higher risk. And if he gets wiped out, it's going to hurt him less than it's going to hurt you, right? And that's part of the kind of the proportion stuff, right? So even if, so you can't really copy trade unless you copy trade and mirror the equity that's being traded as well, if that makes sense. And then there's other issues like it will have to be automated and on the spot in order to catch certain wicks and certain sort of short-term opportunities in the market. So copy trading is actually very, very delicate, very difficult sort of thing to really achieve.
Here's my biggest problem with copy trading, especially with Ugly style. Ugly drops his account down from whatever, 20 Bitcoin down to like 1 or 2. And then he takes on positions, and those positions sometimes have risk. So if Ugly takes on a position with his 2 Bitcoin, and that position, what Ugly calls wrecked, loses him his entire account, he just deposits 2 more Bitcoin. Yep. And people that are copying trading him might have every penny they have in that copy trade account. And when Ugly gets his account liquidated, he'll just put more money in to turn the next 2 Bitcoin into 20. When the guy following him will have no more Bitcoin to put in. And that's a disaster in the making.
100%. That's it. That's what I keep trying to tell people. And I don't know, you put it way better than I did. He plays his game in a way that he has a ton of ammunition. He can just keep coming into the game and keep playing the game. Whereas most people play with positions that are too big, you know, such that getting wrecked actually means getting wrecked. He has this whole sort of philosophy of you know, getting blown out in the market with a smile, right? Or I think that's how he says it, right?
The bottom with a smile. Like here's another way to think about it. Like everyone knows the double down strategy. You know, you come to the roulette table, you put $1 on black, and if it's red, you bet $2. And if the next one is 0, you bet 4. And if the next one is red again, you bet 8 until you win. If this strategy was so simple, we'd all be billionaires, because eventually, you know, you don't have enough money to double down and you're done. Now imagine if the US Federal Reserve was to come over to that blackjack table. They have infinite funds. So they actually can play that game and always win. So when you're copying another trader, you have to realize that you may be copying the Federal Reserve that has unlimited resources to keep doing what they're doing. And this is why when you, the amateur trader, try to copy a professional trader, you always end up very disappointed and end up calling that guy a scammer, when in reality, no, he just knew how to manage risk.
That's it. And
the Federal Reserve knows how to manage risk very well. They can print infinite money. That is their risk management strategy. So just be very, very careful when you're following other traders.
Yeah, that's one of the things he talks about as well, is that as long as you can stay in the game, you have a chance to get lucky. But if you're not in the game, you're not gonna get lucky. So that's one of the principles that he talks about with risk management. All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming on the show. I mean, we're going to obviously keep going. Hit that like button, smash that like button if you like the content that we're sharing, the conversation we're having. We got 79 people on the live stream. That's great. Share the link, and we're going to have a bunch more guests. Who would you guys like us to have on the show? Let us know in the comments. We got some comments on already. Let me just see real quick if there's anything going on. Yeah, I don't know who Bitcoin for Girls says. I already told this to Juan Galt. I just want a solid 20K across the board. Not sure what they're talking about there. Why doesn't it 17% correction count for anything, Tom Vays?
It's not enough. Bitcoin has moves too fast. It's not even that it's 17%. How long did it take? 2 days? That's not a real correction. There's price and time. If a 17% correction took 2 months, I'd be okay with that. If a 30% correction took a day, I wouldn't be okay with that either. There is an optimal price and an optimal time. And we came up short on both.
Yeah, I mean, the candles are getting wider too. Like, they're getting, like, we just did a $1,000 30-minute candle, which is basically, you know, the first 6 years of Bitcoin's price history. I think it's this candle right here, right? And that's what we're moving into now. We're moving to an era of $1,000 to $2,000 candles, you know, comfortably. So,
Yeah, well, eventually everything will be in Satoshis, and now we're gonna talk about, Bitcoin moved a penny yesterday,
Absolutely. Yeah, we're in an awkward stage right now where if you try and price Bitcoin purchases, for example, we're trying to price out the membership of it's like $250 for the renewal of the membership, I think, with the current Black Friday special, right? And so if we price it in Bitcoin, it's like 0.0125, right? If we price it in Satoshis, it's like 1,250,000, right? So it's like you're either a third world currency or 3 denomination dots, right?
Right. Like when Bitcoin is, when 10,000 becomes 100,000 equivalent, when Bitcoin is, when we're talking about Bitcoin is never going below 100,000 again, like we're talking about Bitcoin never going below 10,000 again, then we can start talking about moving the world to Satoshis.
Yeah, exactly. But we're close. Like we're at like 5,000 Satoshis for $1. So it's we're getting close. All right, we got Jose Durante or Zezo. We got Zezo in the house. Let's see if we can have him hop aboard. This is Zezo, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey Zezo, how are you doing, man? Let's get that video rolling. Just doxing your name to the whole world. No audio from him yet. So what's going on? Do you want to talk about the Nevada stuff, or?
Well, it's not even Nevada. It's just the latest U.S. state to go full tyrannical on its citizens. But it's still not as bad. I mean, I was just talking to someone from northern UK. Like, I can't believe what I'm reading. It's like I feel like it's someone that I know that wouldn't be lying. I feel like I'm literally reading a dystopian novel, because they were supposed to like mail me something somewhat business related. And that's why I'm like wondering where it is. And here's the message. Sorry, apologize. We've had endless restrictions upon restrictions here in northern UK. They're still with us, the restrictions. Our restrictions are, well, they're getting lifted apparently soon. So here's what they're doing over there. Where is it? Due to the government having us using a certain COVID app, they have been able to impose specific time restrictions on individuals that have come in contact with certain people, regardless of symptoms. I don't know what it's like in the US, but our police force have been given access to this exposure app. If my Bluetooth sensor passes another exposed person in public, I then have to isolate for 14 days.
Oh my God.
Our police are stopping cars, checking travel reasons. It's like absolutely fucking insane.
Wow.
It's a few steps away from becoming a police state, in my opinion.
That's already a police state.
Despite that sounding too much like a conspiracy theory. I mean, this is
that's
I think this is what the Nazi Germans dreamed of. Pull off. And now the UK is doing it. Only took 2 generations. It doesn't matter that they used to fight them.
That's amazing. That's so about as dystopian as you would imagine, right? Like this is the kind of stuff that Alex Jones was like concerned about 2 years ago, and now it's just like happening, one after the other.
Right. So imagine that you're forced to have an app on your phone. You walk around the street. Police knock on your door telling you that your phone came into too close of vicinity with some random stranger you didn't even know about. And now, like your kids are being taken by Child Protective Services because you may be infected. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, no, it's insanity. It's anti-human, man.
Hi, guys.
About it. We got Zezo in the house. Zezo, how are you doing, man?
Very good. And look, I have a solution for that. Just do like me. I never had a phone my whole life.
Yeah, I don't
You're safe.
understand
There you
why
go.
people. I don't understand why people install these apps on their phones. Like, I would never. I mean, like, I know they're tracking us to begin with, but look, I mean, there
what
are
I'm hearing is like they're gonna. What I'm hearing now is that Google Play is gonna put it into their app, right? So now the next step is to uninstall, like just de-Googleify your phone and go into
Okay,
Graphene
so
OS,
actually,
which is
so
interesting. I'm gonna check
speaking
it
of
out.
de-Googling, so I got a friend who is actually, I mean, he doesn't provide the service yet, but him and I were discussing this last time I saw him in person, which was about a month ago. Spent several hours going through, a business plan, because he puts together, like he calls it de-Googling. So phone, tablets, laptops that are Google and Apple free, so you have no tracking. Because if you don't have Google on your phone, they can't track you. If you don't have Google, if you don't have Apple or Microsoft on your phone, they can't track you. And you can still get the apps that you want to get through APK files or other app stores. And you can select the apps you want to get that aren't tracking you. But that's what it's coming to. And again, another potential pivot. Like, my next pivot was going to be to an Understanding Bitcoin podcast. But if this is getting to the point where you got to educate people how to remove Google from your life, and it's very difficult. I mean, it's difficult for me to do it, but because I kind of depend on it for everything, because my job in social media. But if I can find a way to live my life without Google, which would actually be difficult because, I can't say why it's difficult, because then I'm doxing other things of my life publicly and open myself up to be hacked. But Google is really important because I've never been an Apple guy. So I'm fully integrated into Google. So it would be hard to live without it.
But the one thing,
it's tricky.
who gonna be benefit from this time to come is the illegal people. Like, I was illegal for 5 years in Europe, and I learned how to go through these things without being nobody could find me in any possible way. So I think these 5 years when I was illegal in Europe is now training me for this thing, because it's really worrying me, because things like right now, ticket masters in Europe, they're thinking about, if you want to buy the ticket, you have to prove that you have vaccination for the ticket, for the concert. Even that point, they're here.
Yeah, I mean, the vaccines are going to be mandatory, not legally mandatory, but they will be. Well, no, you don't have to take it, but then you can't go buy groceries. So it's your choice. I mean, you don't need the vaccine.
You're a prisoner in your own home.
Yeah, you don't need a vaccine, but you will never be able to walk into an elevator again. You can take the stairs. It's something like that. Like it will be something like so inconvenient that you have no choice.
Yeah, it's gonna be like that. I mean, and I've always been paranoid about like Bluetooth and the NFC stuff and all these extra data. They just want so much data. I always turn that stuff off. But I think the next step is to just de-Googleify. We got Patrick, Mr. Bitcoin Motorist, in the house.
Hey guys, thanks for inviting me on. We were just on a marathon stream yesterday. Zezo, Juan, you were there. Tone was running it, and then I saw Tone this morning on another stream for Cointelegraph. So where everyone's just kind of celebrating the all-time high. So it's good news. I mean, we're living in amazing times. I'm really excited.
Indeed. Cool. So what else should we talk about?
Well, where's Ugly?
So Ugly's taking a power nap.
Let me just clarify. My contact is saying, like, he was supposed to mail me something like a month or two ago, and he's saying he doesn't want to mail anything because he doesn't want to leave his house, because he's afraid that there'll be a knock on his door because his phone came into too close of contact to another phone while he was outdoors. I mean, that's how bad it's gotten. So it's not that he's not allowed to mail anything. It's just that he's not going to take a trip to the post office unless his life depends on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I have a constant...
And not because he's afraid of COVID. It's because he's afraid of the police state that he's living in. That's going to come to his door because they can.
Well, I'm in LA County right now, and we just had this crazy rule passed where they've banned all outdoor dining. So all these restaurants that spent, thousands and thousands of dollars to set up their outdoor dining areas now in the entire county of Los Angeles, which has about 10 million people in it. It's what's the largest county population wise. It's bigger than a lot of states. So the entire county of LA, there's no outdoor dining. The only restaurants you can go is drive-through or takeout. Okay. Sorry, my dog is trying to eat some food on the table. I'm trying to move the food so the dog doesn't eat it. Yeah, so it's not Whitney. It's not Whitney. Whitney would never do that. It's the other dog.
Why don't you go back to Mexico?
Who, me? Mexico was a lot. I mean, sure, there was places where we had to wear masks when we went around, like especially in San Felipe. But when we were in Bahia de Los Angeles, which is a very rural area, nobody really cared. I mean, people were wearing masks, but if you weren't wearing a mask, nobody said anything.
Well, I was in Poland last week. If you don't have a mask outside, you get a fine in Poland.
Right. Like this is my problem. Like I don't want to go anywhere that mandates me to wear a mask. Mm-hmm. So that's an issue. And I got all these flights around the US for December, and I'll be in Miami. That one's okay. But there's other states that I plan on going to. One of them, I was going to come through LA, but if I can't, go to a restaurant, then like, what the fuck?
The order is in place until the 20th of December, and one of the county supervisors that voted in favor of the order, because she said it was dangerous to eat at a restaurant. She was caught eating at a restaurant right before the order took effect, because the order took effect yesterday, Monday, and she was this weekend she was eating at a restaurant.
Of course she was, right? And this is the hypocrisy of these government officials. It's so bad. And like, what do you do? Clearly nobody wants to vote them out. You guys in California still have Pelosi and Feinstein as your representatives. So clearly no one gives a shit about bad politicians.
Well, the way the county supervisors work in LA County, because I'm from LA County and I've lived here for most of my life, is that there's 5 total LA County supervisors. And as soon as you get in, you just get automatically reelected, because no one ever actually loses their position, because the people who go to vote, they don't want to think about who the county supervisor, they just look to see who was in there before, and they reelect them. And so for like 20, 30 years, you can have the same county supervisor and they're never at risk of losing, because nobody wants to like think about, should I change county supervisors?
Okay, anyways, guys, when I grew up, when I was a kid in Brazil, you always looked to America as the land of the freedom, right? I grew up in a military government. We could not do much in Brazil. If you tell me that one day in the future, Brazil would be a place with more freedom than America, I would laugh in that time. But right now, Brazil has much more freedom than the USA.
I'm going to be making I'm probably going to go down to Brazil, spend February there. At this point, like, I'm not traveling internationally this year. I think once the president is actually in office in the US, things may start to change. But as of January, whichever country allows me to enter without a test and lets me stay in that country without a mask restriction, because let's face it, mask restriction is the lowest restriction. If there's no mask restriction, there's probably no other restrictions whatsoever. So any country that has no mask restriction and allows me to enter without the scanny PCR tests that have a ridiculous false positive rate, that's where my money is being spent. That's the country I want to travel to. And countries like, and some countries I never want to go to again, like the rest of my life, like the UK, like I always wanted to go to Peru, but the military lockdown that they did makes me never want to go to Peru again. So I guess I'll never see Machu Picchu. Like the more restrictive your country was during COVID, I have no interest in going there for as long as I live. Hawaii is on that list as well. Hawaii was very restrictive.
Oh,
So
Well,
let me ask
the
you.
chokeholds.
Oh, hey, little man.
hello.
It's the little Zezo.
Yeah, he has asked if Tom lives in the moon.
Yes.
He lives in the moon.
It's a spaceman.
Yeah, I'm on the moon.
Ela brincando muito. Dá tchau.
Cool, man.
Yes.
I have a question for you guys as long-term
Hold on.
view.
Hold on. Before you get into that, hold on to
Yeah.
that question for a second.
Sure.
I want to hear it. But one of the things, it seems like the choke points are going to be the airports. I don't see how you can take a flight without wearing a mask the whole time for the next, how many years,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like even national flights, even non-international flights, you're gonna have to wear a mask. And they in Mexico they implemented like a parallel bureaucratic step just because that's what happens with these things, just more bureaucracy. So not only do you have to give all your data to the airport and the flight agency, right? But then you have to get there and then write out a form in pen and that with the same information and then give it to some cop looking guy, some federale or whatever, right? About where you're going and have you been close to anybody with the COVIDs in the recent 2 weeks or whatever, right? And there's no way to check it. They don't even look at them. They just put them in a box, right? And who knows what they're doing with that stuff? I mean, who knows what they can even do with it? But it's
Number one, it's like the same checkbox we always check. Have you been in close proximity of livestock? We all have to answer this question every time we fly. And
no, we're the livestock now. It's us.
Yeah.
That's the next level. They want to. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, they're applying those systems to us, and now it's just like.
Actually, I almost want to tweet that out.
American Airlines seems.
Well, you can give me credit. Just
American Airlines seems a little more chill than other airlines. I mean, you have to wear a mask, but you can take it off like while you're eating, and they're not going to say anything. And you can,
really?
Yeah,
you don't have to eat with the mask on. That's nice.
I had the empty bag of jerky in front of me for like the whole flight, and I was like chewing gum, so it looked like I was eating jerky.
You don't want to. Can you please stop saying that publicly?
Sorry. He wants it to be a secret because so just a few people can do it. I mean, I wasn't even the one who came up with it. It was Francis Poulier who came up with it.
I know, but that's not the reason. It's not that I want less people. I don't want the airlines to know.
Yeah.
All right. So you had a question, Bitcoin.
Oh yeah. So long-term wise, I'll just say personally. I mean, I think all four of us, we knew for a long time that Bitcoin was going to become at some point the world reserve currency. But in the past, say month or so, or maybe in the past 2-3 months, has your opinion changed so that you think that the hyper Bitcoinization is going to come a lot sooner than you thought? Like we used to think it's going to be 10, 20 years down the line. Now I'm thinking it might be 2-3 years down the line. Have you guys' opinion changed at all in that regards?
How all the situation changes impacts the timeline?
Yeah, like are we going to see a 6 or 7 figure Bitcoin within 2-3 years instead of within 2-3 decades? Is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was just listening to the Orange Pill podcast last night with a gentleman that's really smart and interesting. We actually had him. I interviewed him maybe a year and a half ago. Brandon Quitem, who's an excellent writer, and he maybe we can get him on. They were talking about the greater historical context and certain human cycles of change, right? He wrote an article recently about the fourth turning and how Bitcoin plays into that. It was fascinating to that question and what role Bitcoin plays in it. And part of the discussion was that Bitcoin is a new kind of institution. It's an institution that lets individuals hold on to something that's difficult to change, something sturdy. It's solid ground that you can build on in a time where pretty much every other institution is just crumbling, right? Like, we have there's a major election contest in the United States, and the FBI is barely getting involved. You know, the DOJ is not doing anything. It's all being fought by civilians and the administration, like the sort of campaign parties and so on. And how many other institutions are just failing right now, right, throughout the world, right? Like, what about the civil rights movement and the Bill of Rights and all this stuff, right? COVID now just completely plowed through that, right? And the new institutions on the World Health Organization and the World Economic Forum is trying to do some stuff. And so we're at a time of testing the strength of these institutions, and Bitcoin's emerging as one that is, you know, has very solid rock, a solid rock you can stand on. So that I thought that was really interesting. And he also framed it as kind of like it's an order making thing. Bitcoin brings order to a chaotic world and lets you sort of stand on that, which I also thought was really interesting. I want to see if we can get him on, but your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I think that the thing is that these institutions have been broken for a long time. It's just that we're more starting to notice them now. For example, about this cheating on the election, I know that Tone has been tweeting a lot about it, and a lot of people have been tweeting a lot about it. I'm kind of staying out of it because to me, I'm looking at it as my enemies are fighting. So if my enemies are fighting, I'm not going to jump in there and try to pick a side. I'm going to let them go at it and let them fight it out amongst themselves. So I've been kind of like just trying to stay away from it. Now, I think it's pretty obvious that Biden cheated, but the problem there isn't that whether he personally cheated or whether people cheated on his behalf. I don't think that that's the issue. The issue is the incentive to cheat is there. The problem isn't that there was cheating in the election. There's cheating in every election. The problem is that there's a lot of incentive to cheat, because if the president had no power, which was what it was originally thought, was that the president would basically just be someone to pass laws. And the only time they were supposed to veto laws was when they thought it was constitutionally, when it was unconstitutional. That was the only time they were really supposed to have a veto power, not to just choose which laws they wanted to get in there. So the president was originally not supposed to have any power. And if the president has no power, then there's no reason to try to cheat. So the problem isn't that there was cheating. The problem is that there's a reason to cheat.
Yep.
And here's the problem with that. Like, there's always an incentive to cheat. That's the problem, right? Like, theft is always profitable.
But
Murder
if there's power,
can always be profitable. Like, all these things, you can't get rid of that incentive unless you do can't. Like. No,
if the president has
like
no
the only
power,
way to do it is like a 2 of 2 multi-sig where you're putting the same amount of collateral as the thing you're trying to steal. Like, there's always an incentive to steal. The problem is how high is the barrier is worth the risk. And those are all the games that we're always playing, is like increase the risk that if you try to steal something, you get caught, such that it's not worth it. But the incentives, the incentives will be there, man.
No, not necessarily. I think for example, in New Hampshire, the legislators, they have no power. Then they get like $100 a year stipend to do their job. So they're not making any money doing it, and they have very little power. So nobody really cheats in a New Hampshire election to try to get into legislature because you have no power. It's almost like jury duty. You know, it's almost like a chore to be a legislator. So to me, that's the issue. Like, because the president has so much power now. Yeah.
No, that's definitely true. The president has a lot of power, but he doesn't have enough power that they can just sort of, like, there's still certain limits. And that's what we're sort of seeing now, is like, what are the limits, right? Like, if Trump was a dictator and he just wanted to run the show and had that kind of power, why would he be going through the legal system right now to keep power, right? Like, just take it.
I think this is great. I think it's great that he's fighting it. And I think it's great that he's either going to leave office completely embarrassed, or he's going to somehow pull off some miraculous way of staying in office. Either one is going to be, to me, is going to be great, because either way, the whole system has been discredited.
Oh, we're in for a historical times, man. It's already been wild, and you think it, like, do you think 2020 is wild? Wait for 2021. Like, things are just going faster. What's that, Zezo?
I was thinking about that. Everybody's complaining about 2020. I don't know if I want to go to 2021.
Yeah. No, everything's just happening faster.
And this is where we disagree. I would have agreed with you in any other election. Any other election in my lifetime, I would have agreed with you, other than, like Ron Paul getting screwed in the primaries, things like that. So, look, you're right. I don't care if those two, because they're Republicans and Democrats are generally are enemies, like you said earlier. But every now and then, there is a politician that is not a Republican or a Democrat. They're an independent. And because they're an independent thinker, unlike the rest of the lifelong politicians. And these independent thinkers running for political positions have no chance as an independent. We saw that with Gary Johnson. Had Gary Johnson run as a Republican, maybe he would have had a chance. But he ran as an independent and he had no chance. Ron Paul didn't run as an independent, and I always saw Ron Paul as an independent. I didn't see him as a hardline Republican, but he knew, he was smart enough to know that his best path was as a Republican. Trump is not a Republican by any means. Trump is as much of a Democrat as Republican, especially coming from New York. And Trump is the definition of an independent candidate. But he knew he had no shot as an independent, so he ran as Republican. So I don't see this as a fight between Republicans and Democrats. I see this as a fight between Trump and the political establishment. And that's why it's important to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he was the first, I think, president or presidential candidate to straight up go pro gay marriage. Like, before he got elected, there's this sort of speech that he did. You know, he gave flag behind him. He's like, you know, guys, maybe we should chill about this. And everybody was like, yeah, let's chill about it, right? And, you know, that's not something a classic Republican does. I agree with you, Tone.
By the way, some people in the chat have sent me stuff saying that that William Barr, I believe he's the Attorney General, he came out and said there's no evidence of voter fraud. But to me, that's I mean, look, to me, that's beside the point. I mean, whether they find any or not, we know how these machines work in like big cities like Chicago and New York City and Boston, you know, and Philadelphia. We know they cheated. You know, it's like who counts the ballots? So I don't even think that's a big deal. But I mean,
Barr,
I think
the guy who was in power when Epstein did not kill himself. Yes.
Oh, let's not get started on that, please.
Yeah, that's a whole other rabbit hole.
Hey guys, I do have to get going.
Oh.
I think I hung out here with you guys for a little while.
Cool, man.
Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, there it is. Oh boy.
Now you cannot. Now we have you on tape.
Yep, they got me on tape. I can't leave the moon now for 2 weeks.
Yeah, you're stuck in the moon. That sounds pretty good, man.
All right, guys. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Hey, my Uglies discount code is in your video description.
That's right.
You can also go through my site. I probably won't do a video tonight on my channel, but we'll do something tomorrow for those that are watching. Cool. All right, guys. Bye.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it, Tom.
Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, so Black Friday special. Hit that like button, everybody. Appreciate your comments and your thoughts. If you have any questions, throw them in. Ugly will be coming on real soon. And yeah, you get 50% off of Ugly Goat newsletter today. This is the final day of the special, the Black Friday special. And on top of the 50%, you can also get another 15% off if you use an affiliate link. Right now, Tom Vays affiliate link is in the description. And every guest that we bring on that's a member is going to have their own affiliate link. We're putting on Jose and Patrick's, I'm just going to call you guys Zezo and Bitcoin Motorist. Bitcoin Motorist is too long a name, man.
But either way. Well, Patrick is fine. Either one.
Bitcoin Motorist.
Everyone knows me. Cool. Yeah, Bit Motorist or BTC Motorist. Sure. Yeah, no, I have a discount code that people can use. But I know I have it somewhere. So I was supposed to be tweeting it out, but I couldn't find it. I know yeah, it's buried somewhere in my email. I'm sure.
It's actually already on there.
Okay, great. We already got it down there.
Okay, cool.
So, how's your trading been doing? I mean, you started. You had a very exciting start of the year. You know, you gave an important speech at the Bitcoin cruise with Ugly Goat. You told us the story about how you're crushing it in the market, and then you got a little bit greedy, you got a bit emotional, and then you got wrecked. You wanna give us a recap and then tell us how it's been?
Well, after that, it took me a long time to go back to trading because I just got too afraid to press the button. I was dollar cost averaging, but then I think the group with Ugly gave me a lot of confidence. And incredible for me is I'm trading 10 times less. And in the last 2 months, I 3x my holding. What for me was like and that's the crazy part. For many people, going to be a lot if you 3x your hodl. But in the group, you can see people doing 20x, 25x.
Ugly?
Man, ugly. Many of the people, man, is doing
they're doing well. Yeah,
they're doing so well. So like I was first since I began to be with ugly. I never got liquidated again.
Oh wow!
So never happened.
Wow.
And I've been wrong many times. Huh? I short at 7,000.
Yeah, you were shorting 7,000.
I short 7,000. And guess what? In the end, I make money.
Did you now? How did you do that?
I was doing the funding. I was collecting funding, just wait. And then it came back to my interest. So I just collected the funding. So I was completely wrong.
Right.
Did not get liquidated and get paid.
And still got paid. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And that's the kind of stuff that you learn with Ugly, right? Like nobody else that I know is talking about that, not publicly and not loudly, you know.
It's like what I learned with Ugly is first, if you comfortable enough with the size of your position, you don't care the direction the market go. You really don't matter. Mm-hmm. Because you always can come back. You always can wait for the market to go in your favor. Because you just go smaller, and if you get stop out or you get liquidated, it's just a little piece. Mm-hmm. So you can jump back in right away. Because before, when I had a big position and the market was against, I was too afraid to close the position. The loss was too big.
Right.
So it's a game changer. Of course, it's going to take me years to get close to Ugly.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's another level, man.
He's a legend. What I say is like this. I see many people like a Socrates and Tom, great traders using indicators, right? For me, they are classic musicians. They have the book in front of them. They play by the book. And Ugly is like this blues player that don't know the notes. It just play by the heart. It works. So it takes a while for you to learn because you have to listen to him. He cannot really explain to you.
No, he's discovering what he does to some degree as well as we go forward in this process. And he's got a ton of disadvantages. Like he's technically not savvy at all. Like he really is not technically savvy. He barely knows how to use BITMEX. He's figured it out over time, but like so we have way more advantages than him because we're kind of like a technologically native sort of traders. Ugly Goat's coming, I can hear him. And so it's not like he's like at an unreachable level. He just has more. He's been trading for longer. There we go.
Oh my goodness,
there he is.
Sound money. Ugly Goat in the house. He's making his way from the back. There he is.
Inspired by Jerry Lewis last night and Jerry's kids and your Ugly's kids. So Ugly kids need some Bitcoin, and so does Ugly Old Goat, because we got lots of things to do this coming year. So everybody needs to get excited about some money. All right.
Well,
how are you, Ugly?
Tom Vays was with us for about half an hour. So
wow.
Gave us a great start.
Wow. That's great. Well, that's what we're going to do. That's what this is about, guys. So, I see Bitcoin Motorist. I see Zezo. All of our subscribers, you want to get in there, what we're going to do, I hope they figured it out. They got to post your referral code.
We're doing it. We got
Zezo's
link
that
below.
Signs up under you get 10%. And every time they renew, and then it's up to us every year, we got to come out with content that people are willing to pay for. So, I did it this year. You guys have to pick up the mantle.
That's
right. Ugly.
We got Zezo's affiliate link below. If you guys want to check it out, he was just telling us the story of how things played out for him, and we could talk about it more. What's up, Patrick?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Ugly because just like everybody else, when when Ugly first looked at Bitcoin, just like when I first heard about Bitcoin, we were all very skeptical. But what was it that kind of changed your mind? Was it because other people were telling you to keep looking at it, or what was it that made you open to it?
No. In fact, quite the opposite. I was quite dismissive about it. I think I kind of read about it. Aaron, actually, my son, Ugly's kid, he was one that he kept telling me about it, you know, and I heard about it even when it kind of didn't exist and it became worth $1. I heard about it then. And then finally, but I think it was Aaron, Dad, he said, you need to look at this because, you know, I'm a big sound money advocate and believed in the gold standard. And I just sat down and, you know, read the paper. I didn't really understand the white paper. I still don't get most of that, but you don't need to. But I understood the concept, the economics involved. And once I got it, man, I was all over it. And but I made all the same mistakes because I thought, yeah, this is free market money. This is sound money. This is denationalization of money. You know, this is like what Hayek wants. We need to have competition in currencies, you know. And my view of that was exactly how most people are now. So well, we got to have more than Bitcoin because we can make it better than Bitcoin. But man, it took me years. Tone started it. And then what really convinced me was when I read one of Hayek's old articles. It appeared, I don't know, it's posted somewhere in one of my articles, but he went through, he never meant that there'd be 1,000 different competing private currencies. He realized that there would be one standard that would evolve and that standard would take time and it could change and it would probably be just for international between banks initially. So, but he actually called it the standard. And that was after I'd already started gold standard. It was kind of, you know, it was a kind of almost, I felt like a left-handed or right-handed compliment to me because yeah, that's it. But he was never a gold standard advocate. He never was quite that way. And now we know all the reasons why it's not a sufficient standard. But Bitcoin is a great standard. And, you know, now, you guys, we had a pretty good discussion on this today or last night. We're talking about you know, how good is Bitcoin? And you have to be careful. It's not, you don't want to be a cult. You don't want it to be an idol, you know, where you worship the Bitcoin because the Bitcoin is a tool and it's great. But I'll put it to you this way. It's going to depend on you guys because it's not just the Bitcoin. It's going to take along with that a whole new morality, men of integrity. And I kind of kept it simple last night. It's kind of the 6th, 7th, and 8th commandment, I think. I said, you know what? Bitcoin's got to go along with, you know, you don't want to hurt anyone. Thou shalt not kill. And Christ said, you know, if you even wish somebody harm, you could kill them. Number 2 is you can't steal. And the third one is you don't bear false witness. And I'm the first guy that when I write, I love ad hominem attacks because they're perfectly legitimate and they're real so long as they're true. But if I ever do an ad hominem attack, you know, that's name calling, that isn't true. That's not fair. That's bearing a false witness. But ad hominem attack is Christ did it himself. He called the Pharisees, you sons of devils, you snakes, you vipers, you know, you hypocrites. He was not afraid of standing up and calling a spade a spade. And that's what we do. Hey, Eddie works for me because he's got a prison personality and I need somebody that's come up and ain't scared of standing in my face. Not most people are afraid. I'm a pretty intimidating guy. But I don't want sycophants around me. That's just the way it is, and you shouldn't want them around you. And yeah, you talk. Which incidentally, I want you to meet all the guys that are helping on this. Everybody's referral code that gets on here is going to be on the show. So if you're watching this and you have a favorite, you want to support them, you know, sign up under them. What we're having this for. Hey, we're celebrating all-time highs. We're celebrating. I had a fantastic year, took a 0.6 Bitcoin, ran it into, 46 Bitcoin, 2 Bitcoin from February 4th into over $1.5 million. It's all documented. I don't know of anybody that's done that before, maybe, but I'm not aware of it really where they've documented. But the most amazing thing was very little down. turn, which is what you got to learn and got to teach. And the technical doesn't, if you're a TA guy, great. You need this. There's a lot better traders out there than I am that know this crap better than I do. But they had one missing ingredient, the one missing element to being really, truly great traders. And there's some guys out there that blown out this year. They're going to, you know, they have the potential of really coming back and doing great things. You're not down, guys. You're out. But don't be afraid. Like I said, a lot of these guys have written very, very good TA books. The reason they wrote those books is because they blew out of the market first. And what's what inspired me? I think one of my very first articles was, you know, how to blow out of the market with a smile. If you can't do that, then you are over trading. You don't have it yet. So, but I would say, yeah, that's a great question. It was in 2013. And then I read about it and, you know, I couldn't believe that such a thing existed. I didn't understand a lot of the back end. I'm still learning about that. But what inspired me is I could immediately see that was better than gold, and all the little nuances kind of were there, but until somebody articulates them, like when we were building a whole new vocabulary. I mean, Tone Vays came up with the term unconfiscatable. There is no such word as unconfiscatable, but that's a great teaching mechanism. And the way I've been able to teach other people is, how do you teach Bitcoin? And so one of the best questions I've found, what do you have that can't be taken away from you? And everybody goes back and they're sitting back and, well, let's see, you know, and they start thinking, so, well, now they can take my car and they can take my wife, they can close my bank account. They can take my house, even my wife and kids. They can take my body. They can put me in jail. The only thing they can't do is take your Bitcoin. That's the value of Bitcoin. As long as you have those keys.
Yeah, as long as you know how to.
And you know, security is a whole nother issue, and that's where Juan wants to go. That's his vision, and so that's what I'm here. I want to see him fulfill that vision. I don't know what you guys' visions are, but let's go get them. You know, this is what we got to go do. I expect Zezo Duarte, which incidentally, we've invited everybody that appeared on the Bitcoin Working Man's Cruise to make an appearance. Zezo was really a brave guy. He came up and blew out of the market. He didn't have much. He had 2 or 3 Bitcoin, but all he was, I don't know, it was everything to him. You know, it was like, I don't know, $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, but he blew it all. And he couldn't live with himself.
Yeah, and the thing is,
well, tell us the story, Saz. So he was just telling us about it a second ago. Yeah.
This man be great. You got to learn this story, guys. I keep telling you that. You got to learn this one.
Yeah, and I'm really curious how you're doing, how you're telling us about how you played the dip, the March crash, and then, you know, how you were short. And even though you were short at 7,000, you still ended up making money because you were taking the funding and so on. So what happened next?
So the first thing, how I lost everything was, I got very little in the time, around 0.2 Bitcoin. And I began to trade, and I was new in trading, but I was doing so well that I was like, I get it. Now I know how to do it. And man, and then I went from 0.3 from 3.4 in 3 months. And then I saw the 6,000 as resistance. I said, look, I'm going to short that thing. There's nothing going to break that. And of course, broke. Instead, to take the loss, I add more money because I thought, you're going to retrace, you're going to come back. And you begin to go up. And it was destroying me. And I could have left and lose even half. I would be better in situation, but I lost all. Then I met Ugly. I began to study much more about money management. It still took a long time for me to be able to trade because I was afraid to press the green button. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. Every time that I was like, I'm gonna buy, you're gonna crash. I knew. I even thought that my ex-wife was the responsible about the Bitcoin price. Because
she was my ex-wife, and she's responsible for the Bitcoin price. I know that. Every time I'm in the market, it's her fault. Never mind. We can't go there.
And when I began to realize that with ugly is this, if I enter for a small position, I don't care which direction the market goes, because I can survive. If you go below my position, I can wait to go back even. And since February, I 3x my account. Nothing compared to ugly, but I'm trading much less than I used to trade. I don't remember being nervous or angry or not enjoying trading anymore. And if I keep, look, if any business triple their money every 6 months, I think it's pretty good. So yeah, I will go one day and do as ugly, but it's going to take a time. Because I still have the scarf. It still scares me. Like I was not able, when we went on 13th of March, on that Black Friday, I bought Bitcoin and Ethereum there. But I bought a little bit because I was like, man, if I buy, this is going to go for 500. So I thought I'm going to buy a little bit. And one another thing that was taking me ages to learn is trimming.
Trimming. Become a small trader again, guys. Try to teach things are simple. There's lots of large traders out there, and a lot of them become small traders. Okay. But there's a few small traders that become large traders. You can be one of those. The key to success is the wise small trader chooses to be small again and doesn't let that market make him small again. Because no matter how big, you get caught down, you get caught up. So it requires patience, discipline, and then you have to execute. And everybody has different problems. I've never really had problems pulling the trigger, but patience and discipline are by far my greatest weaknesses.
I'm the opposite.
But the problem is you get into Twitter and you see these guys posting how much money they are in a position, and you're like, wow, why I cannot do that? But they never show you how much they keep of that.
Or how much they started with.
Yeah.
You know, exactly. I know when, you know,
that's where it is.
If you go to the Bitcoin notational, some of those guys have been at 1,000 and maybe they're going up 2 or 3. But how much did they start with? They've started with 1,000 Bitcoin and made another. So you can't judge by that. I was in the top 10 notational before the big boys really started coming in. And I was in the top 10, and I think I pulled out over 400 Bitcoin that year. But
we actually just got your trading history all the way from 2015.
On BITMEX?
I think so.
Maybe.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we actually have 2015 trading data from you all the way to 2020 now. So we're gonna have to.
Well, I mean, it should be there because I was trading on it before I made it public. I didn't make this thing as public till medium of 2018.
You sent me a file, and
remember, I was hedging then, too. I was doing my thing and not what other people were doing.
You were hedging, yeah.
And you probably, if you have that on there, you can find out. I took some, I went through a little crying session with my wife because I mismanaged, and I lost 2/3 of my hodl.
Shit.
You can't do that, guys. You can't do that.
Unfortunately, I will have to say good night for you. But Ugly, let me introduce something. I wanted to show you my big hodl. Kai,
oh boy.
Come here. Come, boy. Say hi.
Hi.
Hello, that's Mr. Hodl right there.
Nice.
And it just get bigger. That's the best part.
Yeah, eats more.
The goat. Okay, guys, we have to go
like
to
Minecraft.
Bed. Let's say good night.
Yeah, well, we're gonna good night, and you guys need to come to Mexico and visit us sometime. Get your mommy's permission, and we'll go out in the desert on some big old cars, race cars.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, you'd love it. How old is he? How old are you?
He's 8.
8. Oh, well, that's my daughter. She's turning 9 here next month.
Nice.
She's 8. And she
You're gonna turn 9
loves
too.
driving the ATV. She's a racer, a band. Oh, I'm gonna try and enroll her to be in the Baja 250 or 1000, and she's gonna be
Okay. She has a friend to play and drive together then.
There we go.
okay.
Awesome.
Okay, good
All right.
night, huh?
Thank you, Zezo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Zezo's affiliate link is below. If you appreciated his sharing his story and his commentary, and if you want to sign up to the Ugly Old Goat newsletter, then you can find his link there, and that's the way forward. Yeah, and you get 15% off on top of the 50% off of Black Friday special.
And the guy
so it's almost like 57%.
and the guy
off.
that you're signing up under, you give him a little tip for bringing us to 10%. You know, we're in Mexico. You don't tip 15 down here. 10 does it, but you tip everybody for everything.
Yeah, you want to tip for sure.
But for cars and everything, and you know, that's the way it is. So next one, I see we have Bitcoin Motors. He was on our last trip. Very challenging, and he brought Whitney, and we've kind of made a rule: no more dogs on the, on the trip.
Whitney was, in her defense, Whitney was the most disciplined dog out of all the dogs there.
Right.
Because you're a dog that was a pain in the ass the whole time.
Yeah, no, Whitney was great. She definitely was not neat. I think there was one time where Juan had.
She ran away from me, and I had to chase her for an
Yeah.
hour.
Yeah.
Well, you were out
other than
driving
that, and that's because but Whitney is she takes care of herself. You don't have to do anything with Whitney. She just she's not willing to be looked after. But no, I think she was great. But yeah, I'll keep her here next time. Although I don't know why, because I think she was a perfect fit, but
she was all right.
Yeah, and
everybody smash that like button, by the way, before we get.
And people are asking about Goat Lady.
She's coming, but she's out. Somebody's got to work, so we just have fun here. So
somebody's got to work.
She's busy with that house, as you know. You got to see that house that she's building. It doesn't have electricity or water, but it's going to be a beautiful house. So I don't know how you do that, but they do everything backwards down here in Mexico. They build a house and then they put in the water and electricity. And, we don't do it that way. But yeah, Bitcoin Motors, he was a speaker too. And you were, I think, my son's favorite speaker. So
thank you.
History of Bitcoin.
Your son is awesome, by the way. We get along great. He's just a great guy, and I really enjoyed giving that speech because what I wanted to talk about something that I was interested in, and you hear a lot of people talking about this stuff about how the fourth turning, the sovereign individual, all this stuff about how we're kind of our culture is kind of going towards a more a decadent, all the big major institutions, nobody respects them. Like nobody has any respect for Congress, respect for the government. So that's kind of the beginning of going through a whole new era, is this information age era that we're going towards. And I think Bitcoin is and I wish I had read The Sovereign Individual before I gave that speech, because I hit a lot of the points that the book also hits on.
Oops, what happened to our sound?
Oh,
can you guys? Am I still on?
Yeah,
you're back.
You just popped out for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just paused. but yeah, it was we had a lot of blast with and I wanted to talk about something that I was really interested in. For me, I think trading is amazing. I like to see where the price is going in the short term and the long term. But for me, the big picture, the philosophical part of Bitcoin is what's far more interesting to me. So this is why I like listening to people like Max Kaiser and Robert Breedlove. They get very philosophical when it comes to Bitcoin's place in the world. And I find stuff like that fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we got a crazy story here. Maybe you guys want to talk about it.
Yeah, I found, you know what, you find new heroes all the time too. Like I was not familiar with, Michael Saylor. He definitely was a big thing this year, but I also found Preston Fish, and he's got some really, I thought, wow, this guy really has it on. And my views kind of fit more along his views were, what, isn't Bitcoin risky? And he says, well, that's the risk in Bitcoin are the legacy markets. And we really have no good way of, it's like when the cattle are going through a chute, they can't all get through at once. When this happens, if we go the hyperbolic, if we do, we got to keep it together while it's happening and land on our feet. So, and we don't know when that is. I mean, you kind of got a taste of it here this last week. Could we go hyperbolic and just keep on going up? Yeah, you can. I don't know where it's going. I don't think so. I actually reduced my position. I have, I'm probably net short. I'm short the alts and long the Bitcoin, and that's the way I'm playing it now. But mainly, I've reduced my exposure. And if you notice, it's when the markets are quiet and people are not interested in something. That's when you got to accumulate. That's when that's accumulation. And when you have these wide swings, look, we won $1,000 in 30 minutes this morning. Took us a whole year to do that. When I got into Bitcoin, I bought my first Bitcoin in August of 2013 under $100, and I couldn't buy enough. Didn't have any money, so I just they took an ACH, so went through my checking account and I had overdraft protection. Boop, $1,000 more on my credit card, and but I got my first Bitcoin that way. And and I traded it, I begging everybody to get into it, and of course nobody would. And of course, and then it went over, exceeded the price of gold. I don't want it to went over $1,000, $1,200 or something like that. They don't win that big old bear market for 2 or 3 years. And, I had to learn how to trade it, and I was arbitraging off of the various exchanges. But the whole thing is, we don't know. You got a taste of it. I was waiting on the commodity markets of 1973, and that's when the closest thing to hyperinflation ever kicked in. And very likely we're going to see that. But the trick is, can we survive it without a total collapse and without tyranny coming in? And that's part of the game that's being played out right now. So, it's very important to preserve your wealth. I'm also really have a very radical view that I'm persuaded, if you're sitting comfortably and you're a U.S. American citizen and you think you have all your wealth tied up in your house and you have all your wealth tied up in your retirement program, you are a sitting duck. You're sitting on what in the 1930s was gold, because the gold was vulnerable. It could be taken because basically the banks created their own clearinghouse. There was no Federal Reserve. The banks created a clearinghouse, and that, you never bought coffee. I don't people understand it. You never bought coffee with a gold coin, even a small gold coin with $10 coin, but a $20 coin, I don't think they had a $1 coin. You never bought coffee with that. You bought it with a substitute that was on the gold standard and that's, they had the silver lobby was very influential then, and they created a fixed rate between two metals at 16 to 1. And it's fascinating history. Of course, things like that don't work. It does for a time, but it was artificially overpriced. So all the people were out there mining for silver. They'd mine for the silver. They'd take it to the treasury, and for every 16 ounces of silver that they would produce, they would get 1 ounce of what? Well, not gold. It could be gold. They just got the gold dollar, which was the same as gold. Okay. And that's why you had all the silver coins. Now, the silver coinage was dirty and all that, but government actually provided a service and they got revenue that way. It's called seigniorage. Seigniorage is the difference between the face value of a coin and its intrinsic value. And they set it at 16 to 1. That's why you had these huge stockpiles of silver coins. In fact, for years, they even had a silver coin futures, because they were silver coins, but they were circulated and they're well worn, because silver doesn't wear that well. In fact, I remember the first time I went to Vegas was in 1960 during the Seattle World's Fair on the way out there, and they only took silver dollars, it's silver dimes. That's how you played the dollar. I mean, nobody paid this. People paid penny slots, nickel slots. The big money was a silver dollar slot, and that was, how it was done. And it was a service. The government actually earns a revenue and seigniorage because they're providing a service so people can be on a sound money standard, and they're doing it without taxation. Okay. And that's what seigniorage is. We don't have that now. So there is going to be, I see some type of seigniorage. And if we're the bankers, we got to figure it out. People are going to get on this Bitcoin standard, but it's not going to be the way everybody thinks. The back enders are, that's fine and all that theory, but it's kind of like one of the worst influences in my mind continues to be Murray Rothbard, because he wrote this silly book called The Case for 100% Gold Dollar, which was just foolishness. And I said so at the time. So, and there's too many Rothbardians out there. No, hey guys, Rothbard wrote some good stuff. I'm just saying that kind of thinking, I can't, I'm not there, I'm not, and that's big difference. I'm an old guy, and I was big on gold before Peter Schiff, but as soon as I saw Bitcoin, I saw the light. Okay. There is a difference there. So you don't want to get dogmatic and you don't want to get religious. Bitcoin is not an idol. It's not the savior of the world. You guys, have to come up with the solution. So it's going to take Bitcoin and men of integrity. My mentor is E.C. Harwood. And when I put on, I was deeply persuaded with his work, The Art of Sound Commercial Banking, or The Art of Commercial Banking, which I never understood till he wrote that description. And I said, the first coin that I made honored his institute, but the second one honored his idea of sound commercial banking. And so I asked him, what should I put on this coin? What do you want on there? And he thought for a minute, says, I want to put on, for integrity, there is no substitute, which is not even good English, but I think it says the message. And, I was there. Guys, I did a lot of weird stuff. I did an Andrei Sakharov Russian coin and smuggled it into Russia I call it the 1980 Olympic boycott medal. And the Olympic Committee sued me because they said took their trademark. I lost my ass on the thing, but it was a trip to do. I did a 5-ounce Ludwig von Mises gold piece, which nobody ever done a coin that big before. So there's a few of those out there, but there's all kinds of things that can be done. You just figure it out and, have fun doing it. Somebody's saying, what do I do? How do you know if I'm trading too much? Well, when I can't sit here and have fun, then I'm trading way too much. So when it's not fun anymore, then you're over trading. And I can do this now. I don't do this because I have to. I really do enjoy it. And, I've been blessed. What better way to finish out my years than doing something that you love and being able to show you guys. And it's hard to get, and because it's so easy. Believe me, I know. And everybody, you're going to pay a price to learn it. And hopefully you pay for it before you do 11 years with the feds. That should be my message I want to pass on. So all you guys that are, members and already members, get on and share your, hopefully, hey, if I'm an SOB and my service isn't worth it, you can get on here and tell them that too, and tell us why, because we're here to fix things and get corrected. What you get is basically my track record, since February 4th. I didn't know you, so you found some of the old accounts and some old, no, you sent it to me. I did?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I didn't know. Wow.
That's crazy. Yeah. 2015 data. So right now we're working on the equity app page, which, hang on a second. I'm trying to do something here. Speaker view. There we go. So right now we're working on the equity app page, which is going to be kind of a way to show off the equity app. And we're going to have some pictures of the history. But now that we have this data, we might be able to load up his history, like all the way 5 years of trading history. Of his personal trades, which is really interesting because you always see the data of the public market. That's the public data that's being traded in the markets, but not your personal trades charted out over time. That's what the equity app does, and it really shows you the swings in your equity, and then you can map that and correlate it against the price and see what you're doing. And there's a lot of data that's being kind of explored there by the people that are into the equity app. So it's very, very
you actually, if you think you've got a hot TA system, it's a way that you really can improve on it and control it And, you know, the key is you avoid those downturns. Those downturns are killers. And that's, you know, that's what the human weakness is. We all, as soon as we think we know what's going on, we're just setting ourselves up for disaster. So,
right. Yeah, there's definitely psychology. I know where I mess up is whenever I try and buy breakouts. Like every time I get screwed with buying breakouts. And then the next thing that I always get messed up in is the stop losses. And last night I had a good night trading. I traded all day, and I had this sort of YOLO long position and a stop loss, tight stop loss, and then a short position with a stop loss on top. And then right before I went to sleep, I was like, oh man, I don't like this, because like I was like, if it goes up, I'll be good, and if it goes down and it stays down, I'll also be good. But if it goes up and down and then returns to where it was, then I get wiped out. Both my stop losses get triggered, and then I'm just out of position now. And so what I did is I took out the stop losses, and instead I put trim. I sort of bought the dip. I put some buy orders lower for the short, and I put some sell orders for the top. And it got my sell orders, right? Triggered some of my sell orders. I also sold some Ripple.
And you're getting paid because you made the market.
And you get it.
It gives you a 5 to 10% house advantage. You're just like the house.
It's amazing.
Just learn to trade. Go to Tone Vays. That's all free there, guys. All my articles are free. You don't need to subscribe. If you don't have a hodl, you don't need my service. Incidentally, for members, if you're on here and you want to appear, I think we have a link. Anybody can hop on, or if you even want to post your referral link, because you got people that might watch this or watch it later. We're going to publish. Anybody that appears, will put your referral link down there. So if you want,
if you're a member, come on. If you want to come on,
if you want to support Tone Vays, sign up
ask
under
any
Tone,
questions.
You know?
If you have any questions you want to ask.
Juan's an up and comer here, but he needs some more Bitcoin. You know, he's down here in Mexico. He gets paid Mexican wages, you know, which is starvation. He got enough for beans and rice, and that's about it. So,
So
and if you, for people out there listening that are members of the show that want to come on and ask some questions, come on, just send me a message on Twitter, on Telegram, or you can find me or in the group, and I'll add you in. Go ahead, all right, Patrick.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I figured I had to. This is like. I don't know if anybody's old enough to remember Jerry Lewis, who's an old-time comedian.
I remember.
Yeah, he acted like a word you can't say now, you know, a retard, and but became very famous for that. But and of course he was criticized because he's making fun of retarded people and all that. But he was funny. And then he did the Easter Seal campaigns, and every Easter it was come and help Jerry's kids. So that was part of it. And then we had these, I remember all these other old telethons that they like public TV would have and so forth. So you know what? Let's get up and do it. This is our last day of half price.
Yeah, I think his was Labor Day, wasn't it? Was it Easter or was it Labor Day?
I thought it was Easter. I think it was Easter Seals is what he did. I'm not sure, but I know it was Jerry Lewis's kids.
Maybe he did both. I remember Jerry's kids on.
Yeah, it was Jerry, and then he was a star with Dean Martin, and then they had a falling out of some kind. But he was never part of the Rat Pack.
Just a second, there's someone at the door.
The Rat Pack came after Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, but. Yeah, I'm really exposed to my age now. I remember, Howdy Doody. So I was one of the peanut gallery in Howdy Doody. If anybody knows what that is, I ought to put that up there sometime. It's the Howdy Doody show.
All right. So Patrick, you were going to talk about something.
Sorry about that, guys. My dogs are going off because there's someone outside walking, which is the craziest thing to these dogs. Okay, but listen, so there's this book that came out in Quiet. I don't necessarily recommend this book. I don't necessarily think it's a great book, but I did learn something very, very important from this book. The book is from Ken Fisher, is the author. Like I said, I'm not saying to go out and read this book, but the book is called The Only 3 Questions That Count. It's a finance investment book. And he says that there's only 3 questions you need to ask yourself when you're thinking about investing in something, whether something is a good investment or not. I'll read the 3 questions. The second question is the important one. The second question is what got me into Bitcoin. The first question is, what do I believe that's wrong? The second question is, what can I fathom that others can't? And the third question is, what is my brain doing to mislead me? So all three questions are relevant. The second one is what I thought was the craziest one. You're not going to get rich investing in Microsoft in 1990. You're not going to get rich investing in Apple in 2015. So you have to be investing in something that you get that other people don't. So you're only going to be able to get rich by investing in something that everyone else thinks is crazy, but you get. This is why when I got Bitcoin and I saw, well, everyone else hates it, I'm like, that doesn't matter. The only way you're going to get rich is by investing in something that you get that other people don't understand. So I just thought
and that's good, but also that's a really good reason why so many people get trapped in these shit coins, because they think they missed the boat, and so they're looking for the next Bitcoin. So why don't you answer that for us, Bitcoin Motorist? That's first thing because we gotta welcome these guys back into the fold. Some of them will never admit their error, and others are deliberate scammers. But there's a lot of people that really are into that, including myself at one time. I had no bad intentions, and I really believed there could be, competing standards. And it just took me until Hayek nailed it for me. He said, no, there'll be one standard that emerges, and that standard will compete with the government standards or the government jurisdictions. And so that's why I'm a big advocate and think it's very likely and possible for a gold standard to be resurrected within nations which have physical boundaries and have this thing out in the ether that keeps the game honest. So it's kind of a check on each other. But you take it from there. How do we handle the shitcoiners in a because they consider us haters and all that, the thing is, and we don't hate them. We hate to see people get misled time and time and time again. So how do we deal with that, with those?
Well, I think that I can tell people that Ripple is nonsense and not to invest in Ripple, but they'll still go out and do it. But what I mentioned yesterday is I think it's important to get on the record. So if you get on the record as saying, way before everyone else saw it, that Bitcoin is going to be the one and only, and all these other coins, they don't have any purpose for existence, and they're not sound money. I think that's the important thing, is because when that eventually does happen, however long it takes for people to realize, no, each company is going to build their own private internet. They're all going to use the same mainnet, which is what everyone knows now. But in the 90s, they didn't know that. Each company was trying to build their own intranet. Most people don't remember that. Even AOL and CompuServe, they were all closed systems. And people thought that was the future instead of some open internet. So I think that just getting on the record and just explaining it so that not necessarily that people will listen to you, but when they do understand, they'll go back to you and they'll say, yeah, there were these people who were saying this a long time ago. Ripple is nonsense, and Bitcoin Cash is based on faulty reasoning. So that's how I see it, because liberty means that people will do things you don't agree with, and you have to kind of be okay with that. That's my strategy, at least.
Right, and that's why and they almost always mischaracterize us, and we never mischaracterize them. I mean, we are the haters. We're the preachers of hate, because we it's not, well, I say, you know what? It's fine to have a competing standard, but you don't need to tell me about it. Just show me. You don't need to compare it with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's innovation. Just show us. Don't tell us. You don't need to promote it. It will gain on its own footing, its own footing, build its own security. And that's what I mean. This Bitcoin is almost like a living organism, as close as I think we'll probably ever get. I hope, because I really don't want to see. I can't imagine. Well, we're already creating monsters, but I don't think we need cyborg monsters. All right.
Oh no, that's coming. Cyber monsters. Oh yeah, we're coming. I was watching last night a YouTube video of like 4 million views on it by The Guardian, and it was a little mini documentary about this girl that was born without an arm, and so her mom, right before she was being born, on TV, they were talking about this ad for kids that are born without arms, and you put a little robot hand on it, right? So of course, after it happened, she was like, oh well, we'll just put a robot arm on her, right? And so she called the company, they hooked her up, and now 27 years later or whatever, this girl has like a box of prosthetics, and this really cool like cyborg arm that has like lights in it and is like very good, like very realistic, and everybody's taking pictures with her of it. And you know, she's obviously probably into robotics, and you know, that's it's to some degree it's her career. And then they showcase a bunch of other people like that. It's like there's this guy, this drummer who also had a robotic arm because he lost his arm in an accident. And then his hand, instead of a hand, he would like put on a drum stick, and then they're experimenting with different ways that the drumstick could move so faster than a human can actually hit it. So like they're totally just, we're already on that wave of like this sort of cyborg.
You know who we need to get is Sebastian here. That reminds me of that story. There's a guy that was driving around Ensenada, had this really cool car, and so I chased him down because I wanted to see this car. It was really cool, and then I thought it was his girlfriend. But
oh, it's his sister.
Yeah, so she hops out of the car because it didn't have a door and it had to climb through the window. There she is. She lifts up this
prosthetic leg. Yeah.
Prosthetic leg. Beautiful woman, too. I'm absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, wow, what happened? I guess, how did she lose her leg?
So she was surfing, and I guess with the boat, or she was snorkeling or something, and they were on a boat, and then her leg got caught up in the engine of the boat. And it was a total catastrophe. The guy had to jump in and save her, and then they had to drive her. It was a whole saga. She survived, obviously, and then she got this prosthetic leg, and she's a surfer. She's surfing like
with the leg.
Yeah, like she's crushing it surfing. So like we're totally heading towards that. There's no stopping that. No, we're gonna merge with the machines, man. The question is, can we keep our humanity?
Well, I wanted to say something about AI, but before I do that, the Divas in the chat says so he tried to sign up for the newsletter, but he hasn't received the link for the payment address. So if you have someplace you can message, or
that's weird. I mean, it should be like the website should give it to you once you fill out the form and click buy. It should take you down the path to the BTC Pay server. But yeah, send me a support ticket right now, and I'll make sure you get the Black Friday special, even if we have to figure it out this week.
Yeah, we'll end it. But if you you have to mention or something with but try and do it by. We're gonna go till midnight tonight, then it's over with, and then we are.
Yeah, no, today's the last day. But if you send me an email, if you have any issues, and you send me an email to support@uglyoldgoat.com. If you send me an email at support@uglyoldgoat.com. And
yeah, and I don't know what this book thing, guys. The more I'm working on it, you know, it's hard to explain this, but one of the reasons my track record was so good, I think, too, with so little downturn, is that I didn't want to make any mistakes because I'm teaching you guys. I feel really responsible for that, and it was you guys that. The charter members but back then, when was it, 2000, when I first started, same thing. We offered it, but it was a lifetime subscription, and you got same all this, but the price was different. It was like $3,500. So it was much less as far as dollar terms, and it was a lifetime, my life, not yours. But it paid for. I took a businessman's risk. I said, okay, I'm going to risk 10 Bitcoin, see where we can go with this. And you've taken it from there. And we've been able to build from there. I don't take anything out. Everything we put in, we might buy some toys like the pinball machine and stuff, but that's business expense. But the next thing I do is, these guys have been really good. I didn't know that I made 10% of my profits from market making and from funding. I had no clue. But that's what happened. So they're writing this, the same thing. I mean, I've written some basic articles that I'm always referring to, but any book, it's already been written. It just needs to be compiled, and everybody's kind of helping me with it. So I want to have this kind of a living thing. And then those, if you don't subscribe, hopefully this next year we'll have a much lower ticket item. You won't get my actual trades and history, but you can buy the book. Everything's there. Everything is there. And when you're ready, then you can go, subscribe. But that's basically, I feel like I've already accomplished what I need to accomplish. And now it's just a matter of setting the example. I want nothing more than this is the breaking of the 4-minute mile by Bannister back in the 50s. Once it was broken, all kinds of guys do it. And they're big guys that outperform what I just did by far, and with even less downturn. that's the challenge. That's the challenge. You can do it.
All right, we got Rez. Rez is in the chat. He's gonna come in. He's one of the members of the Ugly Old Goat membership. So if you guys want to ask any questions about what it's like to be
he did
inside,
a show,
then you guys can ask it and stuff.
And he did a show with us a couple days ago. It's on the Twitter and also on the website. So he's going to outline it again. He actually put his own. He's a long-term trader, traded a long time, and all of a sudden, once he started getting it, the downturn stopped. And that boy, he's got it. If he can learn that part, just don't allow those big. Rez, welcome.
Guys, how's it going?
How you doing, sir?
Very well. Happy all-time high.
Yeah, we actually had it in all the markets this time, I think.
Yeah, it's great. Really good. So I've come loaded with some questions. So yeah, quick fire around to the group.
Cool, let's do it.
I guess the first one is, how do we make money management sexy?
Oh, you can't. you gotta dress up like an ugly old goat, and that's why we have pinball machines and dartboards in here. We're trying to have fun. It's not. It's just it's like watching paint. It's like dollar cost averaging. It's like watching paint dry. It's really hard to and hard. It's easy to say, but really hard to do. And like I say, so many of that article, I read that article that I did on Social Security, and that's such a great illustration of what we're going through in sound money and what Harwood was writing about. Number one, you hodl, it's sound money, and we don't know where the market's going. So you dollar cost average. He did the same thing when he recommended with telling people to buy gold. He said, here's how you do it. You can't trade it, just dollar cost average. That's not an original idea. I got it from Harwood and how he taught me the gold standard. So you just have to understand it's the standard. And then it becomes sexy once you grab hold of that concept. But it's not sexy because it's hard money. It's not easy money. It's not, it's real money. And so it can, and money management's the same way. I try and approach people with it, and particularly if they're experienced traders, they just dismiss it outright because, I already know that. Well, okay. Do you really know? It's kind of like when Christ asked Peter, do you love me? And he said, yes, I love you. I get the money management. And then he asked again, well, Peter, do you love me? And the same reaction. Of course, Lord, I love you. Peter, do you love me? And Peter, I think anyway, then the story was he betrayed Christ 3 times. And when it was a prophetic for what his mind was going through. And the Lord said, you're going to deny me 3 times. And after he did that, he recognized his sin and he grabbed hold of it. And that's when he became a great apostle. And that is the kind of a thing that you're going to have. It just has to be part of your DNA, and that's a perfect story. And Bitcoin's just an analogy. I don't want to compare them in any sense as being the same, but the passion has to be there. You do have to understand it's sound money, and then how do you pick up the mantle and carry it? And the mantle's not going to be the same for you guys as it is for me right now, because the world and the events are going to change.
I guess making money becomes sexy, doesn't it?
Yeah, the whole thing, making money is the sexy part. But you know what? If you're you earn it. That the whole thing is you earn it. It's not easy, and it just isn't. It looks easy. And you don't want to. I disagree with this idea that you need to be a full-time trader. You don't. I got lots of irons in the fire. The more you do, the better. But I've always been, I never was an A student. I just took as many classes as I could and got C's and D's. And that was it.
It almost feels dangerous to be full-time because you're going to get that inevitable drawdown. Eventually you can't you can't always win. So it's, I kind of treat it like, sort of dealing with fire all the time and just trying not to get burnt, taking as minimal risk as you can. My second question is... I get
frustrated if I have 3 bad months, it's hard going sideways if you're used to winning. If I just get frustrated. And like I said, it inspired one of my first articles there on blowing out the bottom with a smile, because I was just frustrated. It was 4 months. I wrote it in April and I traded off since December and just hadn't done anything, barely finished in the top 10 and then was treading water and saw everybody else's equity that I was competing with going up. And I was just sitting there. I mean, I wasn't going down. I was just standing still. But that's a victory sometimes, guys. It's a victory. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know who it was. Somebody wrote they actually illustrated about how it's you're launching and you're going to launch and that thing's going to fail. That rocket's going to come back down to earth and it might take a dozen times. And some of them don't even lift off. They just blast and fall. But eventually you do, you go a little farther and a little farther, and then you get into orbit. And then once you get in that orbit, now you can do the same thing. The important thing is keep that tether on. So, if you do it's okay to get wrecked. You don't want to get ruined. So always be able to pull yourself back down to earth without losing all the.
And the tether is not trading with all your HODL. The tether is limiting how much you're playing with and keeping that small.
Yeah, and it's not the tether that's traded. I don't.
We're not talking about tether.
Yeah,
we're talking
about
it's not a string either, right? It's having ammunition. It's having enough ammunition to keep playing the game.
Yeah, that was Mr. Mick analogy, wasn't it? I think the planets, the orbiting of the planets.
That's right, Mr. Mick. Yeah.
In regard to, I get a lot of questions around the importance of TA and the actual strategy for entering into a position. So how much weight do you put on that in terms of how high would you say, do you want your positive expectancy to be before money management starts taking an effect? So, and let me put a bit of context around it. So,
I'm not sure what you're asking. It has to always be in effect. It's just, and the way I'm managing funds now is, look, I hit a good lick. We have high volatility now. We've got, I don't know what, I don't trade by the planets or the moon, but we had another interesting thing that came up. Somebody played, I want to get Vans in on and find out, the planet? And then he showed the planets, got Jupiter and Saturn and Mars lined up. And said, there's a full moon out there too. There's guys that use that to trade. And it's valid. Larry Williams in his book, How I Made $1 Million Trading Commodities Last Year. Now, he didn't tell us how much he started with, but he has a whole section on trading by moon phases, and it's like a 20-day momentum indicator is what it is. And the momentum is you just subtract the price, whatever it is today, from 20 days ago or 40 days or 60 or whatever. And every market's different. You create your own momentum indicator. But the really good things, because it's kind of a thing, you'll see this momentum indicator, and then when you see, now it's a good time. And so it does kind of work. But I don't know, but like I said, I don't trade off of the stars or the moon, but there are people that and I've known them, and you know what? It's uncanny how they'll pick a spike even point. But that's not, I've never known any of them to be highly successful traders because they never incorporated, the money management, which has to be your center. It doesn't matter what you use as long as you manage your equity.
To tie the metaphor, money management has to be at the center of your solar system.
It's your sun,
so
right?
It all works out.
There you go.
All right, we got another guest, and Rez, stay on with us and keep asking questions. Sure. But I just want to admit Gabriel T on. Let's see if he can join us. He was waiting in the lobby. Gabriel, how are you doing? Can you hear us? Or he's connecting still. Gabriel must be another member of the Ugly Old Goat newsletter.
I'm gonna jump off for a bit. I got some work to do, but I'll try to join you guys if we're still on. Cool. I'll try to join you guys this evening.
All right, thank you, Patrick.
Go lady will be coming later. I don't know when. She's out there running around.
I'll try to jump in the evening. Thanks, guys.
And we got Patrick's affiliate link on the About section. Thank you for joining us, and we should be getting timestamps of when they were talking and stuff in there. But anyway, Gabriel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello.
How are you doing?
Can you hear me? I'm doing good. Sorry, I just had to leave the room. My girlfriend is watching some James Bond movies.
Cool.
Fair play. How you doing, buddy? You good?
How old?
Yeah.
How many years ago?
I know the latest one. I think it was the one Skyfall.
Oh, the latest one. Okay.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
it worth
that's the one she
seeing?
likes.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
must
so.
be good. I saw some of the new ones. Some of the new ones are pretty darn good. They really are. But I remember when Goldfinger. I was at the opening night at Goldfinger, and that was quite the movie at the time.
Nice, nice. So you brought a girlfriend with you at the Goldfinger, or a wife?
No, I didn't. No, I was probably 15 years old. I think at the time I wasn't even driving when I remember. I think when that came out, maybe we were driving, but no, I was hanging out with guys and didn't really know much to do. Didn't know what to do with girls yet, but it took a while to figure that out. The girls are a lot more fun to hang out with. That's for sure. I mean, the guys are good too, but you know, but you need to find a wife. That's the best way. Gosh, I probably said the wrong thing, and
No.
can't go home tonight.
Oh. She's watching right now.
She sees and knows everything. Amazing. I don't know how women do it. I mean,
good hearing, eh?
Huh? Oh,
good hearing.
No, they know all and see all, and they have abilities men do not have. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're multitasking.
And there's not a lot of women interest in Bitcoin. I mean, there's a few.
No, they're interested in money. They don't care what form it comes.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's true.
Sometimes, not all of them.
They like the spending part of it. They like the saving and part of it. Yeah.
Actually, my girlfriend bought some Bitcoin. Like once I told her, my girlfriend bought some Bitcoin. Like once I told her what's about, and I explained. I took the time to explain to her why and what's gonna be the future and it's actually the risk. The bigger risk is not having it versus having it. And she understood it, and she used some of her savings and she bought some, and she's extremely happy at the moment.
Right.
I think I bought it for her like this summer, sometime around 9,200. So now she's well into profit.
Yeah, I was telling you, like the place we're at now, the studio and the house that's next to it. I actually paid the contractor. We were so good. He might be on later on today because he's helping us with the new house too. But I paid him 15% in Bitcoin and recommended to keep it. It was at 10,000 at the time. And so that was way back, you know, not at the top, but close enough to it. I think it was in January, maybe of 2018, maybe January, February. And so and I don't know if he held on to, he was at the Working Man's Bitcoin cruise, and, you know, it just, and I was reminiscing with Tone a bit because I was with him in Bogota during the 2017 top, and you know, everybody wanted to buy Bitcoin, and so they were just frantic to buy it. And so we're saying, you know, we want to buy it, but you want to jump, you know, want a dollar cost average, but you want to sell something too. So I say, okay, you got to commit to it, and then of course it doesn't turn out well, you know, unless you hodl or unless you have a longer term strategy. So it is very important. And that's, you know, what I wrote about on this Social Security thing, if no financial advisor can tell you to take your Social Security and buy Bitcoin with it every month. If they had, they would be, because it's a regulated industry, they would be literally ostracized and kicked out. Now they can tell you how to shuffle the deck to the side, or here's the best way to get the most benefits from your Social Security. And that's all that they can do. But to understand sound money, you knew exactly, well, this is stupid money, you know, that it's just being created out of nothing. I need to move it into something that's going to work. And so you just take that and you buy Bitcoin every month. And literally, I think I started collecting in 2000 when I was 62, as soon as I could, and just put it away in Bitcoin after I learned about Bitcoin. And that was almost at the peak. If you did that from the peak in 2014, December of 13, that $1,000 is well over $1 million now. And the illustration I use is just half of that. It's just put half of your Social Security in it. So it's a perspective that's sexy, that's sexy. But I don't know about you, but I think it's great when I only get a few hours of sleep and I'm doing something else for the 5 or 6 hours before that. That's kind of sexy it is. It's it's a lot more intimate, and it means a lot more. Okay. And that's the kind of thing you can have with a wife, incidentally, guys, if you're not so inclined, and that's what a family brings you to. I'm okay, but
anyway,
I got way off sidetrack.
Yeah, you do that. I mean, that was a good story, and I think it really illuminates dollar cost averaging and the power of it. You guys got some more questions?
Well, yeah, just to sort of extend on that, I think it takes a lot of energy to talk someone into Bitcoin from, if they're familiar with it and they've heard of the name, but they don't necessarily know the benefits of it. So I always find, I rarely try and talk people into it because it just takes so much energy.
No, and, I mean, you don't, there's just like, you don't talk people into it. You show them how you're crushing it. And then they get interested, right?
Yeah, but
you
then
show them the price. The first thing you show them is the monthly price, and then they're like, oh, and then it's like, yeah, if you know how to, you just buy some over here and hold it for 4 years, but no, I mean, they're either gonna get it or they're not gonna get it, and I mean,
first kickback I get is they feel like they've missed the boat. It's like, oh well, it's a 19K already.
Like
it's
we're
too
not
late.
even.
So I'm like, hey,
and when they say that, then you show them the proportions
previous
of like how much market cap does Bitcoin have compared to gold, compared to money supply, compared to derivatives, compared to the stock market, right? And then it's like, oh, it's still a dot in the map. So like it's not late yet. Yeah, I mean you've had. I've been telling people about this for 6 years, and like
Hey Juan, you need to put your referral code on the top of Tone Vays here, because
I agree.
Yeah, you need look, guys. He's hosting this thing. He's going to be an up and coming top journalist, Bitcoin journalist in the world.
Absolutely.
But you know what? If you're going to sign up under me, make sure you give him a tip, because he's carrying this thing. I'm a little. I don't want to say. I can't say it if I. Anyway,
shout out to the camera guy as well.
Stuff today, you guys. I don't want to. I don't want to. People accusing me of being a super spreader or something that doesn't exist. So, probably get kicked off.
Camera angle's looking good today, guys.
Huh?
Well, it would be going down with a flash. That's for sure.
Okay. Yeah.
I've got a question for you. I've got a question for the group. So, Bitcoin for Girls had a good comment in the chat. He said, "I want to see all-time high across all exchanges." So I think we posted one on a Bitstamp. The theory I've got around it is because 20K is such a sort of dominant number. My theory is that we've just seen a lot of domestic traders sort of dump their positions, take their profits, and then that's providing the liquidity for the larger traders and the whales or the institutions to enter the market. What's your thought on that?
Can you rephrase? Can you say the question again? Maybe a little bit louder. It's just a little hard to hear you sometimes.
So the 20K marker, Bitcoin for Girls made a good comment in the chat saying he wants to see all-time highs across all exchanges. And my theory on that is that we're seeing domestic traders dump their positions and take their profit, which is supplying liquidity for the larger traders and the institutions to enter the market. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think there's a number of things coming into play now. I think the biggest thing is there's a lot of what we're doing right now is kind of a Black Sale Friday. So, we're making, and because of the rise, I'm just making drastic cuts. We're taking 50% off plus another 15, so all of a sudden this thing, we're getting people renewing. I actually had a guy that bought the first year and paid for the second year. You can do that. But what is going on is now I've already been selling because I have year-end bills to pay, and I'm getting flat. So even if people are buying or are taking Bitcoin in, I still have overhead, guys. I got to pay for everything. You got to pay for the overhead. So you can't hodl just like when I was top dog in top 10 at BITMEX and took out over 400 Bitcoin. I didn't have 400 Bitcoin at the end of that year because I was living off of that also. And I've bought other assets. But you want that hodl, just like you see your trading equities slowly rise. The goal is to have your hodl slowly rise, or at least don't have it go down. If it's going sideways, that's fine. It's going to do just fine. You know, you don't but you're trying to duplicate in every part of your life what's going on now in the dollar cost averaging. So I think a lot of the selling is people like that because we still are. Most of our bills and most of our expenses are still done in, I live in Mexico, so it's pesos down here, but I do buy a lot of things in the United States, so there's dollars. So I'm on a three standard system. I have a dollar standard, and right now that peso is stronger than the Dickens. It's hitting lows I haven't seen in years. It's below 20 to 1. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's what I see. I have no idea if this is, that's what scares me so much. It's so much uncertainty. I'm not going to be surprised if we just resume the uptrend, and I'm not going to be surprised if we sell off. I just can't be surprised. If you stuck a gun to my head, I don't make predictions, but I do think it would be healthy if we could go down there and below 14,000, 13,000, 12,000.
Get some consolidation.
And just, if this thing could, guys, I really, you need to be praying. You got to hope that Trump pulls off this election somehow, because it's just going to be chaos the next 4 years. If somehow
trust in the system is going to collapse if it doesn't happen.
And if you're going to have somebody, if we're witnessing the collapse of our nation, he's the man of the century, because he's gone bankrupt before and left. He never got his suppliers didn't get left hanging, and his people around him. He's not going to hang you. He's going to hang these bankers, and they know they're getting hung, and that's one reason they're doing this, guys.
Maybe
it's just like
metaphorically hung. We can't really
metaphorically hung, right? And well, they will literally if they can get by with it. And I have the same opinion of Arthur Hayes, and that's why he's such a hero to me, because he's out there. He is the tip of the sword.
Yeah.
And he got a little smarty pants there, and they're making him pay for that part. But he's a good enough player. He's saying basically F you anyway, and come and get me, and they can't. But believe me, if they could have shut down that website, it would be gone by now. It would be gone. They can't. Okay, and they can't nail all the principles. They got one, and he got bailed out. He's still under house. I'm sure there's a lot of gameplay in here, but hopefully we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
We got the gold lady in the house. How are you doing?
You ready to come and make an appearance?
Not yet. I have to something.
We can be in the background.
Okay.
We'll come back.
Okay. And Joe Saz. Okay. And Joe Saz will be he might be joining on a little bit too. So if maybe we should have him on right now.
Yeah,
that'd be great. Yeah, bring him in.
Okay, sweet. Let's get. But guys, Rez and Gabriel, please share the link in social media so we get some more people coming on, and everybody watching it.
Yeah.
Please hit that like button if you're liking this. Hit that like button. We're doing. This is a huge discount. Like, I don't think you'll probably ever want to do a discount this big again, because it's too good of a deal, really. It's like you get like 57% off. It's gonna pay off many times over. So hit that like button, share the link, tell your trader friends, go share it in your Telegram trading friend group, like pump it.
But you don't need it.
If you become a member,
hodl, you don't need it.
Okay? Yeah, if you don't have a hodl, and if you're not a serious trader, this isn't for you. And we have the disclaimers on the newsletter, like uglygo.com/newsletter. It's all there. Read it. But if you remember, pump it.
Yeah,
it's a
and
good time.
especially if you're a TA guy,
Get
you have
your
Joe
affiliate
on
link.
because he's come up. He's got his own new theories, and they're genuinely new of TA. And we've never been. I'm from the old school, and I dismissed it, and I know Tone dismissed it, and Tone grabbed hold of it and said, "What's he looking at?" And the data is different. It's different from what it was 10 or 20 or 30 years ago. You can now actually see the actual resting orders, and by using just a little bit of wisdom, you can weed out the fake orders on the order deck from the real orders. And this is what this whole theory is. It's just another tool, guys. You know what? Great tool. Like say, you guys, Joe, probably someday be better than I've ever been. Because that's what you need to, things change, but the money, managing that money, that doesn't change. And that's what So Old had. Oh gosh, yes, it was Wild or something. The Tone gave me this one article. This guy, and I bought some of his books in the day, and they were expensive, but he had all these three things. But the third thing he put was money management, and he only put so that's the most important thing. And then he goes off into TA, and the rest of the book's about TA. And so you got to do it the opposite. Learn the money management. Then now you can go.
So let's talk about money management while Joe comes on. You guys have any other questions? Let's try to get some specifics a little bit.
Yeah, first off, since I thought that it's about testimonials and about telling people who want to subscribe, what was my point of reference, or what was my point of, like, when I realized, when the light bulb turned on for me, like when I saw what Ugly is doing. And basically, I'm a market analyst. I've been doing a market analysis for the past 10 years, a little bit, maybe more. So I'm in my element when looking at the markets and looking at the supply, demands, and understanding how the market can flip from one side to the other, and what's the point of equilibrium. So I make money basically doing research and writing reports based on that for the petrochemical market.
Nice.
Most of my markets are in DACH countries, in the German-speaking countries in Europe, also East Europe, but mostly European refineries. And our clients, which is the big company which contracts me, I'm an external, basically sells to all of these refineries for some petrochemicals projects, petrochemical work. Cool. And
you don't need to give that many details about it. You don't want to dox yourself too hard.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned it, because I was going to ask you, are fossil fuels dead? I mean, is this, are we really going to go?
First of all, are they actually fossil based or not? Because I'm hearing conspiracy theories about how they're not actually dinosaur juice.
Well, the common understanding is that it's mineral. So you look at things which are mineral derived or synthesis derived. So basically chemically induced, making it more sustainable for some products. Well, what's more sustainable? That's the question at the moment. So is our fossil fuel gone? No way in hell. I can tell you this much. So we need possibly another 50 years to make the transition, let's say in transportation. So if you look at the fuel, so if you simply, let's take it simply. If you refine a barrel of oil, you have about 75% fuels. Then you have between 10 and 15% plastics, and the rest is specialty products, right? So I would say, okay, the demand for fuels is going to go down with more electric cars, but it's going to go down very, very slowly, because the demand for mobility is still rising in the world, and there's still lots of countries which have poor people, which want to have mobility, to have motorization, right? So it's going to decline, but not at the pace that they want you to. They're saying, okay, Tesla is going to take on the world. That's not going to happen overnight. It's simply not. It's not possible. And then plastics. Are we ever going to get rid of plastics? No way. We can't. And which is one thing which people outside of the industry don't know. It's the real application of plastics. Plastics is not used as it should be used, because the industry discovered somewhere in the 70s when they replaced paper, paraffinic paper which was used for wraps, for wrapping bags and wrapping gifts and everything was used. They used paraffinic paper, right? So it was a paper that was coated in paraffin. And they replaced it with plastic because it was cheaper and more efficient, right? So, and they started using, and when they saw how much they can sell, they didn't use it for anything else. But the real use of plastic is building materials, it's roads. Imagine if you build a road based on plastic, man, like you have at least 50 years of warranty on that road because plastic is resilient to temperature. So they didn't even start doing that yet. They did a project with recycled plastic in India, but they didn't do it in the Western community yet. Because why? Because there's still a lot of need for asphalts and bitumen for construction, and they're not gonna get rid of that until the supply completely dries up.
Aren't they mixing plastic with asphalt now? Or am I mistaken on that?
No, asphalt is a byproduct of one of the refining types. It's somewhere between 1% and 2% of the barrel. If you refine a barrel of oil, it's between 1% and 2% at maximum 1% and 2%. But you can use that to switch to plastic, to make full plastic, not to make asphalt anymore. So you can reconfigure the production in such a way that you don't produce asphalts anymore. And you can build huge buildings based on plastic. Plastic is very resilient material to build walls. It's it's for isolation is very good. So it keeps the heat inside and the cold outside. It's strong enough. So you don't even need bricks anymore. You can just use plastics. So that's the real use of plastics, which hasn't even started yet.
Wow,
cool. So we're miles away. We're like decades away from the real use of the byproducts of petroleum.
Yeah, and I hear that they're finding a lot more oil and petroleum underground than they thought there was. Is that right?
It's the revolution, the shale oil revolution in the U.S., which made the number one country in the world, the number one producer in the world, the USA, overnight almost, like since 2012.
Yeah.
So now the U.S. doesn't need to be in the Middle East anymore because you have all the oil back home.
Yeah, sovereign. Yeah, they're oil independent now. Yeah. Wow. Shocking.
Yeah, something that
twist, right?
That we're taught way back
twist.
when was impossible because that was the political agenda of the day.
Right.
So.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering about these Middle East countries. Just they've been kind of spoiled rotten with the oil deals, and how they going to fare. And I know Mexico's going to do well regardless because the strength here in Mexico is, I think, the people. Their government sucks, but so does the U.S. government. They're kind of competing on which government's worse, but they do have an underlying, understanding of how things work. I wouldn't call it. It's kind of a two-tier market, and they don't have that individual spirit that Americans have, but they certainly are innovative, and that so it's going to be interesting to see. Like I say, Mexico has a very deep and strong culture, and it should be in the top 5 countries of the world, if not the top 1 or 2. So I do think Mexico has a great future, guys, particularly what's going on in the United States. So we'll see. So keep going, Gabriel. I didn't mean to shut you off because I'm learning something here.
Yeah, about the Middle Eastern countries. Some of these countries, they have their budgets built upon the oil price. So yeah, some of them, they're going to suffer a lot, including Russia, because a lot of their income, state income, comes from oil and gas. So the moment that declines, they have a collapse in governmental spending because they don't have the income anymore. So yeah, they need to find a way to streamline new income, or else
which would be to denationalize the oil and then tax it. That would be the most efficient way, but they don't understand that.
No,
I think that's why Mexico has done that. They took over, they nationalized the oil industry back in the 30s, and it was Pemex, and they've slowly been denationalizing it, and I think it's definitely improved down here. As far as you know, the gas stations, the restrooms, the mini markets. And it's a mini market nation. I keep saying you can find your way around Mexico if they just make a map of OXXO stores. You don't need a road map. You just go from one OXXO to the next and navigate your whole way.
You know you're in Mexico when you're near an OXXO. If there's no OXXO, you're probably not in Mexico.
Which incidentally, you can buy and sell Bitcoin at OXXO, just so you know, through Bitso. So we need to get Bitso on here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to reach out to
from Pablo or something.
Yeah, I'll try to reach out to Jose Pimpo. We have a question about the equity app, which is maybe I should save for later. If you had any you wanted to tell us something too.
Yeah, I wanted to get into the trading part. So before Uglies and my trading days, I was investing some of my savings as a retail investor on a traditional brokerage market, more or less. I would say profitable, nothing compared to the profit I'm racking in at the moment. So, if you're doing as a retail investor between 10 and 15% a year, that's huge. That's really good. I was doing about that because I was more or less, I knew where to place my cash. Mm-hmm. But then I was first presented with the Bitcoin in 2014 by I was introduced by one of my colleagues at work, and I said, "What the hell is that?" It's like, that's way too volatile. Like, it was $800, now it's 400, and you want me to buy it? Maybe next day it's gonna be $200. So I was approaching it with my, so I'm an economist. I graduated economics, and everything else. So I was approaching it with my economics and what I learned in school brain and approach and theory and everything.
Right.
And I just didn't see through it. So it took me up till 2018 to understand what Bitcoin is and why it fits to the new paradigm and how the paradigm is shifting. So it took me a while, and it took me a long time. It took me 4 years to come back to it. And that's when I bought at a much higher price first time. And I tried to trade as well, because I got greedy. I was like, okay, this thing, I can just long it, and just hold it till the top and then make some extra. Of course, it didn't happen because we had the blow off top in 2019, and I bought somewhere at 8,000, and I was desperate to sell. And because I didn't know how to trade, I was approaching it with an investment mind, and you can't do that. Like, you're either a trader or an investor. It's totally different game style. And then through Ugly, I found Justus, and then he, paid him some money to course us and to train us.
We're gonna try and get Gus on. I've invited him to be on. I hopefully have reached out. I'm going to reach out to Ben's in. Guys, you can recover from disaster. You really can, and I'm here to encourage you. It's just, I'm not here shitcoiners unless you're misrepresenting or bait and switch. But here, that someday you're going to see the light and get you on the right path.
So
sorry, go on.
Yeah,
go ahead.
We had our sparring matches with Justus because I had a different approach to markets. I was using logic, and I was losing a lot of what I learned in school, my logic, my creativity, my rationale, and he was using only his artistic side, and he was telling us to forget about the logic and everything else, and use only the artistic and the creative side. Well, he did teach us some really important things, I can say, which I'm still using, and they're extremely useful in catching some sort of bottoms, and to understand the markets, how they form the bottoms and how they behave at the bottoms and the tops. So you can see that, and it was more or less useful, I would say. It was useful in the sense that you could see the markets with different eyes, but he had no money management at all. And
that's what I realized. He's not a bad trader. He just has no at least had no concept of money management, and that's the fatal mistake, guys. Gosh, it's so basic and so hard, so easy, but so hard to learn. It just is.
Yeah, so I'm not going to discuss what he did and some of the things were useful, others were not, but more or less, I learned some things from him. So I'm not going to he was my teacher, and he was a fairly good teacher, I would say, but nothing compared to Uglies, because Ugly has a money management centered approach and keeps you from trouble, really keeps you from trouble, out of trouble.
Well, share
really, tell us about that.
Yeah, show us here, because you actually have applied this. Just if you Oh, this is Gabriel T. Okay, I'm confusing with Rez. Am I talking to Rez or Gabriel?
Gabriel.
Gabriel. Okay. Yeah. No, well, Rez can come on later because Rez showed us that he loaded it up, started looking at it. I mean, you guys, I was already doing that. I didn't have an equity app. I just, I came to Victor and I said, hey, this is what needs to be done. And then, I want to do it. I want to, I want to hone I want to relearn my programming skills. And so that he was up to the challenge. Yeah. So I have nothing to do with that, guys. It's just, I had the idea and that was it. So
well, and quick question about the equity app, just to answer it before the guy leaves or whatever. And don't leave, stay here forever. You're friends. So Catalin Paduretu, I'm sorry, I definitely can't pronounce your name. He asks, does the equity app show all of Ugly's trades or just a historical chart? It's both. It matches, it tracks the trades over time, and then you can zoom in and zoom out and look at it in various different ways. So it's just it's an app that lets you see the data, his personal trading data from different perspectives.
All it is, guys, when I started this, because I didn't know how to do, I'm not a computer guy. I don't program. I don't know the back end. I had BITMEX send you all your raw data on a CSV file. Well, my business is managing, I do millions and millions of phone calls a year of political cause and so forth. That's another one of my businesses. So I'm very familiar with managing large sets of data. And, like we were especially, somebody calls, needs to get 1 million calls out, tonight I can do it. We're sitting here ready. That's what I'm saying. When you're in business, you got to go where you're there for the customer, not there when you want to work. You're there. I was teaching people, you're there when your customer wants to work. So that's what I did. And I said, well, they've got this data. I've got it. In my mind, I was always charting my own equity. It helps you to visualize with a candlestick. That's fine. But I said, let's do that. Let's make a high-low close and do it on different time zones and put the TD indicator in there. And I think we really got something because number one, it's going to help you to trim, that is take something off the market. It's going to keep you from those big downturns, which are just fatal and devastating to you. I mean, if you lose, a third or a half or 3/4 of your equity because some stupid trade, it's devastating. And guys, I'm not always right. I can brag all I want about this, what I've done on the BITMEX account, but you know what? I came out last August with the seasonal fundamental gold trade, and it was horse shit from the beginning to end. And I took, I knew what I was going to risk, and I took like a 4.5 Bitcoin loss on it, which is more than I hardly ever, but I was so sure of this one. That was the one. And that's the whole thing. When you ask, well, how much do you manage? Well, it depends. Sometimes you can push. Sometimes I have very little and I'll push and put on a big position. And, that's maybe when luck kicks in. As long as you can play the game, you'll eventually get lucky. So I guess right now, because I've taken out so much and because the market has changed, the structures, we're volatile now. We're going $1,000 in 30-minute periods. It took a whole year to do that before. This is not the market it was 3 months ago or 6 months ago or a year ago. And so until I figure it out, I'm not comfortable with a large position. But so the app, you get the raw data. What you guys do No,
you don't get the raw data with the app. The app renders the data. The raw data is downloadable. You can get it on the website as a part of the newsletter once you subscribe.
Right. You'll get it on a CSV file. And I'm not sure how it works. You load it into the app. But
you mean you get the data. The data is a spreadsheet, so you can do whatever you want with it. But the equity app actually lets you visualize his data. I believe, I don't know if there's a switch or something. We'll have to see how to do it, but there's a way that you can.
That's what Victor does. Victor makes it easy. Victor developed this thing. He helps you set up the equity app. The problem we have is because originally I was trading for me. There was no restriction, and then BITMEX, they said, hey, we're not taking U.S. customers. It's not illegal for U.S. citizens to trade on BITMEX. BITMEX doesn't want to be regulated. And so they say, you can't, we don't want your business because we don't want to fall under your stupid
we get that.
jurisdiction.
So Joe Saz has arrived, and I want to hear the end of your story, Gabriel, if you can keep it short. And then
I was planning to keep it really short.
And ask some questions.
Yeah.
So let's say hi to Joe Saz. How are you doing? Look at this guy.
There he is.
Trading like a gentleman.
That's trading in style.
That's right.
Man, I like that jacket. Where'd you get that?
That's a nice jacket.
That doesn't look like it comes from anywhere in America.
That's
That's a
brilliant.
smoking jacket, right? Is that what you call a smoking jacket?
This the smoking jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
You look a little. If that was red, you look like Hugh Hefner without hair.
You look like Lex Luthor right now.
Yeah, you look like Lex Luthor.
Yeah. I get that a lot. That I tend to look like bad guys, James Bond villains and all that. So I guess
nice.
Yeah, it's just my energy, I guess.
That's a good style to rock.
Yeah. So how's it going?
It's good, man.
Oh, we're going.
Happy all-time high.
I just had this hair up my butt to do this today and see how it goes. I call it the ugly old goat. What do we call that? Streamathon. So yeah, so promote the goat newsletter for
that's right
till midnight, and everybody gets 50% off if they sign up under
Joe Saz, for example.
Does he have?
Yeah, he should have. You're a member of the newsletter,
so
right?
We put it on there if you want to support Joe.
Send me your newsletter. Yeah, send me your affiliate link, and we'll put it on.
Is there a link for the stream that I can repost? I sent it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll send it to you on Telegram right now.
Yeah, if there's a tweet or something, I just sent out the love to the to my peeps in Telegram. Hope to see some familiar faces in the chat.
Excellent.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, I mean, I think I already outlined it. Tell us what you're doing.
Well, hang on. Before we get to you, Joe, let's let Gabriel was telling us part of his story and about money management and what he's learned with U.O.G. So give us a download, Gabriel.
Sure. A quick 3 things. So load the boat at the bottom, but loaded the boat as if there is no tomorrow. So load the boat where you think there is a bottom, or where you think the market stabilized. You just load it really well and double down, but not there. Like once the market starts the markup phase, double down. That's the 2 things which really made a huge change for me. Like it tripled or quadrupled my gains in the market. Like I seeing where he chooses to double down, like the markup phase, it's risky, but if you're right, you really make it big. Like you make it big or go home. Something like that. It's a little bit of a gambler.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I started this last run back there in August, and you guys, I was actually right, the market, but I had so much going on. I was with the family. It was just disturbing me. So I got out, and then I was really discombobulated, which I wrote a whole article, discombobulated. So when I got in, I actually entered the opposite way I usually like to. I actually went net short all the alts, and I built my equity from 0.6 to, I don't know, 1.5 or something. On being short the alts, and then as the alts dropped, I bought Bitcoin against it and built the large Bitcoin position. And that's how you do it. I call it working the market. But yeah, explain how you did this, because guys, you're telling me how I did it. I don't understand a lot of what I do. It is instinct to a degree.
That's right.
So
cool. So that's great. Go ahead, Gabriel.
So yeah, basically, Ugly has a really nice touch of seeing market structure in a way that we don't have the experience to see the market structure. Like what he saw, the 12.5, he saw that it was kind of forming a distribution, a local distribution, and he went net short, or not, more or less short on the alts and very little long on the Bitcoin. I didn't. I thought that we're going up. So I was caught on the wrong foot, but I managed to save my position without getting wrecked. But then I built a new position down at 10,000. And once the BITMEX news kicked in, I managed to build in more and more and more, and then double down at 11 and double down once more at 13.8. So that was twice double down. That's huge. And to be right with that, it just...
Yeah, and it's amazing how that Bitcoin news was the bottom of the market. And I said, Dan, I said, you know what, this is probably the bottom because everybody's getting out, everybody's scared. And it never even dropped a little bit. So, and if it was always the end of BitMEX, no, it's not. You ain't seen nothing yet. These guys are too good. They're masters at the game, and they're masters at it, and they've really done everyone a great service. And that's why I consider them. I put them right up there above Snowden and above Assange, because they're not asking for your money, guys. They're playing the game, and they're helping us all out. And you need to get on your politicians there and say, what is going on here?
Yeah.
So I will finish by going to Joe Saz. I know what he's doing because I've been watching some of his shows with Tone, some of his shows with Ugly. And as a market fundamentalist, I want to ask him how he handles. Basically, you know that at the top and the bottom, the market is very unstable psychologically in both tops and bottoms. In the middle, it's very stable. You have a direction and everybody's sort of following the direction. But every top and bottom, you have some sort of instability, psychological instability. And those are orders which he scoops down, and he looks at different exchanges and he looks at orders. These orders are not present there because someone and most people might change their mind all of a sudden, you know? And that's how bottoms are formed, and that's how tops are formed, because a lot of people change their minds all of a sudden, and such data is not present anywhere. And that's what I want to drop and drop on to Joe Saz and to have him explain.
Okay, show us your stuff, Joe.
Thanks, Gabriel.
We're all curious about what you're doing. Like I say, you were dismissed early on because, but it looks like you're on to something because we just have more data now. And in my day, that data you're looking at wasn't reliable at all. And they're still trying to fake you out all the time. But you can sort out the wheat from the chaff a lot better today than you could years ago.
So let's start with one thing there that I'm also going to add. Market makers typically have to have some sort of agreement that they keep their orders within X% of the market value. So, you know, I like the one strong assumption that you can make is, yeah, a lot of these buyers and sellers could be spoofers. They could be pulling orders, but there's still an agreement made by market makers. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of the times I hear that they have to place their orders within about 5% of price. So you get the spoofers and you get all the most dynamic activity at the top end of the book. So I like to create my signals to look a little bit deeper to see where the support is, to see where people are trying to catch wicks. And I could show all that on screen share. But I believe you had a better question in there. I believe it was Gabriel about identifying tops and bottoms. And I think that's going to be something that's kind of I'm pretty sure there's going to be multiple kinds of tops and multiple kinds of bottoms. But the thing that I keep thinking about is it gets choppy at the toppy. That's just the saying that I know and love. And so when you see the liquidity decrease in the order book, and then you just start getting these wild swings, that's why it gets choppy at the toppy. You're at this huge indecision point, and that's where I think you get that debate. Is this a distribution zone? And like I was talking with Tyler the other day, he was looking at this as a reaccumulation zone. So I just know that in Bitcoin, it gets choppy at the toppy, especially, and after a vertical run, stairs up, elevator down type thing. So I that's why I'm kind of just taking it easy right now. It's really, really heavy action. Low lev, low risk is probably, or no risk and no lev is probably the best way to go. But
yeah, and the way I look, it's kind of amateur hour now. You got a lot of guys in there that the Johnny come latelys, and I guarantee you, there's some guys that are just getting their asses pulled. Because if they're going by traditional TA and they're buying breakouts and selling dips, they're just I mean, it's just got to be. And there's a lot of guys that were doing so well, rode this baby all the way up. I guarantee you, they gave all or most of it back and or in the hole, and now they're crying to mama and said, "What do I do here?"
Yeah,
and then that's the nature of the beast. You just can't get around it, and you don't want to be that. You don't want. that kind of a trader, and you don't have to be. You know, that's the whole key. You don't have to be.
I always say, don't make trading an expensive education. You could really learn a lot and have skin in the game with a, you know, $100. Honestly, I can get just as pissed about losing $10 as any other amount of zeros. You know, it's.
And people don't really believe that. They think there's magic beans and but you can literally take a very small amount and manage it into a very large amount. I mean, I'm a living witness. You know, when I got out of prison, I had nothing, you know, but it happens time and time again. America, in the sense, is a, you know, land of opportunity. My great grandfather came across, and he had to stop in Nebraska because he had one shit nickel in his pocket. You know, he couldn't, so he, you know, he went to work as a farmhand. And then after a while, you know, he hodled because it was on a gold standard back then. And he bought himself a team of horses, you know, and a plow. Now he rented himself out, and then he bought a little farm. By the time he had like 13 kids and gave them all 80 acres or 100 acres or something like that. So, you know, that's how you do it, guys. You got to get out there and scratch the dirt, get, you know, it doesn't come easy.
A lot of people think this just happens, but it's, you know, you have to have it. You have to have the mental wit. But I say this too sometimes, you know, I can relate to that. 10 years ago, I was living in a trailer park. You know, I was stealing food to eat. I came to New York with nothing but $170. Bought underwear, a toothbrush, and toothpaste, you know, when I landed off the plane, you know, and I got a job in 3 days. Didn't care what it was. I was just looking. Got a second job, you know, got my whole, you know, situation squared out. Started with a blanket, didn't even have a pillow, you know. You build yourself, and it doesn't matter. It's like, you know, it's almost like it's less about the money than it is, again, about being right. If you can analyze people and analyze markets, then you're onto something. And that's probably going to be where your greatest skill lies. And like Ugly said, a lot of what he does is almost market improvisation as a trader. It's almost like you can see the chart and read the next 6 candles, you know, or you can read the next handful of candles. You just kind of have a sense. And I think that's a relationship that you build, you know, slowly as an analyst, as a human being that analyzes things, and you start analyzing markets, and then you start seeing a lot of the same behavior patterns. Then you can, you know, then you can start making some patterns and identifying them, making some rules, and you know, just don't be greedy. Don't make it an expensive education.
I got to revise that a little bit. I don't see the next 6 candles. In fact, I know I don't see them, and I trade accordingly.
Oh,
so that's the way I do. I cannot predict the markets. But you can measure, you know, your risk, and you can measure what to do. Trading is not static, it's dynamic, guys. It just is. It's dynamic. And it's not something somebody says, well, buy here and sell there. It doesn't. I know that sounds great, but it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't, you know. And like I say, when the guy somebody asks him, where do you think the price is going? Well, I know the guy's not a successful trader, because I don't know. If I did know, you know, I'd be trading like him, you know, because I don't know. Now I know there are guys that knew last night, because I didn't know till after the fact, but apparently Jupiter and Saturn and Mars and a full moon all lined up together, and it was the top last night. But you know, we were laughing about that after the fact. So anything works, guys, but you gotta learn to manage those funds. I know guys that are, you know, they actively trade off of moon phases and stars, and it's hard to believe, but it doesn't really. That's why I say, who was it? Gabriel T said he took the opposite. You could take the opposite position that I have on and still be a successful trader. You can't follow me and be successful. It's not going to work. Just never. If you're going to follow and do my fundamental seasonal gold trade, which was, you know, which I was all gung ho about, and you know, but it, you know, I didn't even get wrecked. I guess I took my loss and moved on. That's what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Joe, you want to?
How do you limit your risk? Tell us that, Joe. How do you get in there? How do you get in this thing? Because I do different things. How do you get out of a market? What kind of stops are you using? I don't use stops. I use goat stops. Do you literally use stops or what? And how do you prevent something like you saw that flash crash we had on Kraken? That's why, you know, I don't use stops, because anybody that used stops just got blown out of that market.
Yeah,
for no reason.
Learned that last night. I had 2 stops. I had a stop right above the all-time high for the short and a stop right below the recent low for the buy. And then right before I went to bed, I was like, I don't like this. So I took out both stops and then put trims. Yeah. Now I'm better than last night.
Talk about how do you limit your risk in your trading?
So can I share a screen for a sec?
Yeah,
go for it.
All right, so I'm gonna pull this up. I'm also gonna give you a tour. I've been working on this, as you know, for a long time. Been with this for a while, but
cool
so I'm gonna kind of briefly run you through it. You might see some of it, you might not, but you can see how this band is smaller than this band. This is 1 to 2.5 distance from price. This is 2.5 to 5% distance from price, and the largest band is 5 to 10% distance from price. So the 1 to 2% band there is the trade band to me. This is important noise, the 2.5 to 5, but it's not really a band that I would take anything on. But the 1 to 2.5 is really good at signaling your entries. Sorry,
just before you go on, these bands are, you're looking at the order books. So these are the orders that are like the limit orders on the market that have not been executed, that are sitting there, right?
On the top side, it asks. Go ahead.
Why aren't there some below the market as well as above the market?
Because I've fixed the rate, because there can only be one person, one side of the book dominating the book.
So how do you decide what is dominant?
So I decided that by allocating ratio values to the number of asks relative to the number of bids within those percentage distances from price. So even looking at the order book right now, it's looking like the book is pretty stacked on the buy side and relatively not, pretty illiquid on the sell side up until something like 19.4, 19.450. So if I was to look over here in this little box, which you might not be able to see, I can see that the 0 to 1% depth does have a slight buyer dominance, which that's pretty clear. Let's just call these towers. You can kind of see each $10 aggregation with its own Bitcoin amount, dynamic, usually toward the top 3 aggregations. So yeah, this is how these terms are defined. It is a condition of a ratio value where buyers or sellers have overextended their reach and there is no liquidity and there are no sellers or buyers chasing the book at that point. So then it's due for a bounce. And that's basically the concept of order book analysis. This top has been one hell of a ride. You did get some good signals. I think while we were on the stream yesterday, that was about this time right here, right after we broke it. And you could see the sell side was lit up. It was lit up like crazy. We'd pushed up, there was static resistance. It wasn't really moving. As we pushed up into that 2.5 to 5% range, it then became a tradable band. So this has been very reliable, even in very uncertain times, but I still have to add that it's scary to trade. But, looking at a big picture, one thing we were talking about was trend. And I think this is how I've been able to successfully identify trend is if you look at this, I call this the gold mine. This is 5 to 10% distance from the market price. So the gold mine, let's say on this piece of the run, the gold mine started in the 9,000s and just kept kind of signaling that there was support chasing the book. And then that horizontal did get tested with gold mine support, 2.5 band support, 0 to 1% band support showing up. So you could see that support was still there, so that's basically what I've done in time is just continue to refine these signals in various steps from the price to see who's dominating that section of the book. And to define the trend, I use this 5 to 10% band under, a more sensitive signals. But, this was a great indicator that we were going up and that the buyers were trying to stack their orders to catch wicks. Some of them did, but that's one of the dangers of Bitcoin is that most of them haven't. This gold mine had only the top, maybe 1% of it punctured. So just important stuff to think about. This is where my work has brought us.
You're definitely always buying dips and selling rallies. You are not you're going contrary to the short-term trend on your execution. So you're basically a market maker. Is that correct?
No, I lay low. Nope, I lay low. I'm a small potato.
No, by market maker, I'm saying you're letting the market come to you. You don't chase the market.
Correct. I don't place orders that are to market orders. I only place limit orders. I'm only ever a bid or an ask. I always make sure to get the rebate as opposed to the fee, especially
Okay.
you know.
And then
for
how
the
do you
viewers.
exit if you're wrong?
Oh,
Do
yeah.
you
So
literally put a
that
stop in when
was I do
when
have stops. Yes. The stop for my condition is usually the top end of this band, and I also really like round numbers in the order book. 50s, 100s are probably two of the more important, more seen, but $1,000 aggregations, $100 aggregations, you know, $10,000 aggregations. Those are where you're going to have the most support. So that's where I expect to see it. So if I get in here at 13, 19, 346, you know, and the top of the band here is sitting at 19, 550, 19, 546, 19, 555 or something like that is just, you know, a little bit of a safe distance above a $50 aggregation. So that's generally where you'll find the most resistance. I mean, there's a 2019, this is the top 3 aggregations in the book, but you can see 200 has something big, 250 has something big, 300 has something big. So that's usually how I place my stops. I usually look at the top of the band where I entered. That's going to be my stop, and I generally enter multiple times. So say a handful of my orders get filled, and say 10 orders get filled. Of these 10 orders that got filled, maybe, you know, half of them would have been stopped out and the other half would have rode this down. So that's pretty much how I limit my risk, is by using
so
this
you
band.
scale in when you enter the market, and you actually scale out your stops too. You don't have a magic number. You're scaling everything one way or the other.
Yeah, it's the less certain I am, the more robotic I am. And I've done a lot in creating this strategy, and you know, I trust it. There are times like this, for example. Say I didn't scalp out of this trade, and I go to bed thinking it's going to go up, and I have my stop loss at the tip of this band, and I get wicked out, and you know, I might be pissed up here, you know, 7 a.m., you know, whatever, but you get another signal down here. If you didn't scalp out, you get a double down. You know, you might have been stopped, but you still got another signal walking you out. So this would have been a tough one, but it does happen. You got to play by the rules, and there's going to be some stops, but there's definitely going to be a lot of opportunities.
Do you pick targets, or do you exit? Do you have extreme exits, or in other words, once you enter a position? I mean, I call it trimming, where I trim. I take partial. I just read, I trim. I believe in trimming. It's just what it does is it smooths out your trading without. But how do you do that? How are you? I mean, like for example, if you get a flash crash and you're short, do you have orders down there to cover those at some ridiculous price? Do you catch some flash crashes and stuff like that?
Very rarely will I have an order in place ready to be filled. I'm normally trading. I know a lot of people say the best trades are the set them and forget them types, but I'm a babysitter. I'm a scalper. When I post my trades in Telegram, you can look back and you can see a lot of those trades might have lasted just a matter of minutes or hours. That hours is a long-term relationship to me with the trade. So okay. I just play it. If I don't like the setup, I like the signal, I like the short, but it looks like we're bouncing in and out of a range, I'll use another technical and I'll just scalp out. Sometimes I'll scalp out 25%. If my trend bias is pretty confident, then I'm probably going to let some of that position ride. If my trend bias is neutral or even flipping, you know, say I'm short and we get a gold mine light up, then if I'm in the money, I'm going to take it. If not, then I'm probably going to run a tight stop and a break even exit. Maybe if the market's kind of signaling to me that we're going to have a little bit of a pullback, then I'll sit for a sec. But it's a lot of it of what I do is very discretionary. You know, it's just kind of based on a lot of that relationship element that you and I discussed a bit earlier.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are not comfortable with position trading, and a lot of people, they are comfortable with scalping and short-term day trading. I'm not, because I mean, if I was really going to get serious into it, I've done it and I can do it, but I've always made the most money from position trading, and that's just the way I am. And also, day trading, you tend to churn a lot, and you'd be surprised at how much you pay in commissions. Are you on an exchange where you get? I mean, that's why I like BITMEX. If you're a market maker, they actually pay you to you know, to be making the market, and that structure is really just brilliant. And I don't know, are there other exchanges that offer anything?
Oh yeah, there are.
Okay.
And yeah, that's what I utilize, the 0.025 rebate.
Which ones? Which exchanges do that?
Where is that? Deribit? Is that
Bybit? Deribit actually removed that feature. But Deribit reduced its maker fee to 0 and does have a taker fee. But in other words, it's free to make an order to get filled, but they won't give you the rebate on it anymore. And they're also KYCing a bit, so Deribit's kind of dropping down some notches.
So Bybit is the one where you can okay. And what is it? 2.5 and 7.5? Is that kind of like what it is on?
It's the same. Okay. It's the same. I think they run some promos where you know your taker fees are lower.
So there's an alternative to BITMEX, guys. I mean, yeah. And so I would tend to think on the equity app, you know, you guys that are developing that, if there's a choice, I would think you'd want to go with the Bybit, because I don't know if you saw the study. I didn't know it, Joe, until they did it, but they ran my trading on the equity app, and you know, between 5 and 10% of my profits is from making the market and from collecting funding.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah, just from collecting funding. Yeah, that's
incredible. I didn't know that. So you know, these guys ran an analysis on it. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I have a friend that made a little calculation on a spreadsheet, and because I was long in January from 6,800 up to 10,025, and so we ran the calculation. If you would have entered a cross no lev short and caught that entire run up, and you saw the funding rates go crazy. I'm sure you recall Contango was wild a couple times. And then we broke down and we had the flash crash in March. And if you would have just had a cross no lev short from 6,800 all the way to the same exit, I think you would have made something like 12 or 15% on your money just in funding rates alone, just in having a position.
No, you're silly not to. You can't ignore those funding rates, and it's a way to hedge. The other thing that people need to learn is not just trading, but arbitrage and the hedging. Because actually, if you're a Bitcoin hodler and we're saying, oh, well, be your own bank. If we are being our own banks, we have to act like bankers, and you have to learn all the sophisticated tools and strategies that you have to do, you know, if you're managing those kind of assets. So it's a serious game, guys, and it's limitless where it's going. And I know, like I say, Joe is doing is kind of groundbreaking, because like I say, when I first heard about it, I just immediately outward, and I know Tone did the same thing, because we're just going to go, that's all fake. You know, that's all fake, but it's not anymore, because the data is there.
There's now historical data. It's not even me sitting in front of a screen and Bali saying, just look at this. Look at this.
You know what? They can hide it. A lot of them, they can hide it so you can't see it. But if they do, they're no longer the market maker. They're paying to do that. Okay, that's what I've noticed. In other words, you know, if you do a hidden order on BITMEX, you know, to sell up here, but it's hidden, you're paying full commission. You don't get, you're not a market maker anymore. Market maker has to be, I'm here, this is what I'm going to do, and it's for everybody to see.
That's actually the answer to a question I never really researched, but thank you.
Yeah, well, tell me that's the missing data that there's no way you can get that, except after the fact. After the fact, you might be able to, but I'm not sure how.
So the most important data to me that I can't get is, what are people going to do, right? Because the order book is just sitting there for the most part. Let's assume that the order book is just sitting there. The real question then is, who has the incentive to jump in or out of the market more, bears or bulls? And that's basically what the order book is kind of saying, is like, okay, Right now it's stacked in favor of the Bulls. Right now it's stacked in favor of the Bears. But you know, at this top with all these sell signals, money can enter the market. FOMO can step in, signals can get broken, and that's totally, you know, I would lose money. I would get stopped out. But you know, nothing's perfect, and the goal would be to say, all right, well, maybe I can identify that there's a strong bullish trend through something like the gold mine, and then be very, very careful if I'm shorting a bull trend, you know. So
sorry
yeah,
about that. We just got distracted for a second, but I definitely want to hear that again because that was really interesting.
Oh,
okay, there we go.
Yeah, I love the camera, by the way, man. I love the setup. It looks great. The cameras look high def, looks very clean.
Yeah, we got a new lighting guy, and it's just
lighting
a
guy.
whole
We
new
got
level,
yeah.
man.
We'll introduce you to Ernesto.
Yeah, we're definitely getting better. Like 3 more cameras.
You need to come down and visit. You know what?
Sure.
We need to get one of these cameras. Where is it? Hey, Eddie, where is Ernesto?
They're getting food.
Okay, we need to later on get a camera and show people the cars. I got a dog. I'm going to train to be a killer dog. I'm going to take him for a walk. But you need to, it's kind of like, I kind of getting this idea and I threw it around. I was a big fan when I was locked up. Didn't have much to do. I'd go to the I think it was the chapel, and they had the whole series of Francis Schaeffer and How Then Shall We Live. And he actually had this little thing called Labrie, where it was just kind of a place where people would come and discuss philosophy, and he was a Christian, so it was basically a way to. But it
was like an education building where you
welcome. It was just, and it was. That's kind of what I want to do down here. You know what? Come down and visit us, and hang out with us, and
learn
stuff. I'm learning. I learned stuff from Gabriel today. I didn't know. This whole petroleum thing, guys. We learn from each other, and this is. Sure. And like I say, you can dismiss things and change your mind. But when Joe started this thing, I just said, "That's not going to work." And,
you weren't rude. You weren't rude to me though. That was nice.
No, I wasn't rude. I get rude with people that come up and tell me, well, what do you think? The worst thing you can say to me, well, I've read your work and I really admire what you do. What do you think the market's going to go? And I go,
yeah.
Yeah.
You almost
might have read my work, but you don't get it yet. So at any rate, no, but and this is a classic example, guys. I'm wrong all the time, and I always tell these guys, working around me, I said, you know what, you're going to be wrong. I never fire anybody for being wrong. If you lie or just steal from me, that's a whole different game, but you're going to be wrong, and we learn from mistakes. And, that's what I'm here. I paid a big price for my trading mistakes. And so I'm here to teach you. I don't want anybody to go through what I went through. So, and it also makes me strong. I know I can fight some battles and say some things a lot of people can't, but I'm an ugly old Joe. What are they gonna do? They throw me back in prison. I die there, and it's no big deal. I don't want it, but I ain't gonna be scared, and I'm not gonna be silenced. And I'm gonna just keep doing the best I can. I've been really blessed in life. I feel like I'm Job, and so as much time as I get, I'll take and live it to the fullest. So, but we need to get a camera. And later on, maybe we'll take the cars up and down the street.
During the live stream?
What?
During the live stream?
Yeah. Well, can we get one of these cameras and take it?
I mean, if you want to go for a ride, but the audio, there's going to be no audio. It's just going to sound.
You can't do it on the.
Well, but all you're going to hear is the engine roaring. There's no conversations during that.
Okay.
I mean, you can do it. Like we can do it, but somebody else will have to stay here on and keep the show. I mean, that's totally doable.
Well, that's what we
had the stabilizer.
We had the drone, and then we lost. So
we had a drone, and then
we got a drone.
Alonso landed it on the water. It was spectacular.
Yeah,
we have the footage of the drone just like coming back home. Oh, a little bit of a wind. Oh, we're on the beach, and just screen just goes gray.
Oh no.
But we had some good footage though.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm addicted to this. This is my new hobby. I'm going to support it completely. I got the goat lady's got a Jeep down the street she's going to get, and I'm going to get another little razor, and hopefully we'll pull off a trip here before Christmas. Just between Thanksgiving and Christmas is always just crazy. You always forget how crazy it gets, but it does get crazy. So,
yeah. So you were telling us about the top, Joey. That was really interesting. Maybe you can take another shot at it. And you're explaining how the order books tell you give you a sense of who's more likely to jump in and do market buys, I guess is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's kind of where technicals, I think, come into play. I think that's kind of like the alliance between my work, which is, I guess, let's call it essentially fundamental, and technical analysis. There's certain points where the book can be stacked, and yeah, that could be a fib zone, where someone's like, oh yeah, it's going to hit this level and it's going to break down. But the truth is that's a zone where buyers can say, you know what, this is starting to look, and this is getting to my breakout zone. I got to start getting in. So that's basically the anomaly to the order book, other than Black Swan events, where we sold through thousands and thousands of Bitcoin was sold, in what, a 15-hour period or something. And so the same thing has happened to the upside. It just happens. So to get back onto the topic there, I do think that the majority of the time, I mean, I know we're starting to get some numbers back. The majority of the time it does work. If you're signal to scalp, you're probably going to get, almost all your trades. If you're signal to signal, I think we did it and it was around 65% accuracy. If you went, like I said, signal to signal. That's not my style. I'm more of a short-term trader. That I wanted to talk to Ugly about that too, because I just don't feel comfortable past minutes. I have to get out and take the money, and I typically use a bit more leverage. So I kind of make like this kind of a scale with 3 balances: time, leverage, capital exposure. So if you have less capital exposure, more leverage, then that means your trade time should really, really be low. You should be trying to get in at the top and exit at a bottom. So there's a couple things that I do, but I'm just in and out, just jumping in, jumping out. I just don't feel comfortable beyond that. And that kind of goes back to Ugly saying, I don't know what the next few candles will be. Well, that's kind of me. Like, I feel like I have a good sense of the market direction, but all those moves in between are where I do my best work. So that's kind of why I like to stay out of some of the messes, because I just don't feel comfortable in them. This could be a top. This could be
when you get in a mess. What do you do after let's say you've had a losing streak? Because what I teach, is, as you're losing, you actually cut back. It's the opposite of Nightingale. As you lose, you actually reduce your trading size. You can start with a very small amount and you push only after, when you find that groove, man, and you're in it, then you go for it, and you can double out. You can take those big risks, but it's not a big risk because you're only risking what you've already got out of the market, and you got a tight. You're tight, big risk, but your loss is still going to be limited because you're not. There might be a riskier trade, but you're going to get out much quicker than you would, if when you're first starting out. Say, well, here I want to. You got to somehow get in there and get in the groove, and that's some of the hardest thing to do. And I call it the hardest part of trading. Of course, I'm a position trader. Is establishing that position. And, so you got to kind of, and then once you get it, then you can, and you got to treat that as that's all you got, even though it's not, but that's the way you're thinking.
That's how I agree. You got to treat it like, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. It's the same thing with anything. If you can't just aspire to be a pro baseball player and suck, and spend all your time.
If you don't have the talent, you can't do it. But I think trading is different because I don't think you need a lot of talent as long as you have the. And I've seen that time and again. I know some really, guys that are terrible that don't even care about TA, but they're good traders, but they don't have, and like I say, they may only make a few trades a year. But they do it right and they make a commitment and that's it. I saw it. I've seen it. One story I tell is a guy back there in the 70s and he bought sugar and, he was a cattle feeder out in Nebraska. Why would he even be interested in sugar? But at any rate, he got a hair up his butt to buy sugar and he caught, sugar went way up to the 50, but he just caught the very beginning of that move. And his goal was, he wanted to retire and own a Holiday Inn. Holiday Inn had just started and they had franchises. You could buy a franchise of a Holiday Inn. That was his dream retirement. And that's what he did. He came in, bought sugar, got enough for that Holiday Inn, and he was out of there. You know, so there's all kinds of ways to do it.
Yeah. One of the you mentioned something, and it's kind of I'm losing track of it now, but you know, there's limiting risk and stuff like that, and exposure at different times. There's been times where there was a time, probably my most recent time was I got stopped out 3 times. I had a lot of emotional baggage going on. Now, I'm sure you talk about this. I know I've seen some of your newsletters and stuff, but I'm sure as a trader, you can kind of agree that you don't want to go into a trade with emotional baggage, you know, and I was going through a divorce and still going through a divorce, and that kind of brought a storm about. So I got stopped out 3 times, and I was like, this is it. I got to chill. Like I don't think I made a trade. I might've made some small trades, but I definitely didn't go above probably 3x, and I probably traded once every week. I would almost say that by my standards, I didn't trade for a month. After getting stopped out 3 times, I needed time off, and that's one example of where I just chill, you know. And the other one was there was that during that March 12th or 14th or whatever, March 12th, 13th breakdown. I remember at one point I was also wrecked in that position. I was long at 76, pretty degen long actually, and I got wrecked. And then I was kind of laughing because never have I been wrecked so badly that I was able to buy with fiat like so much more Bitcoin than I would have if I was dollar cost averaging any other day, right? So I then reduced my trades literally to $60 trades. I think 0.01 at that point in time was, you know, $50 or something, whatever it was. You know, I dropped my capital down low, and I was just looking at the percentage. And once I got back to 10%, 15%, okay, let's keep this going back to 150% of, you know, the $60. I turned it to 130. And then I was like, you know, I still got my touch. I was broken, you know, I was pissed. I was mad.
Yeah. You think you lost? I almost the exact same experience. I was so proud of myself because I was perfectly hedged. I was actually making a little bit during the whole decline, and I didn't fall for the 7,000 or the 6,000. But when it got to 5,200, and boy, that was it. You know, I got it, and I jumped in and I loaded my boat up as much as I could buy, and I got blown. I didn't have to stop. I just plain got wrecked at 47, and I thought, and that was one of those wicks down. And then we went to the doctor and came back, and before I left, I sent Bitcoin. I said, well, I need to have some. So I just sent 0.6 Bitcoin, and it was $1,500 under spot, and it was under 39. And I go, gee, what's I bought off. I only bought like 40,000 Bitcoin, but think of the price then. How many you bought? That was 10 Bitcoin.
I know.
You know, and you know, and that little old 0.6, you know, it turned into 46. I've taken off now this year, and it, you know, but the whole thing was, you got to take that loss somewhere, so it doesn't kill you, it doesn't wreck you. And then you jump back in and you do it all over again. You just cannot allow that fatal mistake of being ruined. And that's what, you see it over and over again, and no matter how much you preach it, because people think they know where the market's going. And I tell you what, we don't. As soon as you do, you're about ready to get a humbling experience.
That's my most confident trades have probably been my biggest losers. Where I was ready to ride or die on a position, and
there you go.
I died. I think 3 out of 3 times on a ride or die position, I've died.
Yeah, and I've done it too. I'm like that. We were talking about it before. I had the seasonal, which I still like this. I'll be jumping back into it this month because I think it's going to work. But I, you know, this time contra seasonals don't. So when they don't work, they don't work. And this is the year it didn't work. I was buying gold back there in August. You know, thinking we were going to run the gold up into the election period, and it's a very strong seasonal. You usually can buy a gold in August and sell it in October and November, but not this year. It ate your lunch. So you guys, we don't know. That's what one thing that Joe's telling me. He doesn't know, but he's found a system that he relies on. And like Tone mentioned when I was on his show, the important thing is you stick with your system, and you implement money management. It's okay to get wrecked. It's okay to take losses. It's okay to lose equity. Just you only want to be a small part of your total assets, and that's the key. You can always make it back up. Many small traders become large traders. And what people don't believe is that a lot of whales become small traders, and they think that whales have control. Well, they don't. And
you want to know? I've seen whales in the order book show up, $200 million orders get filled, and then price drops violently. You know, on the it's like you think that just because someone has money that they're making good decisions. I'm interested in the decisions they're making. I'm watching the trade history. I'm watching the book, but I have seen whales eat whales time and time again. It's quite amusing actually, and that's probably one of those examples where someone just became a small fish after one trade.
And it's people don't understand it goes on all the time. And when you're trading, the advantage you have being a small or medium trader is it is much easier to move around. If you're trading, if you're one of the top market makers in BITMEX, you are kind of a target. And and it's much harder to move if you've got millions and millions of dollars of Bitcoin positions on in BITMEX. You can't move the way you and I can move, so you need to realize that too. That's a tremendous advantage. It's a completely different game once you get to. I mean, Michael Saylor made that clear. When he bought his tour, he first of all he had to get through all the compliance to make it all legal, set it up legally, and that took months. And then it took months for him to actually acquire the position and not expose what he was doing till after the fact.
Yeah.
And
very skillful.
And it takes a lot of that, but they knew what they were doing. They had a team, and they did it. We don't have teams. We do it individually.
They did it without me even catching it. I don't like they weren't that consolidation period really had me leaning bearish, I gotta say. But he publicly admitted his average entry was 9,000, I think 500 ballpark.
Well, they were buying and selling to do it. It was a two-way street. I mean, that's what you've got to do. And like I say, the other thing that was revealing to me, and it exposes the backed contract for what it is. If we truly had a legitimate futures market, then you can buy on the back and take delivery, but you can't take delivery right now. You get a backed certificate, and then it's up to the broker that you use to make the delivery. Well, all of a sudden, as the cat's out of the bag, there's a squeeze on, and that's the whole thing. If they ever make Bitcoin deliverable, now it is very subject to getting squeezed because but with the derivatives and the back certificates, it's not quite the same. It's not like and the greatest squeeze I lived through, well, there's a couple of them. Potatoes was a great one where it was a legitimate squeeze, but two different kinds of potatoes, Idaho and Maine, and you can't deliver Idaho and call them Maine potatoes. The whole exchange collapsed and defaulted, and I had a customer who said, I'll never trade again because it's all crooked. And then you had the Hunt fiasco where they literally did corner the silver market. What the Hunts failed to realize is that there was a whole new silver mine out there that nobody had discovered before. And that was sitting on people's fireplace mantles. Everybody had these silverware, silver items, because silver was subsidized and cheap for a long time. So when they drove that price up to over $50, there were literally people, it's like a bank run, only the opposite. People were lined up in front of these gold and silver buyers selling their silver. And that was the supply. That it took a few weeks. And if you look at that top, it lasted, I think, 6 weeks, was just about the right amount of time for all that silver to be bought on the marketplace, melted down, and delivered on the exchange. Boom. $50 silver to $6 silver in 6 weeks.
That's violent. Oof.
you know, and but they found a new supply. You don't have that supply in Bitcoin. Yeah, you don't have. There's no way that you can melt Bitcoin that's sitting on people's fireplace mantle and meet the delivery requirements. That's why I say I don't think they'll ever have a deliverable Bitcoin market because it's squeezable. All you got to do is buy those futures and you're taking delivery and there's no bones about it. And they say, well, we can't give the Bitcoin, but we'll give you one of our certificates here, you know, and that's what's going on right now. Show me, guys, just show me, make it deliverable. And now you've taken Bitcoin to a whole new level. And, you know, that's going to be one of the things, but I think the biggest fundamental is the entrepreneurs are going to carry this market. There's two kinds of entrepreneurs. They're still the wealth creators of the world. And there's only two kinds of entrepreneurs, those with Bitcoin and those without. And it's going to be those with Bitcoin teaching and those without learning Bitcoin that's going to take the Bitcoin into a sustainable bull market, just unimaginable. And like I say, these people are saying 100,000, 500 million. It's like, one of the best tweets I saw says, well, yeah, I mean, essentially it's going to be like seashells, you know, that's what the fiat will, I mean, Bitcoin is going to be like the real money and everything else will be like seashells. So,
wait,
man, I think
me and you were going to debate that once upon a time, the coexistence of fiat and Bitcoin.
Oh yeah. Okay. We can do that now. Let's go for it.
Are we ready for this?
On it. So you don't think, I think that they will coexist and you think they will not. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think it's Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is both a medium of value, store of value, a medium of exchange. Lightning Network makes it, you know, kind of proves that, you know, probably a handful of other off-chain solutions. I see Bitcoin as both what you buy your Starbucks coffee with and what you put in a wallet for your kid's college account. You know, I see Bitcoin doing it all.
I think a Bitcoin standard will, but it won't be Bitcoin. And that's my argument. And I think the model has already been set. If you look on the gold standard, you never bought a cup of coffee with gold. You bought it with $1 that was on the gold standard. You need to understand the difference between gold and the gold standard.
Okay, but Bitcoin is infinitely divisible, whereas gold isn't. Like you can't practically spend a tiny fraction of gold because you'd be at dust levels, right? But you can with Bitcoin. Like that can actually happen with the Lightning Network, which is it's a middle ground of custody between holding your own coins and using a bank. Lightning Network is somewhere in between.
I agree with that, but that's the most efficient way of doing that is going to be off-chain. Okay, for example, all right. Okay, if I'm
Lightning is off-chain, yeah,
it's going to be off-chain, and that's the whole thing. And the whole thing. Why do I need, if, for example, we have a network based on the Bitcoin standard? I don't need, and that's what banks did. They created clearinghouses, and the gold was just in one spot. They weren't dividing it up every day and selling it. It was just a bookkeeping transaction. The problem with the gold, it's physical and it sits in one spot and can be taken, just like your house and just like your retirement accounts. So that's why I say you don't have to worry about gold being confiscated. The haircut's going to come on these retirement accounts. That's where I think people are just going to wind up. They believe the lie, which is, oh, you will let you do, you know, you can save all you want and defer the taxes. And so they say, oh, no, we need the money. We're going to go ahead and clip you 30% or whatever. And, you know, so, you know, much wiser thing to do is don't believe in the promise, believe, you know, put your faith in something that, you know, is not regulated and that, you know, can't be confiscated. And that's why it's Bitcoin. But I don't see, I make a distinction between Bitcoin and the Bitcoin standard. Just like there's a difference between gold and the gold standard. And there is such a thing as non-inflationary money creation. That's what the banks, that was the innovation of the 19th century. that the money that, you know, we have all these different theories of money. On the one side, you have Murray Rothbard, the case for 100% gold dollar. You have the Keynesians that believe in, you know, subjective spending and you know, increasing, and so that's where we're at now. You actually had a middle ground, and that was Milton Friedman and Motorist. He was okay with inflating, but just at a constant rate of 5% every year. You know, and of course the problem I was, you know, I knew Milton Friedman and great guy, but I never agreed with his monetary ideas because 5%, it's kind of arbitrary. Why not 10%? Why not flat? Now you're back to the Keynesian, and the gold doesn't work either. I mean, Hayek was never for a gold standard because he saw, and I couldn't say, I was much more, yeah, no, gold works as a governor. But now we do have something better. But there's no reason why we should not learn from the innovations of the past. And the last innovation of money before Bitcoin was commercial paper, banking, the market. You're talking about free market regulating the money supply, because as the new goods, the new money creation it's an art. You have to estimate what those new goods are going to be worth on the marketplace. You issue the credit, the suppliers can get paid, the workers can get paid, and as those products are sold, then you retire those notes. So you have it's called self-liquidating commercial paper, and it brings stability. So we're going to continue to have this high volatility and these 90% swings until we're able to simultaneously develop free market banking with the sound money Bitcoin. And so that's my argument. And so take it from there. Where am I wrong?
So, but I would say that it just boils down to the demand of decentralized currency. Yeah, Juan, you're taking this one now. Decentralized currency, not backed by any sovereign entity, versus the demand for money that is somehow backed by a sovereign entity. I believe that the demand is going to shift in favor of people with their own autonomous money that the government really can't regulate in any way. And that's going to create the demand for Bitcoin that can't be replicated for governments. Governments are going to be oppressive as often as they can be. So fiat is basically buying into an oppressive system at whatever value.
My argument against that would be, again, I'm going to look at history, and I could be absolutely wrong. But looking at history, most people that had sound money took it for granted. They didn't even know they were on the gold standard because the dollar and gold were equivalent, the same. And so I agree with you what you're saying, but that's what you're talking. That's where we have, that's why we got to be careful and not become a Bitcoin cult or just be Bitcoin groupies or something like this. Because yeah, you see that, but I tell people, look, I'm on the Bitcoin standard. A lot of people I know are on the Bitcoin standard, but even the people that work for me are on the Bitcoin standard. They just don't know it yet because I couldn't contract with them unless they were. And so they're on it and they're learning. And some people are learn at different. There's some of them are just beginning. Eddie wasn't ready for Bitcoin, and you need to get on and give your testimony. He wasn't ready for Bitcoin back in 2016 when I wanted to give him a nice bonus in Bitcoin. I gave it in dollars and he didn't know what to do with it. And most people, they have a hard time thinking beyond tomorrow. So it's a social change is going to have to go concurrently with this, and but they're not even going to be aware. In other words, they're going to be on a Bitcoin standard, and they don't know what Bitcoin is now, and they never will. They're just going to be on it, and they kind of wake up. I don't know how else to explain it. Most people took the gold standard for granted because it just had been. Once things are accepted for a generation, then they kind of become institutionalized, and people think they can't change. And so that's what I see. And I could be absolutely wrong, but but I do think, and it could be a Bitcoin standard, but it's going to be, there's no reason if I'm in a group of other people, we can trade Bitcoin and not be on the blockchain. There is a matter of building trusted networks. People interact with each other. Look, I do my biggest deals on a handshake. I don't KYC anybody, and yet, and I've gotten burnt badly. That's where, you make a bad banking decision, you're going to pay for it and your reserves are going down. And that's the way gold regulated the banking system. If you screwed up and, if you said, well, you know what, I don't think these cars are going to do anything and we're going to have the horse and buggy forever. And so this guy's going to start a new buggy whip business and I'm going to help finance his buggy whip business. Well, I don't think that the demand I imagine there was a time there at the turn of the century where buggy whips were a dime a dozen. They were everywhere and, and nobody bought them because everybody wanted a car. They didn't want, they want to get rid of their horse. So that's the way I see it happening, and I could be wrong. But
yeah, I think it will be at times like, in all the debates I've had with altcoin or shitcoiners and, all these people, it always boils down to a time will tell. But I just think it's based on demand. I have no demand for other than right now in this current ecosystem where I have to pay bills in fiat and such. I have a demand for dollars at times, only as needed. But that time is changing, where
when there's an evolution of this thing, that's why I did the affiliate program, because people need to start working with this. I mean, I have a problem. I'm not an exchange. If you, I've had people that brought in 10 or 20 people, but if we have to send it to them every time, it's a pain. We do it once a month if we catch it, because it's really not, it's just not, it's there. So essentially I'm issuing a credit and they have a deposit with me. I just like I do on an exchange, but hopefully I'm a trusted third party and people, and if they want to get it, we do it. We charge them for it. But what's going to happen is, I don't need to pay that big old fee because I know who I'm dealing with. And, there's workarounds, guys. That markets work around problems. And so the solution to these things hasn't even been invented yet. That's why I envy you guys that are 40 years younger than me, which I have a standing offer. I'll give you all my Bitcoin if you can make me 40 years younger. And
he says that, but I'm trying to get him to do like a stem cell therapy, and he won't take me up on it. So I'm skeptical of that bet.
Oh, what about splitting your age between 10 people? I wouldn't mind that in a couple years, I guess.
I was locked up with the Tylenol guy. I don't know if you guys. The Tylenol man.
Tylenol guy.
Yeah, he's laced. Well, he was never convicted for lacing Tylenol with cyanide. He killed a bunch of people, were killed, and
wow.
he was finally prosecuted for extortion because they caught him trying to extort the government rather than they couldn't time into. But yeah, I was locked up with him. Oh God, he was like Krasinski. So he was this big old. He was just nasty, and that's why when they first walked into, I got assigned him because nobody wanted to be. But he's smarter than it. He gave me some books to read. That's when I read about the atomic bomb and all that. I read a lot of good books from him. But his whole dream, he hated God. He just hated anybody that even mentioned God.
Wow.
But his whole dream was to get out, and he was going to, I'm going to MIT, I'm going to Cambridge, and I'm going to download my brain so I have eternal life. My jaw just dropped. Really? Wow. That's what he told me. It was like, wow. And this guy.
Oh, it's a thing.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people that want to do that. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to do it, but it's an option.
No.
I don't really know if you could download a soul, but yeah, one thing
it'd be weird. There'd just be like a copy of you floating around on the internet, but is it really you? Like, is it, if it's untethered from you, is it you? It's going to get weird, man. It's going to get really trippy.
Yeah, and also congratulations, Ugly, on your amazing work there throughout the year. being small and getting big and getting small again. That's been amazing. I was really happy to hear that, and
plug it in. I think this equity app, because if you can make your trading, because this is truly a new mechanism, I think, because it will work with any, just plug in your technical system and make it better. Doesn't matter what system you're going to use, but if you can plug it in, and you know what, you're going to recognize the errors, and you can, in other words, because the thing that kills us all trading are the big downturns, and and it can be for any number of reasons. The number one reason is probably you have emotional problems, you have baggage, and say, you're revenge trading, or you lost it, I'm going to get this back, or whatever. But if you can take that emotion out of it and have fun, it is fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, someone said that recently, and that was something I needed to hear. You got to remember that trading's supposed to be fun. That's an easy thing to forget, that it becomes a grind and it becomes a process. And I keep thinking about this quote from Fight Club: the things you own end up owning you. And so you always have to, on those nice days, sit outside and smoke a cigar. You have to remember that this is just.
What was the saying? The things that you what?
The things you own end up owning you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. True.
You become very consumed, and so anyways, that's definitely, I think, an important thing to break through to. Otherwise, if you start becoming owned and controlled by your analysis or your work or whatever that is, then you start to fall apart a bit there. So trading, I think, with a level head, it is important to come back to.
Well, what kind of offer do you have the guys that are listening? Are you? I know you used to let people kind of explore what you're doing. I got my plate's full, and I'm using what I use, and I'm kind of old and don't like to change. But and I dismissed it completely, and then Tone picked up saying, and I have such a high regard for Tone. I said, well, there must be something here I'm missing, and then I saw what you're doing. I said, I get it. It's the thing is, what he's doing, you couldn't do 40 years ago.
Yeah.
And so there's really a big potential.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what he sees, and that's what he's developing. And, I think you're on to something. So how can people find out more about what you're doing here?
Absolutely.
Some of these guys will grab hold of it, and they'll be rigid.
Yeah, in fact, we have one that wants to ask you a question in a second, but go for it.
Yeah,
so these guys are going to hold your feet to the fire, which is good. That's what we need. Well, they're gonna, they are, man. I attribute part of it to that. I can't blow it because I'm showing everybody what I'm doing, and they're paying me good hard money for it.
Everything that I do is publicized. I was using a service called TokenBot. So just quickly about my trades, everything I did was public. There was no, scuzzy stuff. Even when I got stopped out 3 times in a row, I said in my videos, and I said probably in the chat too, I'm taking a break. So I'm very transparent. My trades. Since I haven't been using TokenBot, there's days where I'm posted my trades, and there's times where I'm not. It just depends on how many people are. The one thing that I don't like about posting trades is getting 100 different Telegram messages about my position. Oh, was that a short? Was that a long? Was that and then you have So I'm kind of I flip back and forth between exposing my information or not, but I do have a very transparent history. You can view that all in Telegram, all in my read-only trades channel. So now boiling down to Trader, there is a link you can, I do have an affiliate link you can click on that'll give you a free week. There might still be a Black Friday promotion. In fact, I can try to get Ugly a promo code. But if you want, I'll see if I can get you one. But for now, I'm just gonna post a link in the chat.
Yeah, just post your link. I don't need the promo codes. It's nice, but that's not what I'm dependent on. We're building that aspect of it. But what the thing is that I just find that making yourself accountable it's just going to take everything to a whole new level.
Yeah.
And that's what, and you know, I mentioned our Telegram group. I know what you're talking about. I did not want to do a Telegram group. And Juan he's one you got to do. I said, no, I don't want to, because I've seen them, and it just gets to be everybody's bragging. I predicted this, and why this and why that. And so we've developed it, and it's very focused. And sometimes I get off in a rant, but we try and keep it equity money management only. We keep all the TA out of it. So basically, you know, we're not going to talk on our group. We wouldn't talk about your system or that. I do use charts. I like the Tone Vays TD thing, which I subscribe to and recommend to people. And there's but you know, basically my position is you got to find your own niche and do what works for you, and you can't follow me. And these guys have been very respectful of that. When the way we did it, we actually created a separate troll box so you can talk about anything, put all your so there's a space for anything you want to go off into. And then we take the other thing of everything that I write and comment, just that section, and then we kind of control the others. And that's the problem we're going to be working with, because we have a lot of new people that are signing up for subscriptions, and they're going to come in with all these questions that have already been answered, and they're there if you dig them out.
Yeah, you need the YouTube video tutorial or something.
You kind of need, you just we can't just let everybody. There's places, and you know, the troll boxes, you know, it's just,
we're working on organizing
it.
We're working on organizing the content. I think that the most interesting place to get the quick download is the glossary. We have a glossary document that started from a contribution from a member, and then I organized it, and then we're contributing to it. So it's this Google Docs document that's basically like a Wikipedia of everything that Ugly has talked about.
And these guys are watching my back, guys. I mean, I'll just tell you, I didn't do this glossary. I need to go through and look at what they did, but there's a lot of guys. I hope Galilee gets on today before this is over, because he's been tremendous help.
We'll
and you know, and he really knows all these different exchanges and which one is the best exchange. He turned me on to Evolve, which is a market where the best place to be trading gold with Bitcoin collateral. There's guys, I know what I know, but I don't know that much. Okay, I do know how to trade, but beyond that, you know, I'm not the brightest star in the sky.
Yeah, I like your economics. I mean, definitely a bright star there.
I know my economics. And I'm self-taught. I didn't, you know, I don't have, but I certainly don't have any computer background or developing background or anything like that.
All right, we got Rez coming on. He's one of the members of the show, and he's got a question for Joe Saz.
All right.
How's it going, Rez? Can you hear us? Connecting audio. Usually takes a couple of seconds for it to connect. All right. Can you hear us, Rez?
Yeah. How's my audio?
We're good. Stuck a little closer to the mic.
Yeah, a little bit louder. I'm on the old AirPods. How you doing, Joe? You all right?
Excellent. Thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. So I'm one of the subscribers in Ugly's channel and a user of the XT app. So I was actually in the beta testing of Trader. It's a fantastic system. So I just wanted to give some validation for any of the sort of Ugly subscribers. It's a system that I've not seen in the market. It's definitely revolutionary. It changed a certain sort of part of my trade in terms of scalping. So the way I use the system is I basically link the alerts to a Telegram channel and feed the Telegram alerts to directly to BITMEX. So I'm trading it kind of like automatically. It looks like you're trading it manually. Is that correct?
Yeah, like I said, I'm a babysitter. I don't feel comfortable, very comfortable walking away from a trade.
Got you. Okay, so
I'm like Joe, because I don't trust these bots. I kind of like it when the bots are in there, because you can kind of figure out sometimes what they're up to, and you know, bots eventually blow up.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe there might be one or two out there that don't, but bots blow up, guys. They blow up. I I don't know if anybody's had ultimately a good experience with the bot, maybe for a little while, and then it just blows up. Oh, what happened? You know?
What? Yeah, I use it for entry. So I'm kind of using them in conjunction. So I use Trader on a separate account with the equity app set up, and then I use that to get me into the market, and then use the sort of ugly old goat money management to then manage that position. So I think they can go hand in hand. I think you can definitely use both tools.
Yeah, I was, let's say, an order book maximalist. I believed it was everything and more. And there's still a part of me that thinks I have more work to do, and that I can really make it a strong. I think it is a strong standalone, but I think it can be like the ultimate thing. I really do. But
well,
yes,
believe me, yeah, you don't ever want it. There's no strong standalone without money management. It's kind of like build these technical systems, whatever you want, but you have to have that foundation of and you got to have fail safe in there so you don't blow up. And you and I both know there was some bad blow ups this year from people we know that we love, and these are hard lessons to learn. And how do you set up? If you're trading yourself, it's just you. But if you're managing funds, how do you manage funds and prevent a blow up? It's not an easy problem to solve.
Too much stress.
You take pain. You basically have to have a high pain threshold to take a small loss if you're trading other money. It's a whole different ball game. Trading your own money.
Yeah, that's why I've never wanted to trade other people's, because the way I've always figured that as I've seen it, and you know what, when you're right, it's because they're so smart, and when you're wrong, it's because you're so dumb. So how can you win? And then you're taking 2 to 5% plus 20 or 30% of the profits, but not taking the loss. So I just don't like it. I'm responsible for myself. I don't want to be responsible, just like, I can do this for myself. I can cut my own leg off, but I want a surgeon. I don't want to, I'd rather have somebody that knows what they're doing. And
you become a slave to the customer, don't you? I think that's the sort of long and short of it.
Yeah. So I'm with Rez, though. I do agree that the combination of things is really turning out to be, I think the most valuable use of this tool. The order book is itself valuable data, but combine that with, even something that's strong, an RSI which is reliable, a lot of the time. Something just even basic, a strong, just basic technical indicator really combines the two to make them, I think, a complete picture. There's been times on the daily where I saw a 9 sell, and I was like, this 9 sell is going to try to dump into a lot of support right now. This is not going to turn out how a typical 9 sell, 1 to 4 candle or continuation is going to play out. And then, the next 9 sell, I remember saying, there's no support underneath this. We've overextended. This thing's coming down, and bam, So the combination of the two, I think, is a home run, or whatever, 2 or 3 or whatever, as long as you're not paralyzing yourself. But
so it's like another form of TA, isn't it? Without the charts. It's I kind of looked at it when I first started using it. It was like felt like kind of behind the curtain, behind the exchanges. I'm seeing what they're seeing. I'm seeing the whole order book. It's definitely a valuable tool for sure.
Yeah, I'll show Ugly, because I think this is something Ugly and I talked about a long time ago. Ugly, have you seen? You probably haven't, but now we have aggregated order book data. So now I can see BITMEX, Binance Futures, Deribit, whoever.
Wow.
I can see every order on every exchange. And
full
now
market.
Wow. No, I didn't know you could do that. Wow.
So aggregated order book is so great. It's so great. And you can also make it so that your trades are showing you every trade from every exchange. So it'll show you the logo, the timestamp, the amount of orders knocked out by that buy. So this 37 Bitcoin buy on Binance knocked out 25 sellers in that little subtick there. So now I'm looking at Binance, Coinbase Pro, Kraken, Bitstamp. I'm looking at a lot of spot exchanges to see what kind of money greater than 10K is moving.
Now,
So
have you built this? Are they kind of following your guideline? Who's building this? Because this is really a kind of amazing thing.
Has it got an API, Joe?
I'm not sure it has an API yet, but it does. It is being developed by a close Dutch friend of mine. We became friends in January when he said, "Hey, take a look at this," and you know, just little bits of collaboration in between. But I gotta say, you know, he's definitely swinging for the fences with this product. Everything he does is just giving you a broader and broader view of the market to make your, you know, strongest, best decisions. So
yeah, no, it's really smooth. It runs smooth, doesn't it? There's no glitches. That's what I noticed about it.
You know, I joke about analysts and anal cysts, but it's a joke because a lot of you guys, you know, if you're an anal cyst and you know who I'm talking about, it's okay to do this stuff, man. You learn. This is where you just need to put the money management behind it. But this is really going deep. I'm just curious, Adam, what's going on now? Where is the what exchanges have the most volume since all this BITMEX stuff? What are is BITMEX still number one by far, or what's going on there?
Is BITMEX and Binance futures? Binance futures in blue, BITMEX in red. So Binance futures is pretty heavy. It looks like BITMEX has a lot of volume still too. I don't think the BITMEX exodus was very long lived, but I think Binance perpetuals is number one in volume. That could obviously be just Binance, who owns CoinMarketCap, claiming to be the throne. But yeah, you know, this does reveal that, and CoinMarketCap reveals that Binance is in fact the one that you want to pay attention to with the most volume, and that's what these two order book depth aggregation bands down here reveal. This is spot markets, so this is saying that the spot markets are ask dominant, and that's just indicated by this red band. But also that's just the spread. You can see the asks on this line right here. And you can see the bids. So you can actually see that bids were increasing for a period of time, asks ever so slightly. You can see all the differences in how the market's been behaving and reacting to different prices. And I actually really enjoy spot because I think that's probably where the least experienced traders are, whereas perpetuals are probably where you have the majority of the best traders. So I do pay close attention to the perpetuals. Right. So I really like when I have band confluence, something that says, you know, both the spot markets are looking green, bid dominant. The perpetuals are bullish, they're bid dominant as well. So right now, you know, these are just further advancements in the overall understanding. On top of the order book overlay, you can also see a different view, specifically the the bid ask spread, the ratio value, and of course you can see it over here too. I just like my different views. I love the band confluence of perpetuals. This can be seen up here. You know, I can click on this and I can choose exactly which exchanges contribute to this data. So, you know, I'm looking at Binance futures, BITMEX, Bybit, Deribit for futures or for perpetuals. And yeah, so this is, you know, this is just some of the new stuff coming on the block, you know, and I'm kind of doing this also for Ugly because I know Ugly, you and I haven't talked about this in probably 6 months.
Oh, no, we haven't. Now, this is amazing. I really like that. Oh, I'm going to interrupt this program for an important announcement. And you see what that is? Can you get focus on that?
It looks like a little Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's a unconfiscatable Tone Vays Bitcoin shot glass. All right. And which you can get at tonevays.com. And I bought a set when I was there, and these, I probably get kicked off of YouTube and Twitter, but I usually don't start with a tequila this early in the day. It's 3 o'clock, and I usually wait till after 5 or 7 or something like that. But I do have the flu. I know it's not something else out there that I won't mention by name, and I was going to go to San Diego to see my son, and they said, well, no, why? Because they also have, but they don't think it's but anyway, so I'm accused of being a super spreader now this morning. First time, but so I feel better. And I'm going to have a little tequila to clear my throat. And this is my mask, guys. This is another idea. The one I really liked is my cowboy mask. You know, when back in the old days, when you had a lot of dust in your horse And so when I go someplace, I just put on this, and I don't like it over my nose, but this is cooler than some kind of sanitized mask. So yeah, unsanitized. Yeah, because they are unsanitized, and it's at any rate. So at any rate, cheers. I'm going to start a little bit early just because I do have a little clogged nose and sore throat, and I'm going to try and be on this thing on and off till midnight, and we'll see how it goes. But
enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked. I'm amazed. I'm impressed by what you're doing. But, you know, like I said, I knew this is what it is. And this is, like I say, I call it being an anal cyst, but it's okay. Once you find something you really believe in, develop. This is what Joe is doing. Guys, I'm not against buying books and learn trading. I promote, there's a lot of good free stuff out there. You guys want to learn trading? Tone's got a whole section, learn to trade free, no charge. All of my articles free. Okay. Joe, he'll hook you up free for a week. You know, this stuff's not cheap.
I don't think there's a single service I'm charging for right now. Trader is not mine. Obviously, that's a subscription service that you have to pay for to access that data. But no, I don't have a paid group. My trades are all public. And that's free. You know, I just want to, I believe in proof of trades. I do think there's a lot of people out there who are making money or losing money. And it's, you won't really know who's doing what unless they're,
I just thought a thing. They're selling a dream, and we're not selling a dream. I'm selling, where the pavement hits the road. And that's what that's going to be the difference here. And I do think it'll be we need to have a new standard for the industry. And it's not going to come from the regulated industry because they can't even recommend Bitcoin. I mean, that's what you guys need to understand. If you're all for regulation, if we had regulation, Bitcoin would not exist because they would have, but the problem is they could regulate it, they would, but they can't. So.
Yeah. Ugly, you mentioned you're going to be on for quite some time. Is this going to be a good thing where I can pop out for a little bit and hop back in?
Yeah, no, that's what we're welcoming people to do. If you want to do this thing, I'm going to be popping in and out, and so is everybody else. So, yeah, awesome. This is just a new, I just got this harebrained thing last night, and I said, you know what, let's try this and see how it goes. Because, I'm celebrating the all-time equity highs. I accomplished the goal that I set out to do. I wanted to publish. I knew I could do this. Okay. I never had any doubts, just like what you're doing and you're on the right track, right? 100%. So you're going to do it, man. And that's what you got to be, that focused. Yeah. And passionate. And I think what will really be cool is these guys can help you post what you're doing, combine what you're doing. Just, it does. I know it's hard to believe what you use in TA isn't that important as long as you have the management aspect there. And that's what the tool that we have. And I just thought of the tool. I didn't write it. I'm not doing it. It's Victor and these guys are doing it. But my group kept me on my toes because I didn't want to have a drop in my equity. I didn't want to have somebody come in and say, well, I did this and I followed ugly. But first of all, don't follow me. That's the first thing I recommend. And it's almost impossible anyway, because I'm a dynamic trader. I'm changing all the time. And I post, that's the way it is, guys.
I have seen you trade, and it's been beautiful a couple times where, I see all your positions, you're actively engaged in numerous sophisticated practices, and I highly respect that. I think you're at a level well above me, and you're definitely at a level
I'm not. And then that's the other thing too. I'm really not. These guys, I bet you half of my subscribers will be better traders than me someday. But
I'm sure
that important.
I'm sure that Saz 1.0, for example, is free. My first set of signals is free on Trader. Just you can load the whole template so that you don't have to modify anything. You can just have a full Saz 1.0 template, which is great. And the
instruction videos I found good on your Telegram channel. They're pretty much all you need to get set up.
Yeah, I forgot what the topic was.
I have no problem with marijuana either, a biologist blogger. So I actually have a cousin that these new vapes that they have are just, you don't just need a little bit for a little while. And it is a healthy thing. I agree with that. And the goat lady has fibromyalgia, and it does help her along with, it's amazing what there's natural things out there that can really relieve. She's in, I don't want to go into all of it, but fibromyalgia is a very real thing. And it's like when you're diagnosed, they say, well, the good news is you're not going to die. The bad news is you're going to wish you're dead every day. So that's kind of the world you live in if you have fibromyalgia. So it's a rough, and everything looks fine, but it's not. So
sorry to hear that.
Well, no, it's not, because she's dealing with them. You know, she gives me strength. I got a strong woman in my corner. I don't want any wimps behind me. I need people watching my back. So
well, speaking of people watching my back, I got my friend over here, and I'm gonna hang out for a little bit. We're gonna talk markets and stuff.
All right. Well, thanks for showing up.
Come say a quick hello. This is I'm started calling him Bitcoin Rami. He's been around a lot. So,
hey man.
All right.
This is Ugly. This is Rez.
How you doing, buddy?
So
it's important who you hang out with, guys. You always want to hang out with people that you can learn. You also want to hang out with people you can teach, but you don't want to hang around people that are unteachable.
Rami's learning fast. He's learning fast. I'm excited. So I'll catch up with you in maybe an hour and a half or so.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll be here off and on. If I'm not here, Juan will be, and other people will be.
Excellent.
So Eddie, have you been on there yet?
No, he hasn't.
Oh, Eddie, get over here. Come on.
I'll look forward to seeing you soon. I'll be back in just a bit.
All right.
Take care, everyone.
Oh,
See you soon.
See you later, Joe.
I don't blame you guys. You know what? You need to wait a minute. But you got to moderate these guys. My Spanish just is not good. I can't. I want to get Ernesto on here. Bring in Ernesto. Get on the show here. Show off your English.
That's the camera guy.
Yeah, this is our new case. Sit down here. Yeah. Hey, you got your.
Hey man.
We need to put that over here. Lift that up and put it over here. Okay. If you've noticed a slight improvement in our camera quality, we have Ernesto here now.
Yeah.
And
it's looking good. I like the double shots going from the two people to the one shot. It's good.
You need to learn to fly a drone, because I don't. Oh, well, why didn't I know you before we flew the one in the ocean? I ordered a new one, and first thing my son does, well, he's a pretty good pilot, but it's kind of like, when you let your 16-year-old drive the cars. Well, no, I had totaled mine when I was 16, but the goat lady has these big trucks with the big mirrors out. So, and we have, and she likes to park everything tight. So he backs out the Explorer and hits the garage and pops out, those mirrors that stick out big time. You can't replace the part. It's motorized. So now we got really nice, but it's not as convenient as it used to be. You can do it all by hand. And now, but that's not the worst part of the story. Then the goat lady gets a brand new F-250 last year, which she loves that truck. He backs that baby up and does the same thing, takes out the mirror on the other side.
Oh, no.
That one we could fix. But anyway.
Once bitten, twice shy.
Ernesto, how's your English?
So.
All right. Well, that's better than, I don't even know. How do you say so-so in Spanish? Oh, más o menos. Okay. I know más o menos. Okay. So he was recommended to me, my
camera guy,
my trainer. I call him my professor, because he was actually a professor. I was doing training for a little while, but didn't last very long. So he's doing the camera stuff, and the plan is to, I offered him, I want him, you want to get your EMT? We do these trips, and I need to have somebody that knows emergency first aid if you want to learn to do that, and you're single, so you can drop everything at a hat and don't have a wife to answer to and children with hungry mouths. So we want to do more of these trips with the razors. and it's a lot of fun, and it teaches you. We learn a lot doing it too. So he's going to tell us a little about your background and what are we doing? Why are the pictures better now than they were? And I noticed that I had to do some building and shopping, and I'm spending a whole lot of money on new equipment. What equipment are we getting? I understand we're going to get some darker curtains in here. What's going on?
Firstly, we have to control the lighting. That's why we bring these two lights and the other ones. We have to turn off the light to have the control of the lighting. We have to remove this, how do you say?
Curtain, yeah.
We have to put blacks.
A black curtain, okay.
The light come through. We have to eliminate this light to have a better view.
Okay. So that's where we're going. This is part of building, guys. And this is like when you subscribe, we are off the, I really appreciate when I started, we did a charter member lifetime subscription, my life, not your life. But that's not a sustainable model, particularly if I live another 10 or 15 years. So we have to have a renewable model. And so the price hasn't changed, but hopefully we're offering more services. We have the Telegram group, we have the equity app, we're going to have better production, and, you know, we want to do new and better things. And so, and then we also have a renewal. So every year we have to, hopefully we get better and better at what we do. So you're not going to mind renewing. So yeah, this is the one thing I want to always renew. Your renewal will be a fraction of what the initial membership is. And the reason for that is because you get all of my trading history, and they just found out I had trading history from 2015, and that'll be a trip. I'll load that up, guys. I didn't know. I said they were looking for history, and I just found some and said it. So it'll be interesting to see what happened. It would be great if we had the 2017 in there and how I became in the top 10 notational on BITMEX. If that's the case, that'll be great, because I know I made it. I was in tears of one time. I really screwed up, guys, and I didn't lose my original HODL, but I lost everything additional that I'd made. So I was down to my starting point on my HODL, and you don't want to do that. So, where you don't have any Bitcoin yet either, do you? No. Well, we're gonna have to solve that one for you. You're gonna have to learn how to do it, and
we'll sell you some.
Yeah. So do you have? Here's our cameraman. Okay. Juan, do we have an affiliate code for Ernesto?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is Ernesto, guys. We're going to create an affiliate code for Ernesto. The guy doesn't have any Bitcoin. Okay, he got to live on pesos every week. So, and every month, I'm getting him switched over to monthly, but he needs Bitcoin. You know, he needs to start. So we're going to set him up with an affiliate code. If you want to support our cameraman, sign up under Ernesto, and we need to put him on the list down below and sign up under Ernesto. You'll get, I'm giving 50% off. You sign up under Ernesto, he's going to give you another 15% off. And then you're tipping Ernesto because he was so nice to give you his affiliate code. He gets 10%. So it's a way to get started. And that's what this is about. All right.
Ugly, I'm going to have to
coming on. I expect big things, big productions in 2021. We are going to have a professional studio down here. We're going to be going on trips out in the desert, and we're going to have it.
And he can drive.
Well, you got to prove his driving. I only trust two people with my car, and that's my son Aaron. And I don't know that I trust him that much, but he's my son, so I got to give him a little bit of credit. And Victor knows he drives like I do. He knows how to drive, and most people riding with him may not think that, but he does. So, well, thank you, Ernesto, for coming on. Let's do another part. Jose Lewis, you need to come on. My professor.
Ugly, I'm gonna chip off. Thanks for having me on.
All right, hey man, thanks for showing up. If you want to support Gabriel, his referral code is on this stream. Support. He's got some great guys. These are the guys that are making it work, not me. I'm just here, you know, I'm just giving you the raw data. You guys need to figure it out from here. And this is Jose Luis. He was my professor. He had probably the worst job that any person could ever have, and that was tutoring my 8-year-old daughter. So and so then I transitioned to him. I said, look, I got this. I'm fat. I don't work out. I need. So for about a couple of months, and there was my trainer. We would work out a few times a week, which helped. I need to probably get back to that. But then he came up to me and says, I really need to make money. I said, what? Yeah. And he said, you know, and he said it with all, and I didn't know it. He was married and he had a baby on the way. Oh, my, how things change. And we had, he got hit by the COVID because his original plan was he wants to be, he's a natural teacher, which Tone Vays, who is one of my mentors, is a teacher. That's a special art. And he loves teaching. That's why he's so good at what he does. If you love teaching, Jose Luis, you need to learn this stuff, and then you can teach other people, because that's a special calling. I don't have it. I'm a doer. You guys you gotta follow me around and clean up my messes. So, but this guy's a teacher. We have a gym down the street that's really a top-notch. They do competition in Mexico and even Olympic. They actually take people to Olympic qualifiers. I don't know if they had people go to the Olympics from this school or no.
Yeah.
They have. It's really a top-notch gymnastics school. And my daughter just loves the gymnastics. And he started a new group there. And just as he got his group going and then the COVID hit and they shut it down. Now they're back operating, but just at a very, he didn't have enough seniority. Let's put it that way. He was a newbie and the first one to go. So now he's up here, working up, but this is far more, has far more potential. And he's just been helping out, mainly helping Eddie, because Eddie's a little short on his math and a few basic skills, but now, well, you know, it's not a big secret, but I mean, it's okay, man. You're never too late to learn, but so he's good backup. And I don't, you know what? All three of these guys live with either their mother or their mother-in-law. So if my goal is, if by the time I'm done with them, they've moved out and not living with their mother, I'm a success. So, because I don't know what else to say. I mean, it wasn't even in our thought process. When I was 15, I was gone. I couldn't wait to get away. So, and now it's just, so it's just a different way of thinking. I think maybe it's the Xbox syndrome or something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I can't explain. You're an anomaly that can't be explained. So this is Jose Luis. He's going to be doing who knows what. But he'll find a place. I know when I walk in here early in the morning, Eddie's upstairs taking a shower and he's in the shitter back here. And where is everybody? But but that's the first, but I understand. I did the same thing when I was a trader and those markets was open, and the first thing I had to do is go take a crap, but that's because you're over trading. But thank you. Hey, if you want to support Jose Luis, he's going to have an affiliate code down there. This is Jose. Jose helps you out. Sign up under his affiliate code. Okay, now we have a superstar, and that's Eddie Ortiz. It's your turn, Eddie. You can't get out of it now.
I'll cover you, man.
You want to come, Eddie? Okay, we got Juan. We're gonna let Juan and Eddie handle this part of the show. They're gonna do it together. Oh no, you did the interview. Oh, okay. He's gonna do Eddie's job. Okay. They got all these contraptions and machines. I have no clue what all this stuff does, guys. Look, I buy all these toys, say, hey, guys, I got these toys. It's for you guys to play with, and then they just let them sit and don't play with them. I don't get it. Eddie,
I think that's it, isn't it?
I don't know.
Oh shit!
That's the
it
first
is.
time I've seen you wear a mask. You're really afraid of
Well,
what I got. You know what?
Kind
No,
of,
he has a good
because
reason.
well, kind of because first of all, you're sick.
Yeah, I
The
am.
guy over there is sick.
Yeah.
Eunice is sick.
Yeah.
Damn, look at my ear sticking out. Esther is sick. Eunice is sick. I think Alonzo is sick. No, oh, not Alonzo. Okay,
Well,
my
you
bad.
know what? That's not the only reason.
Well, the
I-
only reason is
no,
because
yeah, I'm
just
gonna-
something
yeah,
personal
Yeah.
happened
No, I'm gonna
about
tell-
like
yeah. You want to
six.
tell her? Can I tell it? and then
Go
you take
ahead.
over?
It happened like around 6 months
Yeah,
ago.
guys, I
so-
mean, I kind of joke at the COVID thing, okay, and it is in a lot of ways a joke, okay, but it also is very real, and it didn't really hit home to me until Eddie's mom has a really kind of nice house in Tijuana, and
oh yeah, you were there, huh?
yeah, we were.
Yeah.
Like, I was right there with the whole thing. You remember when? Okay.
Yeah. When you said, didn't you ask to come over here first?
Yeah. Okay. No, I was part
Yeah.
of this whole drama. And so his mom and her boyfriend, they were worried about the COVID back, was that February or March?
Yeah, around there.
Yeah.
And so they left
And
to
they
Sinaloa.
left and they went to Sonora, where they had a huge outbreak, or at least they don't, every day at the time, I'm real suspicious that, anyway, she was not in the best of health, and neither was her, but she contracted what they say was COVID, and she passed on. And well, first of all, the boyfriend did.
Yeah, it was the boyfriend. Yeah.
Go ahead,
Actually,
you
what
pick up.
happened was the boyfriend would go out shopping, right? But I guess he didn't take his precautions or the measures that were supposed to be taken. So I guess something about him being sick, and then a shooting happened, and then that's when they left to my sister's house downtown, because they were kind of like,
Until they left Tijuana.
yeah.
Because he was already sick in Tijuana.
No, he wasn't sick in Tijuana. He got sick in Sinaloa. So basically, they were staying somewhere else, and then they came back to my sister's house, and he got sick again. But then this time, he was having like breathing problems and other stuff. So it got complicated, and then that's when they found out it was my sister, her 3 sons, her husband, and my mom all had COVID. So
yeah, and it was very sad because you couldn't even travel there.
Yeah, I couldn't even go because my sister was like, well, if you come over here, you're just gonna get infected. There's no point. So I mean, I couldn't be at the funeral. I couldn't be there. I couldn't go. Right. And then in the end, my sister's something else happened, and just it's drama.
Yeah, it was
drama.
It was a rough period. So you know what? I kind of joke about COVID, but when it hits home, it's very, very real.
Yeah. Especially right now, like where I live, it's a small town, and apparently, kind of like 30 or 40% of European is infected with COVID.
Really?
Yeah. So I can't. Yeah. I'm trying to keep my kids inside. I'm trying to stay inside, not come out at all.
Well, I think we had it. I think that when we all went, when Anastasia was here, she was the first one to get sick, and then my wife kind of nursed her. I think
it's the symptoms that are very different from different people. It varies.
Well, and I wasn't that sick. I wasn't, but I know my daughter Stephanie was very. We didn't have a respirator. We had what is a vaporizer. She was on a vaporizer. She actually was sleeping with us, and she sounded like she could have been dying from.
Oh shit!
But
really?
She recovered rather quickly with the vaporizer. So it.
Well, I'm taking.
I mean, it's real. But
I'm taking
how
like.
Much is real because if you're in bad health, you don't really die from the COVID. You can die from something. But I think there must be some kind of.
I think they mark this, or they kind of like said it as like if you're like Ugly said, like low on your immune system. Right. Either whether it's vitamins or something, you're missing something, and that's why you're getting messed up, and that's why you're catching the COVID. I mean, I don't think I've.
Yeah, but and I have a different outlook because I do believe in eternal life and that this is just a temporary journey. So, you know, death is not the end of the world, whereas it is for a lot of people. You know, death is, and I don't mean to diminish death because yeah, it's real. I don't particularly have pain, but
yeah, there you go. Arturo knows. Yeah, vitamin D helps. Yeah, that is true. And then they said something about drinking a lot of water and oh, there you go. And then what was the other thing? Yeah, just vitamin C, vitamin D, and I think taking tea, black tea, or there's that other tea, eucalyptus.
Yeah, or you
tea.
just
That
get
one's
really
good.
old and really ugly, and then you're immune to anything that happens. You know, some people are just too tough to.
That is true.
You know, they're just not.
Yeah, vitamin C would sink.
Away till the time up.
Yeah, that's what Arturo Mancheco says. Mancheno.
So yeah, and I can't tell you how Eddie is rather crass at times, but he has prison mentality, which only those that have been through the system understand. And
where
we kind of come across a little rough.
No, actually, your wife thinks sometimes that I'm being too rude or that I talk back a lot, but that's not true. I mean, I have a smart mouth, which is different.
Yeah, I just bitch slap you.
But some people don't like that, you know.
No, they don't. They don't understand it when it comes to the environment. Who's the guy that welding does our welding? I met him, but before he had all of his tats cut. We went by there and he had on a t-shirt, and you know, I saw his tats. I was like, old home, like, hey, where did you do your time? Lombok.
No, actually, that's a funny story because when I was in Sinaloa and I was working with my brother-in-law, and my brother-in-law, he does the same thing, welding, but he does like different stuff. Well, the point is that I saw a whole bunch of people there, and like you said, they had tattoos and everything. And then I noticed a couple of guys that took them off. Well, they had a 16. I'm like, dude, where did you do that? I was like, did you get that in federal or state? He goes, no, I got it in federal.
Well, I told him the story.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 people from there.
I got, you know, and this is a good prison story now. Okay, this was not in feds. This was state. Okay, but I was in state prison, and I was listening. In the law library, they had or it was chapel or law library, one of them, they had these cassette tapes that you could listen to, put them in the cassette machine, and you could actually check them out and listen to them all night. And I saw some guy that destroyed one of those machines and made a tat gun out of it. Apparently, those machines make really great tat guns.
Really?
Yeah, but I was always, you know, stand up on my own. So I would confront anybody, and I confronted him on it. So what are you guys doing? I said, I'm not against tattoos, but you just took, you know, something where people can learn, and you just destroyed it for you goddamn tattoos. And as we're doing nothing, I was so, and you know what? They all saw it my way, and they apologized, and the gangs let me know it would not happen again. That's
really?
Exactly.
Wow.
So
I'm pretty sure they were disciplined because I heard their own.
I don't care. They weren't disciplined for me,
but from their own people.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's how it kind of happens sometimes in federal.
That's what I always could deal with the shot. Whatever I got along, I was always fine until they put me in, you know, a low security, and then all these guys want to play prison. But you want to be max or medium at the worst.
I was in medium, which was kind of good because there's a lot of people there, kind of like lifers, and you didn't bump into the gangbangers or the wannabes, if you want to call them, where they thought they were tough, but they really weren't because all they had to do was like a couple of 6 months for weed.
So anyway, it's kind of like old home week, and when you know when you meet a fellow ex-felon or whatever, and a lot of these guys have a real, now the guy that was doing this thing, he actually he can go back, but he doesn't want to go back. He says, I feel safer here, and I agree. You know, he says, hey, yeah, because no matter what, and it says, if I ever get busted for anything, I'm going to be doing a life sentence because he of his priors and so forth.
Oh shoot!
Yeah.
2 strikes already?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is.
So anyway, but
Third strike
and
and
most
you're
of the
out.
guys that come down here, particularly if they were brought up as babies and not born in the United States, they're really Americans, and they come down here and they're completely lost and they cannot adjust. And so
That is
many of them
true.
I know, I don't know what you call them down here, but they do have a name for them because they can't. They actually, mommy's sending them a check every week or every month to live down here because they can't humble themselves and realize, hey, you know what, the prevailing wage is $100 a week. And
That is true.
That's just a difference. And there's not necessarily running water and electricity.
Oh. That actually happened to me when I get out of prison. I was living in Europe, and it's kind of like it's just a whole bunch of just land, right? It's not like the city where you come in and there's hot water and then or when you go to the toilet, just flush it, right? So when I get out of prison back in 2013, beginning of 2014, I get out of prison and I get out and I come home and I visit my family, and I have to stay there, right? And the first thing I do is when I go to the bathroom, I'm like, I tell my wife, hey, I need to go to the bathroom. She said, oh, okay, yeah, it's right outside. You go outside. I said, what? Yeah, it's outside. I said, okay, fine. But then I go in there and it's one of those outhouses, man. Like, what the fuck? Like where's the pull? Where do you pull how do you flush it? She started, she started laughing in my face, just laughing. She's like, are you serious? Well, that was the first thing. And then the second thing was, I was like, I want to take a shower. She said, okay, yeah, fine.
Here's the bucket.
Yeah.
Go heat up the water.
Go heat up the water. And then there I was like, what? Yeah. She said, go heat up the water and grab the bucket. I said, what? It was just really, really different for me.
Took a bucket shower was when it was in Rio.
Oh man. And then the cold water too.
Well, yeah, you're smart. You heat it up. You have one cold, you mix them, and then you
even it out.
That's why I say, what?
Oh, man, you are right. A lot of people.
Mexico's going to do just fine because they're not going to have any problems. If they don't have electricity or water, things are going to be just not a whole lot different.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what people don't get. Whereas in the United States, a bunch of
spoiled
brats up there.
Exactly.
So
I was
anyway,
spoiled too,
so a lot of these guys come down and they can't make a living down here, and they just can't adjust, and. So it's really kind of a sad state of affairs. But this guy that we're talking to, he's not only adjusted, he's got a great job down here.
He has a business?
They're building workout equipment down there.
Okay. The guy that welded your okay.
Yeah. Okay. So so in fact I invited him up. Maybe if he shows up later, if Sebastian or that guy wants to come, call him, they can come. But anyway, so that's what, Eddie's been basically running my other business for the last couple of years and has really, picked up on it. And
but my math is bad. So
the math is bad. And there's
really
some things,
bad.
I passed. Not done till you send
I passed high school with the C.
And you put it in the worksheet.
Well, it was actually C minus.
Right. So then what happened this week, or what happened here, that we learned a new lesson. What can you teach us about backing up your Bitcoin codes and backing up things? What happened to you this week that we can share with the world and they can learn about?
Well,
Bitcoin?
it wasn't.
We can learn about Bitcoin security here.
It wasn't our fault. It wasn't our fault. I mean, what?
Not your fault.
No, it wasn't my fault.
But there's not teaching about the incident. It's about the backup. Where's your back? Tell them what happened.
Well, actually. Well, I was in my room.
Get in here because you two are the victim.
Yeah, I was in my room, and then all of a sudden I got kind of hungry, and I said, you know what, I'm going downstairs, and I'm gonna make myself something to eat, some dinner. So I come down, and Juan's right there working on his computer, and we're like, hey man, what's up? Chit chatting, and the next thing you know, I go up to my room. I just kind of noticed like, oh, maybe I kind of locked the door. I fucked up or something. I messed up. Sorry. We'll probably get banned or something, but still.
Well, you won't. Just don't mention COVID or TRUMP.
And to make it short, while I was making my dinner, we got jacked. We got jacked. They came in through the back windows. I don't know what happened, but for some reason they locked our doors. And I was like, what the fuck? I didn't close my door. And I kind of figured, you know, it's my door. Maybe I messed up. But then Juan comes upstairs. I guess he's gonna get something in his room, and he goes, what the fuck? My door is closed. Like, hey man. And he was all jiggling it. And next thing you know, we kind of like, he's like, did you close or what happened? I was like, I don't know, man. Mine was closed too. And then he comes in his room and he goes, oh shit, I'm missing a phone. And some of his stuff was like moved around. Yeah. And then I go into my room and my wallet is gone. So now I'm screwed. I'm basically fucked, you know, because I had you can't get a backup here for your ID.
Bank account or
yeah, I don't have my ID. I lost my debit card and everything, and my Costco, Sam's Club, everything. And now I have to wait like 3 weeks or something like that for me to get a new one.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. I can't withdraw money. Isn't that a bitch?
Good thing you finally have some Bitcoin, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, but it sucks. You guys must get a backup because, man.
To your private keys.
Yep.
To your IDs.
To everything. You know, man, this sucks. This is going to be a sucky Christmas.
But the problem is, you know, we're all so busy doing other things. I mean, what Juan wants to go to is really a long-term thing, and that is, you know, it is going to be an issue. Security, your own personal security, and
yep, that is true.
Yet this is the way it's going to be going more and more, and it's very healthy because you're not going to be dependent on the police to be your policeman. We are going to have our own security and our own shows of force if necessary, but we're going to live the lives. You just have to learn to play the game in a way that you're not used to. And probably the best analogy I can give is we are all in prison now, and we're all in this glass house. And so we do, in a sense, you want to build good alliances and you want to watch each other's backs. And this is also why Bitcoin alone is not the solution, but it's going to be Bitcoin and men and women with integrity. And that's where we want to go with this thing. So you want to tell us about your experience? They took sure. your.
Eddie, can you put it on center?
So you guys are downstairs. You never even caught the boogeyman. I mean, what's the deal?
I mean, I almost got him, but you know, it's just I was compassionate and you know, let him run away.
But anyway, we found, believe me, we have all kinds of security around here. Okay, the only thing the security works on is me. I get locked out of everything. I can't get in. You know, that's why I say security is completely worthless, because it works, but it only works on me. The burglars always seem to be able to break through it. So we found our weaknesses, and now they're going to be corrected. But that's
so the good thing. I had just backed out that phone like 3 days before. So it was a cheap phone. It was a backup phone. It's not a big loss for me. Eddie took the brunt of it. I don't think you can get backups for IDs anyway. So if you lose your wallet, you're basically screwed.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is make photocopies of them and make it easier for you. But you should make photocopies of your or put them separately and on paper, because you know, if you back them up on your phone and your wallet and your phone are stolen, you're SOL.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's kind of basic security, and that's what being a hodler, you have to constantly, and it's going to be more and more challenging. But that's part of being, you know, on the Bitcoin standard. Is if you're your own bank, you have your own security, and
and we actually have to do the work of increasing our security over time and putting the time in to do that, because we got to be betting for being 10x or 20x richer every 4 years. And so you gotta be keeping up with that. That's the game, and it's not easy. Most people just procrastinate all year long.
Yeah, and you really, until you've experienced it a few times, you don't get it. You will be 10x to 40x richer every. I don't know how long it's going to last. Once the mass adoption comes, then it's over with, and there'll be something else. But right now, this thing has still just started. And that's why, the markets are going to be, you ain't seen nothing yet, guys. If you're talking about 100,000, 500,000 Bitcoin, it's going to be a wild trip getting there. And, so you got to be real careful. All right. So
how many more hours we're doing? Like 8 more?
Yeah. You got a problem with that?
What? Do you have
we need to get
some more tequila.
Yeah. No, I'm not for 8 hours tequila, but so what are there any more members, lifetime members that may want to, if we put on the guys, here's the deal. If you've subscribed and you're a member and what I've done has benefited you, you don't have to give up your identity. All we're going to do is give up your affiliate code. And that way, if somebody, you're following, say, look, and you know what? People don't have to subscribe, but they need to get the basic, how to, the basic stuff on how to get the same results as a professional trader without taking the inherent risks, which has always been my lead article, which is dollar cost averaging. And I notice there's actually exchanges now that are emphasizing that. It's so wise, but it doesn't sell. That's the problem. Vays has programs or teaching courses on money management alone. And it's the least popular. It's the one that, I already know that. And that's the problem. We take it for granted. We think we know it, but you need to be reminded every day. And it's because of you guys that subscribe that reminded me every day of what I was trying to do here, that it actually happened. And so it's kind of like in other parts of your life. I mean, I've got bigger problems than Bitcoin's ever been, and it's all been my own doing. But one thing that helps is if you are responsible to other people for that, particularly, if you have some besetting problem or sin. And, that's what it's about, guys. Just, like I say, it's going to be challenging. It's going to be scary, but it should be lots of fun too. And you know what? It's okay to pick a hill to die on. I've never been a pacifist. I've never been against giving my life for my country, given the correct circumstances. Vietnam was not one. And, but there are things that are worth, the Lord says, blessed is the blessed is the man. A true friend gives his life for you. In other words, blessed is the man that gives a life for a friend. And that's what friendship is really about. And that's where it comes to simplified 10 commandments is simplified into 2. And that is, first, love the Lord with all your heart, all your mind, and all your soul. Number 2 is treat your neighbor, love your neighbor as thyself. Now notice there's no such thing as self-esteem there. None. Because we're created in such a way, we automatically think a lot of ourselves. And so the commandment is we need to have that same empathy that we have for our well-being for other people. And that's why I disagree with Ayn Rand and objectivism and a lot of the anarcho-capitalists, because in the virtue of selfishness, Ayn Rand actually, she defines selfishness as looking after one's own self-interest. Well, that's not selfishness. She's redefined the terms, and then she smuggled in Christian morality into an atheistic philosophy. True selfishness is acting in one's own interest without regard to others. And there's a big difference. You cannot fight your nature. You are created to look out after yourself. That's part of our being. The volition, the active change is you need to take that a step further, and you love those around you as much as you do yourself. And you're never going to do it. You're never going to do it perfectly, but it's the goal. It's just like for integrity, there is no substitute. Man, you look at my life, and I don't have very much integrity in most things that I've done. But that doesn't detract one iota. And I don't mean as a shitcoin pun, but it doesn't detract one iota from the ideal. And that is the ideal, is you want to, that same nature, the image that we've been created in, to love ourselves. We need to now love others with that. And you can do that. And Bitcoin is one way that you do it. And we do it. And that's why we're not haters. We don't hate shitcoiners. I hate Roger Ver. I have no qualms about calling a spade a spade. I have no qualms about calling what he's doing a bait and switch, and it's wrong. And that's not, that's ad hominem attack, name calling is a valid, logical argument so long as it's true. If it's false, then you're bearing false witness. So I'm a big believer, because that's why Bitcoiners, we have a guy that has a big, I ought to get on his Giacomo on, because he has the best sense of humor of anybody I know. And, people think he's the hater of Bitcoin because he has so much fun with them. And they can't, he's the preacher of hate, but it's the kind of hate that I love. So I'm done ranting, but yeah, Giacomo, if you're there listening, send him an invite, because I've talked to him, I don't think since I don't know when, since Unconfiscatable. Maybe we had him on once, but I think we had him on once. Yeah, I think we had him.
Yeah, we might have. Yeah. All right. Do you want to look at the markets?
Sure. Yeah, we haven't done that. I don't even know where it's at. You guys have to tell me where it's at.
Probably gonna go and take a little break. Let's see. Let's go for Bitcoin.
I can get the code. We can go to the
yeah, sure.
BitMEX account. You need the code?
Yeah, sure.
Let me go get my phone.
All right. Weekly. Oh, fuck. All right, now my mic is on again. Sorry about that.
Wow, look at all the little red candles.
Yeah, it's a lot of little red candles. Now that's a Darth Maul candle closing on the lower.
Where?
That's Darth Maul right there. That's an outside day. I mean, it's an outside day.
Oh, that is an outside day. Well, yeah. No. Oh, is that?
That's an outside day.
It is. Looks like that is.
Yep.
What market is that?
That's BitMEX.
Yeah, don't look at BitMEX.
Oh shit!
You need to look at a real market. But BitMEX has extreme.
No, but I'm pretty sure it's on Bitstamp as well.
TCSD Bitstamp. Because that's spot.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, you got it all.
It's an outside day.
Okay, let's go look at Bitfinex. See if it's got it. Just hit it up there on the left-hand corner. See if it's got it outside.
I got it. Bitfinex.
Yeah, normally that's kind of bullish, guys.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking last night. It's like, well, or today, it's like if it closes low.
Yeah, but I like them when they're finished on the extreme. Like if it was finished on the downside, then I'd really be excited to continue to dip. I don't know what you. No, yeah, but let's go up there.
There's an easier way.
Up there, right up there on the left.
We got it. Bitfinex.
Okay. Yeah.
That we do not have it here.
Do not have it on the Bitfinex. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. And it's not. It's just one tool of many.
It's one of many indicators, so it might fail on this one.
Can you go to the?
Yeah. We can go to
the BitMEX account, and you need the code, or can
you
go to it?
Just give me a second.
Right down there,
just show it to me and I'll do it.
Button down there and I'll go to it.
Cool.
All
right, we're
there's the code.
Putting in the nuclear codes.
Boom. Well, my equity is just sitting there flat, guys.
Boom,
I'm
shakalaka,
orbiting
boom, boom.
right now. We call this orbiting when your equity just goes flat. It's been fluctuating anywhere from this morning on that dip. It went up to about 5.2 and it's been as low as about 3.9 and now it's at 4.6. But I like this. I think this, if I have a bias, this market's going down, but go look at, good luck, guys, with the, financing because go hit the Ethereum up there, that one. Okay, now go to perpetual.
Yeah, we're in the perp.
You're in it. Okay. Yeah. Oh wow, is that what funding is that? Oh no. Okay, it's just normal funding.
Yeah, it's just minimum.
But go see what we're doing on Ripple. I'm short.
Yeah, Ripple was nuts. Like, here we go.
Nice. Look at that.
That's a really good. Yeah. Yeah.
And now go back to Ethereum and hit the BTC. That's where my biggest position is. Actually, I want to be long Bitcoin and short Ethereum. And yeah, so that's looking good. I think we're gonna. I don't know. I'm bearish, particularly relative to Bitcoin. And then go up there to account. And go to trade history. Now line up the funding, hit the exact type and put it alphabetical order. Boom, there. Now do it one more time. It'll show all the funding. Okay, guys, look at the funding I've been picking up. This is one secret that you just got to learn. Look at the funding I'm picking up. Okay, now, okay, on December 1st at 12, the last one we got was at noon. And this says 0.03. That's over $50, guys. At 1,800, it's almost double. You can almost double that. So it's more like $60, $70 that I just collected on XRP, and I get it 3 times a day. And wow, look what I got on Ethereum. I even got more on the Ethereum. Ethereum had a big payout. Look at that. So, there I made, just in that 8-hour period, I picked up maybe $200 in 8 hours just because of my hedge being short the shitcoins. So good luck, shitcoiners. I mean, if you want to buy this stuff and pay me in Bitcoin every 8 hours, have at it. Let's see who wins that battle. I mean, I might lose, but I like my odds. I like the way, I think you guys are going to wear out before I do. And that's how we clean out the weak. That's how we clean out the sound money from the shit money. And that's why you need to understand why BITMEX, by offering these derivatives in shitcoins, they're really allowing us a way to short these Bitcoins, a way to really expose them for what they are. And if you go through and look at that, there was just 2 times I just kept the positions on where I paid a little bit on the Ethereum, but for the most part, I've been collecting, quite a bit. Like, wow, that one time I collected $150. This last time I collected $100. So being short Ethereum has really paid off the last 16 hours. So now I'm not real proud of my entry price. Go back and look at our trade. I think I'm still at a net loss, but it certainly softens the blow. Now I've been trading it. So look, I'm still down on Ethereum. Look at my average price. I'm short from 571 and I'm down a fifth of a Bitcoin. But look at what I realized both in profit and in funding. It's almost, so basically I've got a short position for free, and the funding and my little trimming and buying back has paid for itself. And XRP is a much better example where, I've got a winning trade and I'm getting funded. I'm getting paid to be short. And then I'm long, if you notice, I'm long 90,000 on the March contract, $90,000. I'm only short 13,000 in Ethereum, 200 of the ETH. December ETH, and then I'm short the XRP, and the other one is this year. I'm just kind of playing with that one because I don't like anything overpriced. This price over Bitcoin, and I'm very small. I'm just playing with it. So go to the other one. Go up to Ethereum again, if you can, and go to the March. That one, XRP, the December, the third one.
Yeah, that's where
that's it. Yeah. Okay. So you can see that one. You can see where I'm short from. I'm short from. I actually sold it up there at this last top, and I've been short. I actually I covered all of it on a dip there, guys, and then I resold it back when it went up to where I entered. Now a lot of people, they teach, never let a profit run into a loss. I'm a position trader, and what I do is I trim. And so because I was able to trim, I kind of said, well, I hope it goes back up there where I'm already short and I'll sell some more. And that's what I did. I didn't sell some more, but I did sell my trim again. And that's how it works. That's how, basically I have no choice but be fundamentally bearish on these shit coins, guys. It's just, those are the fundamentals. Will I be right? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But if you look at the way it works, that I prefer that trade over collecting the funding, because the problem with the dollar is even shittier than some of the shit coins, and it's a toss up between the dollar and Bcash right now. Sometimes the dollar is better, sometimes Bcash is better, but they're very close, and that's the deception. A lot of the stuff. That's why some of the stuff is still worth something when it should be worth nothing. It's simply because we're in such a terrible fiat tsunami that when the ship rises, everything rises with it. So,
hey, you want to look at let's look at the dominance chart. Oh, I keep putting it in the wrong place. Because you trade this on a regular basis too, and
well, there's no way to trade it. I look at it, but there's no way you can trade it. The way I do it is I just basically I have my favorite shit coins, Ethereum and Ripple. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the weekly. So you got your 9, you got a little major sell. I'll go to your monthly. The monthly is very bullish. Okay, look at that. Now the monthly is, you got a green 1, and it doesn't take much for that to get a green 2. You go up there, and it shows some resistance. So it's a battle going on right now. Mm-hmm. So now go on to the daily. I mean, the weekly looks.
Yeah, let's look at it for a second.
Yeah. There's the weekly again. Now that can go either way, but you have the 9, you got the sell off. I'm going to favor the trend. The trend is up, and now you got to take out. I mean, actually, if you take this, if you trade the way I trade, you can also, if it takes out the previous week's high, you can sell it. We're in the middle of this Bitcoin dominance thing, and it's not going away anytime soon. It doesn't look like so, but when it goes, it's going to go all at once. Like say, Ethereum popped up, and I think when it pops down, it's going to. If you don't sell Ethereum before the collapse, you're not going to be able to sell it, because it's just going to overnight become worthless. That's my view. I might be absolutely wrong. So I'll go back to where we were, and we'll look at. Okay, go back to the shorter time frame. 4 hours.
Or the daily, all right. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, guys. There just is nothing wrong with that. And if you go to the 1 hour.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, it looks like consolidation.
I mean, this is a quiet market. Where is it going? Well, I
so how do you? So what does this mean? So Bitcoin goes up, and do you expect? Because I've been looking at the correlation, right? Like if you grab this and you chart out BTC USD against it, right? You put Bitstamp against it, and then let's do it by percentage gains. Let's write about percentage gains. All right. 1 second. This is so much. Index to 100. Sorry, let me see if I can get this to look like anything. All right, so we have something there, right? We have we have a bit of a, we can look at the correlation here.
What am I looking at? What's a red line?
So the red line is Bitcoin. The red line is Bitcoin on the 4-hour. On the 4-hour chart. And then I'm going to add something else. I'm going to look at XRP. Well, XRP.
So you guys know how to use this trading gear. I really don't. I
Should I
look
do
at
XRP USD or XRP BTC? Yeah, let's go with USD. See if we can zoom out a little bit and give this thing some shape. It's kind of hard to get these things in a way that you can actually see what's going on, but no, I got a better idea. Instead of that, we're gonna get this one off and this one off, and then we'll just do BTC XRP. Bitcoin versus XRP. Okay, so now well, you know what? It's not very good.
Yeah,
you can't really see what's going on there.
I just look at it separately. I can't. It gets too complicated for me when I do all these. Excuse me, overlays.
But
you know, I just I mean, it's just fundamentally. I mean, pull up the XRP chart. Pull up the Monero chart. Those are two pretty good charts because they kind of go opposite. Just go over the Bitcoin Wisdom. You can pull up.
Yep.
Just go up there to the left-hand corner. Okay.
So we're gonna do XRP BTC or USD.
That's fine, either one.
All right, and then the other one was what? You wanted another one.
Monero.
Monero. That's okay. So we got. I think we got this XRP and then Monero.
You can, if you hit it up there on the left, it's really easy to find them. Hit up there on the left.
I got it.
Okay.
This is Monero on the daily.
Yeah, go to the weekly. I don't care about the go the longest term. Weekly.
There we go.
That's not Monero.
That's against the dollar. Yeah. That's Monero.
No, I need
the
Bitcoin. I don't care about the dollar.
XMR BTC. Sorry for that.
Here, I don't. Let me find it because we got it. Oh, okay, that's it. Is that the XRP?
That's XRP BTC. Yeah.
That's XMR, which is Monero.
Yep, XMR.
All right, so there it is. And I kept saying, guys, you can look for the shitcoins. Monero led the way out of this thing, and Monero's leading it down. And so, therefore, look at what's happened to Monero. It's actually went down and made. I guess not contract lows, but it's pushing it
close. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's getting ready to break through it. And you just had one little weekly rally. You know, what did I say? When you have to sell the first rally above the previous week's high, and you can, and look what happened. So I was a shit corner at one time, and I noticed I had a little bit of Monero, because it was so complicated to store it and stuff. And so I put it on the exchange, and then this rally up there, I don't know where, but on that rally, what little I had, I only had like 1/10 of a Bitcoin. I sold it up there, right up there. Not either the last green candle or second to last green candle. I don't know which one. I don't think I sold it at that red candle at the top, but I sold it on the way up. And then I saw what it was falling out of bed when now go up there and hit your XRP, and you can see what's going on.
All right. So here we go.
Just hit up there. It's really easy again.
There we go. I got it.
All right. So, that's what I'm like, guys, okay, maybe they can pump it. Good luck. You got to pay me Bitcoin. The more you pump this, the more you're going to have to pay me in Bitcoin. Good luck. That's going to be rough for you guys. If your only thing, then go back and get the whole picture in there, the whole chart as far back as you can. Hit the weekly.
That's as
Can
far
you
as it
scroll
goes
back?
right now.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, we can get on
But you can see, guys,
yeah.
you're not going to take out. Is that 022? Is that the peak where the guy became the richest man in the world for a day?
Huh? It's that one or the other one. Let me see.
That's
if I
I'm
can
trying
get
to
it.
find the one where he became the richest man in the world for a day.
Trading view. Yeah, I mean, I can find that.
That's all paper, guys.
It's
There's no
wild,
substance to it.
Yeah. XRP USD.
You know, hit the monthly or the weekly, you can see it.
Yeah.
Just you're not coming in. You're not going to go up. You're not going anywhere close to that.
Yeah, imagine thinking you can reach that all-time high.
You're not. That's not happening, guys.
It just
This
wrecked.
thing is going to go down. You see that blue line down there? It's going down there, and it's going to go lower than that. But the problem is, it's in dollars.
I mean, it was in the same place. So
That's
the thing. It's
the
like, look at that.
problem. And so you go to your XRP Bitcoin and do that chart and look at that. Now look at that one. Much more realistic. As long a term as you can find.
Monthly.
Yeah, there you go.
It actually looks better against Bitcoin a little bit.
Yeah. So, you know, what can I say? You got a 1 month rally. That's it.
Yeah.
Are you going to take out the number one over the two? I doubt it. I mean, maybe, but if that thing goes back down, you're dead. I don't like to sell holes, and I don't like to buy breakouts. So you know what? Everything is telling me it's a pretty good bet. Limited risk, limit your risk. I have no idea where the market's going. I don't predict.
I'm definitely limiting my
react.
risk on this one because if this thing does one of these again, it'll wipe anybody out. Like if you short this thing and it goes up, even just doubles, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it goes up, I'm gonna get blown away.
Yeah.
But good luck. I don't see how you're gonna do that when you're paying me in Bitcoin every 8 hours. Good luck with it. You know, take the other side.
Right.
You know, if think it's going up, hey, put your money where your mouth is. I'm short. You know, I'm short. I'm not large, but I'm short. I'm long Bitcoin and short XRP. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you think you got something different? I mean, maybe you have to. I guess if they have a government announcement that, oh, we're going to use XRP, but that's going to be meant to be sold because it won't work.
Right.
It's all BS, guys. And you got what? Former regulator that wrote all the rules in New York. He's on their board. Come on, guys, wake up and smell the coffee. You know, it's not sound money. XRP is rigged. Good luck buying it. Public is buying it. Stupid money is buying it.
Yeah.
And you know what? Stupid money is right sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But they're not most of the time. And they're not even 5% of the time. So, you know, I like my odds, and I look for, what do I look? I look for it to go all the way back down to that blue line and then continue to drift down. Just like you see that last,
yeah.
Go back to that.
Okay.
See that one? Look at that big one that you had right there, right? I'm looking at July of 19. Point your pointer right there. Right there. See that one? No, not this one. That one right there.
Yeah, that's where we're probably
right,
that's where we
right. Look what happened. Then we had another one. Then you had a two that barely went above the one. But then look what happened. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 months.
Yeah.
And then you had a little buy signal that was a complete fizzle. And then what happened? Go back to that chart you're on. It's great.
Yeah, this one's good too. Like, yeah.
And then you had another down. And that's, you know, you're going to wear these guys out and they just, you know.
Yeah, how long can you run this thing?
Stupid money. Oh, I missed out on Bitcoin. I'm going to buy Ripple because it's the new Bitcoin. No, it's not.
So somebody says, I think it was XMRBCH.
Well, I'd love to get one of these XRP Army guys. Who is that? And one of them I really like watching. I forgot his name, but he puts out some decent content.
XRPVCH.
Yeah, the XRP Army that promote. They think that XRP.
Yeah, they think they're the business
and everything.
What is this guy trading XRP VCH?
That's
Doesn't-
XPR. I
Oh,
don't know what XPR is.
XRP.
We're not gonna look at every
VCH.
shitcoin, guys. Just
No,
so-
but I mean, it's a funny question. What does XRP versus Bcash look like? Oh, wow. I guess if you're trading against Bcash, it looks a little better.
There you go. Wow.
Wow,
What
indeed.
can I say?
What can you even say?
Yeah. Wow.
I guess XRP is going parabolic against Bcash.
Anybody show that one to Roger Ver? Roger Ver has become more centralized.
Oh my god.
Wow,
That's amazing.
That is amazing. That's really interesting.
Wow.
Now look at it
That's
according
fantastic.
to Bitcoin and see what Bcash really looks like.
Oh, Bcash versus Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Oh man. BTC, VCH. What happened? Doesn't even exist? BCC.
PCH, BTC.
The hell?
I can do that one. That's not as long a term though. You got to, if you want to see long term, you got to do up an exchange.
Hang on, let me see if it doesn't even exist.
Well, it exists.
Oh, it's BCH, BTC.
It's got to be BTC and B.
It's in the other
BCC,
direction. BCH, BTC. Yeah.
Bitstamp probably has it.
All right. Oh,
There you
man,
go.
I'm sorry for your loss, guys.
There's
Just made a new all-time low.
yeah, there's your Bcash at work, guys. Good luck.
That's rough.
That's rough.
That's real rough.
That's
right as
a-
we're making all-time high, they got crushed one more time.
What is that? There you go.
Yikes.
So, I mean, what part of
do
down
you
don't you
say?
understand?
Yeah, 98.65 or something like that. Down.
Guys, I don't object
Yeah, it sucks,
to
man. It's a bummer.
Bcash or Btrash or Bitcoin, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm not bad mouthing it. You know, if you want to go that way, that's fine. Try and be the new standard. Just admit you're trying to be in the new standard. What I object to is when you want to say that, well, we're really Bitcoin or we're better than Bitcoin, or in Roger Ver's case, it's just a flat out scam, bait and switch. And that's dishonest. And he's misled a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it's sad because, you know, in so many ways, you know, he was a leader early, and he just, it's very sad. People have a real hard time mending their ways when they have been in error. And you know what? I'm a good example.
Yeah.
So it's not easy. It's not easy to fix things once you screw it up really bad. And you
So
know,
this is-
anything bad that people say about me is probably true. So I don't.
So this is coin market cap. Let me see if I'm not showing the screen yet. Let me see.
My gosh, look at all that popcorn, hands of steel. Is that a COVID coin or what?
Where? Oh yeah. So this is every time you move this, you hit this, you're moving the mouse. And
Oh,
you move
okay.
this thing. So this is the bottom of coin market cap. I don't know if you've ever been this deep down the dark graveyard of altcoins.
Oh wow, really?
This is
So
the bottom of coin
they
market
have
cap.
no market cap. or
Well,
just-
this is the ones that haven't been delisted yet, because there's probably 10,000 that have been delisted and deleted from the record.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is like this is
Popcorn.
number 3,800 down the ranking of coin market cap.
Wow, I've never seen that before.
Isn't it
That's
funny?
an eye opener.
Yeah, this is
wow.
yeah. People
Look,
wonder what happens when you die. Like how does an altcoin die?
Well, here's
Before,
how they
and the
die,
way that
guys.
it would die is they would get to the price would become question mark. That was
Basically, there's no market.
it was question mark. That's now they deleted all of those. That's why the last coin
One of
has
them
a
that
price.
I
but-
was bought into early on was Feathercoin. We can look at
oh
that
yeah,
one.
Feathercoin. We can look at it.
There was a bunch of guys in England somewhere.
Yeah, they
that
were a
started-
fork of
yeah,
Litecoin. Yeah.
and they seemed like good guys and
Yeah,
all
yeah.
that. And
It's
it
a
sounded
community
incredible.
effort.
And I think they had no malintent. This what truly was experimental.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people were experimenting at the
Yeah,
beginning. I
yeah,
can
yeah.
understand that.
So
See
yeah,
where Feathercoin is.
why can't I just create my own money?
Why not, right?
Yeah, why not? And I was in that. I was trying to figure. I thought the answer was what is it? I still have some of that stuff too. Counterparty.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's stupid. They threw away. But maybe they'll recover those Bitcoin they burned.
They burned. Yeah, they burned a bunch of
Bitcoin. They
screwed
up on the burning.
That might have been a bad idea.
You know,
Maybe they should have.
And then all of a sudden, Feather it goes to XRP. Goes, oh, there's Bitcoin really there. We didn't really destroy it.
Right.
You know,
wouldn't that be amazing?
Oh, that would be cool.
Probably not gonna happen.
No. Well, what can be done can be undone. I mean,
no. With cryptography, there's things you can't undo.
Okay.
Especially with Bitcoin.
Oh, there we go, Feathercoin.
So it's number 808 in ranking.
How much is it worth? $3 million total now? Still?
Market cap is 3.7 million. Yeah.
Well, and so you try and sell it, then it might be worth 500 pounds.
Yeah, you might drop it $400,000 if you try to sell it. And then this is obviously so it's an old coin. Yeah, it's like
wow, it actually went up and made it. Look at that. I think it's the only coin that after it was issued went up and made a new contract high. I don't think that's really a rarity. I don't think you'll find any other shitcoin that's done that after making a high, going back and repeating the high. Look, it actually broke. It looks like it broke the initial coin offering, and the yellow and the green. It looks like it broke both of them.
Right.
I don't know. Very close if it didn't.
I mean, there might be a few that did that, but I don't know.
Oh.
So like that made continuous all-time highs. Yeah. There's not that many, and I was pointing that out. Like Bitcoin just made an all-time high, but there's no other altcoin that's anywhere near that right now. So this is it's an old coin. I mean, we're talking about 8 years almost.
Yeah, no, I was in on it.
It's impressive, yeah.
And then I had my crypto portfolio.
Oh yeah, me too.
And then I figured out, you know what? Forget that.
And then you say, you saw Bitcoin eat it like a Pac-Man, you know. So this is the past 4 years or so, 3 years, and then here we're at, guys.
Yeah, they had
look, that looks like it's about to go parabolic right there.
There we go, Feathercoin going parabolic. Get on board, guys. Before
that's a consolidation worth buying right there. Where was the sarcastic here? So let's look at some of these names, because I mean the branding is some of the best shit ever. Like this is cover.io. Cover.io. I wonder what they're trying to refer to there. Look at that logo. What does it remind you of?
Like a ship steering wheel.
It looks like a boat steering wheel.
Yeah.
Like it's like a marine coin. That's rough branding.
What about
Time
I had
Miner,
some of those
popcorn?
How about there was some marijuana?
Wallet of
there was
finance.
some marijuana coins.
Look at this sticker. That sticker WTF.
What the
fuck? SSS Finance, or this is like the
Try,
SSR.
bet, believe. Oh boy.
Yeah. Like you gotta get, like it's a DeFi on top of a DeFi on top of a gambling shitcoin. Yeah, there's a bunch of pot coins. Mafia Network. What's this about? Mafia Finance, Maki, Creed.
Where's that Decred? Somebody
whatever
talking
happened to
about it. Even
Decred?
Jimmy
Let's look
Song
at
jumped
Decred.
on Decred for a minute or two. I think he
Yeah.
got off that pretty fast, but
Decred. I think he still thinks that. I mean, I don't know. I've never really looked into it. Not gonna lie. Like I kind of know a little bit about it. It's basically a socialist cryptocurrency.
a socialist crypto.
Yeah, it's kind of a socialist cryptocurrency, which is a tough sell because you gotta convince people to put their money into it.
Oh,
Just like any other socialist
there you go.
thing.
Breakout.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, that volume isn't suspicious at all. Look at that. That's a
Wow.
block of volume right there.
Somebody accumulated some right down there, didn't they?
I suppose so, yeah. But it looks almost about as it looks kind of like the XRP chart, except a little bit more tamed than the XRP chart. I mean, it just made a new high against the previous pump over here. That's the thing, man. I don't know. Well, what this signals, somebody was saying, I think it might have been Tone or somebody else was saying that this signals that the retail investors are back in the game.
Right.
Because the alts are pumping. No serious, like, no family office is going to get into it's gonna pick shitcoins like this. What else you want to look at?
Oh, what was the other one? I don't know.
Oh, Potcoin. Let's do a Potcoin.
Oh, one of those pot coins. I forgot what the name of them were. I know.
Oh yeah, Potcoin. There's like 2 Potcoins, but let's look out for this guy.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
my friend actually worked with these guys and was writing for them and stuff, and then coin went
Yeah,
to
because I
shit.
thought they had a niche because they could be used, but anything can be used. Yeah,
No,
there
it's
it
just
is. Yeah.
marketing.
Yeah, it's just marketing. It's just.
Yeah, I mean they
The thing
did something
is-
cool. They actually sponsored a basketball player to go and hang out with Kim Jong-un, and then the guy over there convinced him to release one of the prisoners, and Kim Jong-un released one of the prisoners. That was basically the best thing that they ever did, and that was like right around this. That was right around this area. So
Yeah, I used to
Potcoin.
trade that stuff seriously and thought,
yeah.
and then, but you know, I learned right, and I actually got out of the shit coins before I lost any money. I mean, I lost a lot on the exchange. I know Cripsy took me down pretty hard. Yeah, I would be like in the days Bitcoin and Ethereum, it would be multi-millions of dollars.
Right. You got Andrew over
So
here.
sad. Too bad.
Yeah. And NXT also was
That was another big one. Wasn't it?
yeah, it's a proof of stake coin. It had all the toys. You could make tokens on top of it. You could do smart contracts. It had everything that Ethereum is trying to do and has done to some degree. These guys did it beforehand, except they did it in a feature based. So it was just a bunch of features instead of like a deep smart contract that anybody could program. Instead of a language, they created a bunch of features, right? This is how it was characterized. I can't read the code.
I was looking at that thing
And
jacked up and came.
oh
right
yeah,
back
this was
down.
fucking
Jeez, what a
epic.
pump.
That was epic. That was some galactic pumping right there. And then it just died.
Yeah, and then well,
I
how
must have
about
gotten out.
Counterparty? Where's that?
So a counterparty.
That's one I still.
You still have some XRP?
Somewhere I got
XCP. Counterparty.
Yeah, they ever
Counterparty was cool.
recovered the Bitcoin we burned.
Doesn't even have a price chart. There's no exchanges trading
Oh,
it.
geez, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no, that's great. The one exchange that was trading it died. I mean, it is an exchange on its own, but I don't
It's
think
got
you
no
can trade
net
it.
worth, so it's not even listed. What number is it?
It doesn't even have a
number?
ranking, no.
Wow.
Yeah. You're basically on your. It's basically on its deathbed.
Absolutely.
Can't even get an exchange to trade it. It's
Yeah,
rough.
thank you, Chris DeRose.
Chris DeRose, appreciate it.
See if Chris wants to come on. He had been on a long time.
Yeah.
I always have fun with Chris.
I'm still holding a bag of this.
Oh,
Pepper
yeah,
Cash.
I got some.
You got Pepper Cash?
I think I got some. Pepper Cash.
Nice.
Is it worth anything?
Yeah, I mean, if you can sell it to somebody, there's no exchange either. You can trade it on top of Counterparty.
I bought one of their
but-
collectors things. You know?
Yeah, I got some too. I made one.
Is there a website?
Yeah, yeah.
Active, it still works.
Yeah, it still works. Rare Pepe Party. I think we gotta. So there's the Rare Pepe Party, and then there's the Rare Pepe wallet.
Oh, this is all
Wallet.
ancient history, guys.
I love it. No, they're still going. I mean, this is an active art community. I'm part of it. I definitely keep an eye on it. But yeah, no, they took them 6 years and they still haven't fucking made a video game. They're still halfway through it. Granted, the guys live in oh, so the website's down. That's a bummer. The guys live in Venezuela, so it's rough times for there, but
Oh,
still,
rough.
it's taking them forever. Yeah, the guys behind Red Paper are Venezuelans.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they couldn't get out. Can they get out?
I
Or they
mean,
just don't
no,
want?
they can get out. They just don't want to, I guess. Continue. I want to see if I can get past this real quick. Yeah, this wallet is innovative stuff. Like, I do believe, like, this is legit technology. This is a web wallet. It's non-custodial. It's kind of like blockchain.info. They give you generate a seed and then they have the public key and stuff. It's all open source, I believe. And oh, why is it not showing me the pictures? That sucks. See, it should be showing the pictures. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see if I can do it in code.
It's all cool stuff. I mean,
It's a
that's
very
for
cool
sure,
stuff, yeah.
but it just it's not viable, guys, and that's the whole thing. And
Yeah, I mean, it's not money, right? So, like, you know, it's a speculative investment in a company
No,
at
it's not even
best, right?
speculative, it's just
It's not even speculative.
no.
It's community
you gotta, yeah, just
support.
you're supporting
It's a charity,
A charity.
Yeah.
produce some interesting work.
Yeah, let me see if we can actually load up any of the cards here. No, the cards aren't loading, so the wallet's basically down. That's a bummer. Anyway,
and that's what happens. More and more people, they
lose
out.
interest, they drop out, they stop maintaining it.
Wind up not having support.
Yeah,
you need to have that market cap for people to.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, exactly. And the moment that you launch a coin, you got to be worrying about the price of the coin. You basically going public. Some guys that I'm friends with, they run an exchange, not an exchange, a social network. That's really good. I mean, it's fairly good, but they don't want to take VC funding, and so for obvious reasons, so they don't want to be attached to Silicon Valley. So now they're talking about launching a token. I'm trying to talk them out of it, but they're going to do it. They're already halfway through it, and then they're going to have to be dealing with all the token nonsense, all the customer support. They got to be dealing with the price. They got to start pumping the token. Then if it doesn't go up, then they're embarrassed. So they got to sort of handle that. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, and even if it does go up, nothing goes up forever. I mean, even in Bitcoin, when you have people that, they feel like they get screwed because they just, bought Bitcoin at 10,000 or took some Bitcoin from you, and then 6 months later it's worth half of that. That's why you have to sell it correctly. You just have to let people know, now this is something you hodl, you don't get rid of, and you need to understand the risks. It's not a way, and like say the Bitcoin maximalists, Bitcoin standard bearers, we're not the ones out there pumping Bitcoin. We're not out there to get rich. Quite the opposite. We say, hard money is hard, and it's not easy.
Yeah,
and it takes time, and you have to be patient.
Unlike Canadian dollars that just fall on your bank account, or American dollars. Apparently, Americans are also getting just free money.
Get free money.
Everybody just gets free money. That's easy money right there.
So, all right, go back to the Bitcoin account. Let's see what we're doing. I mean, my equity is. Do we have the equity app on here? We can show them the equity app, what it looks like.
I don't know if we have it ready. We're up to date.
Did they get any food?
Yeah, they got a bunch of pizza. You want some pizza?
Yeah.
Cool. José, te tocó liderar este proyecto. Oh, Joe Saz has entered the waiting room. Great. How about you guys talk for a bit? I'm gonna go take a shower. It's hot in here. What's up, Joe? How are you doing?
Maybe I will have to I just need something.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on? So you guys are gonna get high resolution footage of ugly stuff in his face with pizza. That's only at uglygo.com.
Not my regular food, but
yeah, me either.
Yo, I wanted to jump in and kind of hit the ground running, if you don't mind, on something, because there was a question that was asked and Ugly commented on it, and it had to do with time frames, and I want to show why time frames don't matter to the order book. Is that okay with you guys if I jump in with that?
Yeah.
So again, it's a condition, right? So you can see I'm watching the 1 minute time frame, and that condition is met for 1 second or however many seconds. But as long as that condition is met, that is something that I care about. So, I think this goes a lot against what, I think a lot of people are taught, right? That time frames are kind of everything on an indicator. And this is just a prime example that happened to show up as I was coming back into my office here. And I felt like it was worth sharing that this is why I look at 1 minute charts. It's a condition that I care about, not when it happens or how long it takes for it to happen. Does that make sense? Oh shoot, he's eating. So that's my thing. I do believe in time frames with indicators. I do believe that patterns and classical charting and stuff like that is definitely time frame. Just interject when you're ready to talk, Ugly. I'm gonna make sure I don't get you to talk with a mouthful.
Well, the way. The way I teach it, trading is dynamic, so you never know what's. So I guess what I'm saying is, the way I describe it, and I don't know if this is the way you would describe it. I'm not a predictive trader. Mm-hmm. I'm a reactive trader. I wait for you're waiting for the market to develop.
Okay.
And when it develops, then in other words, I have no idea where the market's going. But when certain conditions are there, I'm not afraid to pull the trigger and act. So, like I say, I don't predict, I react. And there's a big difference with people that forecast price. That's why I don't like it when people
No,
ask
that's
me,
actually a really good distinction. That's a really good distinction.
Yeah. And that's the way I do it. I'm not a predictor. I have no idea where the market's going, and I am reactive. And it's one thing. Most of the time, you don't want to be reactive. And most of your thinking, you want to be forward going. You want to be ahead of the crowd and everything. But here, you're dealing with the crowd, and so you want to let them. Like right now, I'm not in step or out of step. I'm just more or less out flat on the market, and I'm waiting to get my bearings. And if I trade and break even here for the next few months, that's fine. We're coming up to the holidays, which I don't know if a lot of people know this, but a lot of professional traders just take off the 2 weeks, last 2 weeks of December, and you don't hear from them. So 9 times out of 10, wherever you are on December 15th, you'll be about the same price on January 2nd. Yeah.
Huh, that's so funny.
Yeah. So it just, because there's basically, unless you try to pull something off, the pros aren't there. It's the amateur. Holiday trading is amateur hour, which can be really good if you're a good trader, because over the Christmas vacation, you're going to have a lot of amateurs in there trying to make money on Bitcoin. So if you, most likely, you'll have a lot of swings and not go anywhere. That's just very typical at year end. It's called market flattening, or evening up, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm sitting here, trying to, end up the year and have it all ready to go for the tax ban, and be flat and, ready for the coming year. And it just, it fits into, the way the market behaves too.
Yeah. I saw this in the corner up here real quick.
There you go. Working trading man. There you go. I got that hat back there too. I don't know. I noticed they have this thing. It shows up when Juan was on, but when we're in Bogota. Yeah, here's your average Bitcoin trader. There it is, the thinker. There we go. And I had to get this thing. I said, that's the thinker, but it's a Bitcoin trader. And the way we get to be sometimes, it gets exasperating. So
that guy looks sad. He looks like he's sitting underwater right now in his trade.
Yeah. You don't want to be this is the lesson. You don't want to be this guy, but
he's thinking
we
about
went
that
to that
stop loss.
Fight in Boca. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. I just had my stop. I just got stopped out 6,000 points lower on Kraken.
Yeah.
I know that happened to somebody, and they're just sitting there, and then you're sitting there. How can the exchanges do that? And
I think it's.
It's not the exchange fault. It's the market psychology. Everybody puts their stops at the same place, and guys, you're getting the data. You can probably figure out how to do it. You just
when Kraken's doing it.
Once you trip those stops, it's cascading effect.
And
it's got nothing to do with reality. It's got to do with where you put your stops. So
you want to know what else is also significant with that? I've been noticing that not only have stops been getting hit with tremendous velocity, it's the liquidity on the other side of the stop loss has been getting pulled right as those stops are getting triggered, or within minutes of the stops getting triggered. So it's actually been a hard cascade as opposed to
So it basically is they're setting you, the public, up. That's the problem. That's why I don't like looking at where you're looking at, because it gives you a false sense of security that can be pulled at any minute. Well, there's a big buy order. Yeah, but is it real? And you'll find out. No, it could be the guy that has that buy order down there showing you that. He's the one that's got this order up here.
See, this is
bringing it down. You know,
I would agree with you, but if you know what the game is, then you can anticipate the next move. You're absolutely right. Those things do happen. And then if I see that walls are 20% getting filled, and I'm watching the trade history, and I see that 100 Bitcoin is sitting at a wall and 20 Bitcoin got filled, and the next order up after that goes from 18,500 to 18, and then 20 Bitcoin, then the next order is 18,011, then I'll know that entire order, 80% of it was probably spoof or probably some sort of robotic, pull, and then you get that sweep, that immediate sweep. So that's something that you can plan on. But my rule would be if it goes $80 above that $100 aggregation, where it would be like 18,005 or something, 19,005, whatever. If it goes like $80 above, then that usually means to me continuation, because more people are going to be pulling liquidity. And then if it goes less than that, then that means that the book is normally filled with harder, what I would consider static orders, which would mean people are serious about selling at this point, which will stall out the buying activity. And when buyers stall out, then sellers take over. So that's kind of, I do agree that, yeah, there's a lot of these kind of, but this can happen. And a lot of order book analysis is assumption, it is feel on the market. But it is a language, and I think the same way that a candlestick has a lot of language in it, in the wick, there's rejection space and so on. So it's that language that you can learn to kind of decipher and then say, all right, well, this is how it's behaving, I'll trade accordingly, but
yeah, I don't like stops for that reason, because even exchanges, because one exchange they can hit. I mean, that's why the an equity stop where it's got to be, an average or multiple markets. And, that's very profitable in BITMEX. If you can catch one of those spikes up or down, that's all fake and phony, and the index isn't there, but they only last a minute. I mean, they just run through the stops.
I remember the XRP, like 70%.
And that's what happened. I mean, these guys, and I know this happened. You got amateur traders on Kraken. They had nice profits. They and they're pulling it. And I don't know where they get filled, but I know how it was in the old days. You get a stop. If it's not a stop limit, you're going to get filled at the bottom. You got to get, because there's no limit on how they're going to push it till it ends. So and if you use a stop limit, if it's a for real break, you're not going to get filled, or normally it comes back up. So it's just rough. But that's why the whole what I teach is don't worry about any of those magic point stops. Just trade your equity. If your equity drops so much, it's time to exit regardless, because you want to limit your loss. And I don't target. I have no targets. I don't have any price prediction. If the market's going up, I just stay long. I may have less on than I had before, something like that. But I don't believe in targets because what happens is, if you have a target, is if you had a target, and I know guys that were doing this, they took a target and they got out, at 10,000 or 12 or 13 or 15. One guy actually came on a group. I'm going to buy it if it takes out last week's lows, because I recommend doing that. But what if it doesn't take out that low? Now you're second 9-10, and you can't get back in. And now it's 18,000. Now what do you do? So you got to learn to hodl, and you got to be willing to, the trend is your friend.
Yes.
But it may not. Sometimes it's a better friend than others. And right now, the trend is still up. But to me, when you start swinging $1,000 on 30-second candles, it's time to line up a little bit and maybe flatten out a little bit until we. And you're right. What do you saw? Toppy is
choppy at the toppy.
Exactly. Right. And that's basic Ted Warren stuff. That's what the Hyperwave is built on.
It's just psychology. Price discovery starts getting wonky when people get, when profit takers are excited and FOMO buyers are excited. We saw it. I'm watching the minute chart, but I'm seeing swings. You know, it's really an exciting time.
Yeah, it's not FOMO. It's they've already missed out. So now you're coming in, you know, and I guarantee you the amateurs are in there trading now and buying this. Oh, I'm missing out. They buy it at, you know, at 19 or 20,000. They're selling it at 16,000. I mean, we went down to under.
Yeah.
I think we went down to 16. Or I know we went down under 18,000.
Yeah.
But whereas, you know, if you just, okay, it's bullish. I'm keeping my bull position, and I'm just, you know, doing a little bit here, a little bit there right now till we get our equilibrium, because we do not have an equilibrium right now. We're just crazy days, and probably won't. We're, you know, the likelihood that we're done for the year is pretty high, I think. So, but not saying we can't. We could close on the highs and just keep going up in January.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be ready for anything. I would say the closest thing to my predictive trading is that I pretty much draw a horizontal when I get a lot of resistance, and I draw a horizontal when I get a lot of support. And it's the same thing as a channel, but with the order book signals, I would say, you know, chances are we're going to bounce back up to that range, and chances are we're going to come back down to that range. A lot of my even, you know, swing predictions are good. The problem is they're good, but they're good on the wrong time scale. So that's why I'm just a scalper, because it's like I think I can, you know, we're calling it a general top here, and I agree with you, but this could go on another week, 2-3 weeks. This could turn into a 3-4 month descending triangle. This could go up, you know. So I feel so comfortable scalping because I don't have to commit to a trend. You know, because trends can shift, and pullbacks can happen. They can wipe you out. So I am a very I wouldn't say that I like to make big price predictions. Those, like I said, my biggest, most confident decisions would have been this most recent CME gap. This is I said there were 3 times where I was very confident in a trade. That what happened Sunday going into Monday is one of them, where I was so certain that we did too much price action over the weekend, over the holidays, and that the CME gap was so wide. It was such an anomaly to me that we had a massive CME gap. I still think it'll get filled, but I was like, there's no way this thing isn't going to come wicking down. And then it pumped.
Wow, I need to pull. I don't know how to share a screen. I'll give it to you so we can see that.
Here, I'll show you right now.
Yeah, people look at. Oh, you can share a screen. Okay, great. Yeah, show me the CME. I mean, a lot of people look at this. I kind of just get, but that's one of the that's one of the problems with the market is the CME is so backwards because they shut down over the weekend.
Yeah,
and so you get these big gold gaps. I didn't realize you had one this week.
There was a big. This is the biggest gap I've ever seen in Bitcoin history. I believe this is the biggest one. We're talking over $1,000, and more importantly, at this
point, that's not the gap though, is it? That's not.
This is yeah. This was the close on December 27th, and this was the open on November 30th. So we had a $1,200 gap down to fill, which we then came up. We pumped through it, came and tested, and by gap theory, or my basic understanding of it, the support, a gap acting as support, turns it into what's called a continuation gap. So this would not only be a continuation gap, but possibly one of the largest gaps in Bitcoin's history.
Well, how come I'm not seeing the gap? All I see is red and green. Where's the gap?
See these 2 red lines here? These 2 horizontals? Yeah. That's the gap itself. So
the gap down. So is the gap down? Or
yeah, it's a huge gap down to 16,925.
Oh, it actually opened down there. At the bottom down there?
It closed down there, and then it opened almost all the way up.
It closed down there on Friday?
It closed down there. Remember, we had Thanksgiving. So let's see here. There might have been another day off. Yeah, there was Thanksgiving. There was a day in between. We run down, and then we closed November 27th at 16,920-ish. And then we open at let's see, 3 days later, 30th, at 18,270. So we have like a $1,300 gap.
Okay.
To the downside. So this was one of those times where I was like, yo, this gap is gonna fill. I'm going in on this. This is also choppy looking stuff. I want to take this one for a ride, and I get stopped out. Price didn't just start pumping, it started 16% so far on CME. I mean, it just started going wild. It started going wild. So this is one of those examples. This was a 9. This was a weekly 9. This is a weekly 9 on an indecision candle, you know, a high wave spinning top. A lot of rejection space on both sides of the candle, very indecisive, and then we start moving up. So this was one of those times where you got to remember, like, that you can totally be wrong, and you can't say every once in a while I'm going to swing for the fences. You know, I think you got to be consistent, and if you do swing for the fences, you just got to obey your stop rules, otherwise you will get wrecked.
Okay. Yeah. Is there another way you can show that gap more clearly? It's just hard. I mean, I get it,
Yeah,
but there's no way we can actually see put in the blank days so they can see it. Space them out or something. I don't know.
I think I might know what to do. Shoot. To be honest, I don't use this that often. That doesn't help.
All right. Well, anyway, I mean, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there was all kinds of weird stuff. Like after the fact,
this is the gap.
Somebody posted. Yeah, I know that.
Best I can do.
Right. Yeah. So basically, we should go all the way back down there and close that gap and probably go down some more. That's
in theory, but we have a ton of gaps. We have we have gaps down. To be honest, we have gaps down as low as 3,000. I think those are gone forever. And because only 70 or so % of these gaps fill, so we have left a large number of gaps down beneath us in the 9,000 range, $11,000 range, and then of course this massive one at the starting at 16.9. So this was why I was like really certain we were going to come down, and I still might be right. The problem is I might be right on the wrong time scale. A prime example of that is this gap over here, where you got the close up high, and then you got the highest wick to fill this gap only came that close. So we had a gap between 13,570 and about 14,170. It looks like it might be off by a tiny bit, but like 14,145. So we had a gap that stayed there, was tested, failed, and it stayed there all the way from approximately late June, early July of 2019 all the way up until 2020, over a year later. So this gap may mean nothing for a year, it may mean nothing forever, because I do believe that these gaps now mean nothing forever. So that's just an example of, if you were betting for this gap to fill, yeah, you were right halfway, but if your position was to exit up at the top, you were sorry.
Well, there were all kinds of things. Like say, the more indicator, I mean, like I say, it was amazing because we were laughing about it. And so, hey, the planets are aligned, and then the moon is full. I noticed the full moon the other day. I said, when I commented to Juan or something, hey, we're going to top out. We got a full moon, kind of as a joke, but there is something to it because the moon is basically a 20-day cycle, and so there is a legitimate TA is cyclical trading. So, but every market's different, and you have to really do your own homework to figure that one out. So, all I know is that these kind of markets, you want to reduce your risk.
Like in these market conditions.
Very much. This should be your kind of a market coming up because you're more of a swing trader. So I think we're,
I like to say, I like to say I'm just a not committed trader. I don't commit to a trend. I don't you say that you don't like to predict price, right? I don't like believing in the trend. I think that I could be right, and I think I am a lot of the time, but I'm right on the wrong time scale, which makes even if I'm right about us going down to 16,000 and it takes 4 months for it to happen, the market can remain, irrational longer than a stubborn trader has money. So if I sit there crossing my fingers and praying to God that, fill this gap for me and I get liquidated, then that's my own fault. So I would rather be trading everything I can, because I've, as a scalper, if I'm turning in the money and the money that I would have made on that swing, if it happened in 5 minutes, great, but it probably won't. So the money that I would make scalping in between all of it is probably going to make up for that total move if it was to happen in one sweep. So that's why I just stick to what I do best. I don't like long-term stuff because I usually fail at it because I get too committed to what should be the half the risk, half the capital allocation because it's a swing trade and the profit's going to be there. But I just don't like to commit to long-term stuff. It's just not my game.
Yeah, well, there's two different kinds of traders. I actually wrote an article about that. There is position traders and swing traders, and you can combine the two, which I kind of do. That's why I teach the trimming. But you can actually be a position trader and still do. That's what I'm doing now. Is I'm just kind of swing trading a little bit. I've reduced my position down substantially, and I just traded about 10% of my Bitcoin. I actually caught I caught that $1,000 dip. I bought it, sold it up there at 24.71 or something like that, or 24.71, and bought it back at 19.301. Oh, it was just $1,100. It was just 10,000 Bitcoin, and then I did a couple other little, but it was a swing trader's market for sure this morning. It was just crazy. Yeah. And it was whichever way the panic moves were going, people would panic one way and then they panic the other way. And it just there's a knack to that. And there's guys that are really good at it, and what they tend to do, I mean, you're wise in that sense because the swing traders tend to get caught and lose very badly in a trending market. That's just the nature of the beast. So, and people that trade trends have a difficult time in sideways markets. I got really frustrated in 2018 for the first 4 months because we had these huge swings, but we never went anywhere. We would go up a lot and down a lot and up a lot, but there was never any follow through. And so I'd have a great big open position profit and then it'd give it all back. But the guys that were swing trading, they were
it was a dream.
They were doing great.
So. Yeah, it's funny when I go on with Tyler Coates and Fiboswani because they're both long-term visionaries. I'm trading the chop, and so they crack up that, like, to me, what we call like a liminal space where you don't know what's going to happen. Especially, I would say, my liminal space is when the market is really starting to trend. I don't really want to go position long because unless I get a signal or something, but that's only going to be if I get a pullback. Otherwise, I'm going to be getting shorts where I'm scalping out of a long trend. So I don't want to be doing that. That's like my uncomfortable space.
So you're always buying the dip and you're always selling rallies, more or less, correct?
I would say I'm just a nomad. I'm buying as I guess I can. Maybe I can trade with you one day and kind of show you how I do it.
But when a market breaks out, I mean, because I don't. If market breaks out, I really push. I push before I think it's going to break out. But I've learned too many times. I don't buy breakouts on the upside or the downside. I'll always fade them. And when you see these big liquidations happening, that's the time you usually want to jump in there. Yeah. Except sometimes they're so massive, if it's a great big, I mean, the one there back in March, it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I mean, it blew through everybody's logic and rationale.
Here's liquidations. We got 120 mil liquidated, November 26th, longs liquidated. It's been pretty aggressive lately on the liquidations. I have noticed a lot of over 100 million days. Here we had 36 million. So yeah, it has been a super chop zone. People have been getting annihilated. This higher high definitely should be scaring people. What did we do up here? Did we break a 20,000? No, 19,950. Wow. So, but yeah, my one thing that I would say is looking back at what I showed you earlier, something like the gold mine that we discussed, which is my trend bias. This would probably be the only thing that would keep me long or something like that. But it would just be low exposure. And I think I got used to trading Bitcoin mostly in this period of time. I entered the market as a trader around here this week. And I made money very fast. And I was trading, and I was a genius, of course, in a bull market. So I'm used to this action, just swinging back and forth, swinging up, swinging down, trading 20 alts at a time like a crazy noob. So, I do like that. I miss that volatility. It's very interesting.
Oh, you're trading the alts? You trade the alts too?
No. This was when I first entered the space back here, November. It was actually late September 2017 that I decided to open up my old crypto folio from 2015. And then this is when I started trading. I was in school at the time, going back to school, quit my career, and I was just, after going to school for all these months, I didn't even know anything about, trading or anything. But then I opened up my old crypto folio, and I just wanted to do something else. And then next thing you know, money came in swinging. So this is what I'm used to, a lot of this stuff. That's what I learned to trade in. So I feel like, that kind of thing is much more my comfort zone than swing trading and all this stuff, because, I remember when Bitcoin was having $1,000 swings 5 times a day, and you were making, in short periods of time, you were making single large amounts. If you were lucky, like I was. I don't think I had really, I think I was onto something, but I don't think I had the skill to be trading like that. I just got lucky in a bull market, and then I had confidence, and then I had a basic understanding of what turned out to be something much more reliable.
It takes a lot of balls to be a swing trader, I think. And so in those markets, I just kind of lay low, and I'll swing a little bit, I'll just, but I don't, like I say, we found that where I make 80 or 90% of my profits come from 5% of my trades. And that the most profitable positions are held over 1,000 days. Or 1,000 hours, or 1,000 something, whatever, 1,000, I don't know, it was hours, 1,000 hours maybe, or 1,000, whatever the time frame was. These guys are figuring it all out, but I didn't realize that either. But they show this big green ball up here and a red one down here. But and I mean, well, if you look at my trading account, I'm showing an open. I only have 90,000 March Bitcoin on, but I have a realized profit of 12 Bitcoin on that position. So how long I've had it? So it's been varied and still net long. I never got completely out of the longs, but at one time I had 6 times that. I had 600,000 or 700,000 on it, and now I just don't. So, I vary my risk according to the market structure and conditions.
Yeah. So.
And the market structure is changing now, and so that's why I'm changing.
It's so funny. I'm excited to hear you say that. I feel the same way, but this is a very weird market. I even for what you're saying should be my comfort zone, I'm not feeling very comfortable at all. And I generally don't trade if I'm not feeling comfortable. I kind of have like a 1 to 10. And maybe you have something similar, but based on my confidence level, I'm willing to play. And right now it's just, even as much as I want to play and trust my signals, and I could really, just be trading with small capital, I just want to sit. I've been trading like a madman for a while. I had my sleepless nights. So I think it's fine for me to chill and let this thing decide if it's going to break out further and then come. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do. So I'll just wait. And if Bitcoin swings a couple G's in whatever direction, then it starts to make a decision, then I'll start to play.
Well, I'm tempted to take another two Bitcoin off just to get it off of there and maybe just downsize again.
I mean, if you're in the money,
I really, I don't want to, that's, I already downsized. I accomplished what I wanted to accomplish, and I thought we would break before we have, and I want to be ready for that. But now if we break from here, we might have a bear problem for a long time.
Yes.
And so I would rather have even half of the, in other words, I got 4.5 Bitcoin on, I'll probably take 2 off and just downsize again.
You know, there's one thing I never forgot that Tyler said, that we could be in a multi-year bear market, and you know, you know, whether this is considered still a bear market or not, it was a point that meant that Bitcoin can do something that cyclically it hasn't done before, and really expand something that, you know, we were kind of used to just kind of swooping every 3, 4, 5 years or whatever. So I am ready for Bitcoin to completely change that whole dynamic, you know,
Okay.
an all-time high cup and handle breakout to the next magnitude, you know.
Well, he and Leah Wald wrote that classic on $1,000 and $10 million Bitcoin, and which is really great, still great analysis of Bitcoin at that time, and still very valid. And he was the one that came up with the phrase scraping the barnacles off the Bitcoin ship, which I thought was just exactly, that nailed it, man. You know, teaching, sometimes you have to have something great for illustrative purposes, and that's still what's holding Bitcoin down.
Yeah.
There's all these barnacles, and we just got to scrape them off, and that's what I see happening. I said, we're going to scrape these babies off and then look out.
Yeah, I think we probably have one more bull cycle in us, with we're probably somewhere within the top 100 alts, maybe top 50, maybe a couple outliers jump up with the, you know, the crazy intense action. But then I think that this would have been an altcoin death market if Bitcoin had gone to 1K. If Bitcoin did complete its run all the way down to 1K, bottom out, you know, violently, I think that would have been a death to many, many alts. I think that would have just annihilated them. But that 3K support, it kept the entire market running. So that's kind of how I view it. We got one more bull market.
Juan just took me through the coin market cap and all of these thousands of coins that are completely worthless now. Wow.
Oh yeah, there's
thousands of them.
I want to see Litecoin die. You know, once I start seeing one of these high profile coins die that had a pretty strong community, XRP especially, I'd love to see that one crash. You know, Tron, any one of these, you know, more popular coins.
Bcash right now is still the winner. You know, and because it's the most promoted and the biggest loser, and XRP is probably number 2 after that. So yeah, these promoted coins that are going to have the most serious repercussions because they've got the weakest hands. And you know,
from the top, the weakest hands are coming from the top. It's funny, they're convincing the everyone else to hodl for dear life, right? And then you got Brad Garlinghouse and all them selling, releasing $1 billion escrow a month, $1 billion Ripple from escrow a month, and then they straight up said,
I don't know who. Somebody tweeted, "Oh, I'm starting to get convinced on XRP." Somebody just tweeted, I didn't even pay attention to it, but I guess their hope is the government makes some big announcement that they're going to adopt, you know, extra. But you know what? I tested them all out. Ethereum. I did a test one day. I was going to publish it and just never got around to it, but XRP was the fastest, followed by Ethereum, followed by Bitcoin, and last was, believe it or not, Bitcoin Cash. I did them all at the same time.
That's pretty funny.
And you know, that was from, I did the cheapest one, but it was a time when you know, everything was going through instantly. I think it was in July or something like that. But you know, the little that I'm on the Bitcoin standard, the people that I'm paying, you know, they don't, you know, if they need the money, I ask them. If not, you know, I'll send them on a slow boat. For the first time, I had one that actually disappeared for
a few days because it'd been a week or two and it hadn't gone through. And then I said, well, I didn't know what to do. But then it finally went through, even though it had disappeared and got credited back on my trade. So I don't quite understand all that, how that works. But you know, the only time that you need a quick transaction is if you're trying to get it to an exchange. For most other people, it's just not that important.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and even to me, like, I was there when Lightning Network was conceived, but when it, you know, as Pierre Richard started to make the node launcher and all that stuff a little more, it still took a lot of work, but I saw Lightning Network in the early days when it took a lot of work, and now I see it, you know, on a mobile device. And now if I'm with 5 friends and we're watching UFC fights, I get them all in Bitcoin, you know, and we bet 5,000 sats per fight or something. And then we're all just transacting right there on each other's phone, and bam, by the time you turn your head and look at their phone, the transaction is through. It's really, really good stuff. I think, yeah, even during high network usage and such, Bitcoin off chain is really, really solid. Been a fun time for me.
But even, you know, my argument is we still have to make it idiot proof. We got to reach out and make it a lot simpler.
Yeah.
And you know, there's got to be, and that's going to be the off-chain innovation.
I think it's getting there. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, is that from when I first started to where it is now, it's definitely gotten easier. And it has a little bit of ways to go, I think, before it's going to mirror the efficiency to most other people of an on-chain transaction.
All right. Well, so, yeah. I guess we have dead time. I'd give you a taco if you were here, but mine's cold.
I don't even know if you'd have any left.
I wasn't hungry when they brought them in hot. Yeah, that's what, so. Yeah, where are you out of anyway? If you don't mind saying,
I'm just outside New York City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here on the East Coast.
You're part of the establishment then.
Part of the establishment out here. Yeah. I do have a nice backyard though, as opposed to most people living in the city. I live in Jersey, so I'm out where I have deer and, you know, actual scenery and such in a backyard. So COVID life hasn't been too bad for me, actually. It's been nice. A lot of people, I'm hearing horror stories if you're stuck in the city.
Yeah, well, kids. Yeah, no, New Jersey has some beautiful places. A lot of industrial, but a lot of beautiful places too. I've never really spent much time there. Some of the industrial areas I've been to, but.
Wow. So yeah. I was thinking, have you been paying attention? I know my first experience after learning backwardation and contango from you was during the crash. I think the March 12th crash is when we first went into backwardation that I ever saw. Is that still something that you're paying close attention to?
Well, you pay a close attention to it when it gets to be extreme, but it's pretty meaningless otherwise. Okay. We do have guys that are putting it on the API so it sends out alerts, and sometimes it'll spike down. I think I can't pull it up, but if you pull up, I think on this last sell-off, we might have gone into backwardization shortly, or we came real close to it. And it's a great fundamental tool, but will get you in big trouble if you think it's a timing tool, because it's not. Because you can go into a large contango, and then the contango just gets larger, and so you can get trapped, and so that's why you limit your risk, and that's what happened to me back there in March.
Yes.
I mean, I played that market like a champ. I weathered that. I was actually making money as the market was breaking. And you said you decided to get in at 7,000. I waited. I jumped in with both feet just over 5,000. Mm-hmm. I got wrecked, and I had everything going. So my wreck was 4,700. And you know what? I bought it and sold it so fast it just made my head spin. And I just I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I just had enough time to send him some more Bitcoin, and we all left. When I bought into that market, I think it was about a 300 or 400 contango, which I thought was, I mean, backwardization was, you know, that's unheard of. Unbelievable. But we kept going in the backwardization, and you know, we
all
after
through.
the fact, it was. I think it was probably adaptive capital. They had too big a position on. They caused the blowout, man. It wasn't the exchange fault. You just can't. You know, you don't want to rule these markets, guys, because they will teach you a lesson. And so that's the problem. Yeah, and it went down there, and there I was. And so because the market had dropped so much, I was able, with a very small amount of Bitcoin and a small position, that was the bottom, and I was able to work. And then, and that, you know, I attribute that to luck, because the exchange was, which people don't understand that too. They think the exchange was deliberately shut. No, it's not. What happens is it breaks. Literally can't handle, because it's like electricity. They have these peak volumes, but if you ever go above, so they always have more than electricity than you need. But if it ever exceeds it, you got these blackouts. And that's what happened. It's just that in the 73 markets, it happened all the time. Like I say, I remember one day we didn't get our fills back till just the market opening the next day. So it's a constant technological issue, and they're better and better at it. But the next one is going to go crazier than ever. And, you know, there's no platform out there that's going to be able to handle the upcoming volume. So what happens is it cascades. It just cascades. So you went in this unbelievable backwardization, $1,500 futures under spot. I mean, it was like, and the market was down under 4,000. You realize what I'm saying here? Market's 4,000 or 55. What I bought it at 3,900, but the market was at 5,300. But I was buying it. The futures.
I remember that was like, I was watching
because
that
there was the liquidity was gone. Everybody that had bought all they could. They provided all the liquidity they could. The only guys that had anything left, you know, were guys like me and a few others. And, you know, when we came in and that thing hit, Juan and I was sitting there, unbelievable. And he said he bought some. And I said, I kept pushing the button because it was, you know, you get those, we're all congested and all this. And after the fact, I found out I got filled. The difference was he did get filled, and he put a stop in and went down there again. He got the first dip. I got the second dip. So he got stopped out and broke even, you know, and I got the very bottom, and, you know, kind of the rest is history. So there is an element of luck. Now, the next time it broke down, there was the secondary wave that took it down to 4,200. That one I jumped on board with both feet. That's when I really, you know, added to my long position. But
yeah,
you know, there is an element of luck, but it's the best way I can explain it is something. Yeah, I watch it and it's interesting, but it's a big mistake if you bet the farm on it, because no matter, it's just like in 2017, that contango was at, I think it went to $2,000 or $3,000. It was at 800, 900, 1,200. You know, right now we're about maybe what? Let me look at the market.
it was weak. It was weak.
Yeah, the December. Well, still pretty nice for the December. Let me see. I got it.
19,251. For December, I think we're 19,023.
Yeah, I can get on this thing. Let's see. All right, let me get this thing. I'm so bad at this. This is not my computer.
There's a little bit of contango. It's not looking crazy to me right now. It's not even looking like it's on the beginning of crazy.
I know how to do that. Hit a Bitcoin up there so I can see what the contango is.
Do you want me to share screen?
Yeah, it can go to BITMEX. Here it is. We got it. Here it goes. He just needs to hit it. Okay, there it is. Okay, we're at 200, over 200 on December, that's a nice contango, because we're running out of time, guys. You only got a month. You know, you can buy the perp and sell the December and lock in $200 per contract per Bitcoin. Not too bad. The March is not it's not out of line either. It's 220 over the
December. So if you look at your time frame, March is actually a better buy. Now that's why I look at it. March is a better buy than December because you got 3 months difference between the Dec and the March, which is your time. And between the Dec and your perpetual, you got $200 difference. 250 on the about 230 on the Dec March, but on this 200 on the perpetual Dec. But you only got what 20 some days left. You only got, I don't know, it ends at 29 days, 28 days left. Whereas that one, you got over 90 days plus 28. You got 110 days. So it's not anything, it's not out of line. It's not bullish. It's not bearish. Hit the December chart. We'll see if it went into backwardization. Hit that December chart.
I don't see any yet.
No, hit the March. Hit the March. Let's see that. March chart, 30-minute.
Oh, trust me, I'll be screaming at you if I see backwardation.
No, it did. You had some flash candles below the spot. Yeah, there it is.
The .bxbt,
really?
That's the spot? No, that's
yeah.
not perfect.
No, that's the red line is the spot, but go into your 1 minute chart because it kind of gets, go to 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm looking at low time frames. I don't see it though.
Go back to the break.
Oh, you did get some backwardation.
Yeah, you got a little bit, not
No
close.
way.
It didn't go. No, you never got it. You never got it, but it really narrowed down.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It narrowed down to, it looks like 50 or 100 bucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
You narrowed it and it came right back where it should be, but you never went into backwardization. You see if the December went into backwardization on the 1 minute. And I let everything ride because I thought we could break a lot more than did. Yeah, you did it. Yeah, one little dot of backwardation on the 1 minute chart. And that was the first bottom. And then it went a secondary bottom, but it didn't go into backwardization. So, and that's a great indicator. It works until it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one time it can work. It's like the guy that bought the Mexican peso because it always expired at a fixed rate or whatever it was, 8-1 or whatever it was, and until it didn't, and then he lost everything and had to sell the house to meet the margin call because the government devalued the peso against the dollar overnight. And that was it. So that's all of these indicators are that way. They all are great when they work. It's the only time you get in trouble is when they don't work.
Yeah.
And that's why you have money management, because you're protecting against that one time it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can be afraid to pull the trigger. You still have to pull the trigger and do what you think is right.
I always tell people, I believe competitions are good training exercises for trading under pressure. I think a lot of people need to get used to execution and getting in. A lot of people are kind of hesitant getting their hands dirty, but that's what trading is. You really got to get used to being, in a position, entering, exiting a position.
Well, that's what I want to do is I want to do a trading competition, but I want it to be individual, highly regulated, and for at least a year, because I think that's the only. Yeah, it'd be because I don't like this. You're under too much pressure. It may not be the time to trade, and so you need to be able to have that. And my also belief is, before you can really become a successful trader, you have to trade for a year and break even, and without any major downturns in equity. You have to learn that hard lesson. Once you get that, then you're on your way, I think. But that's the way I look at it.
Maybe we'll have to agree to something like that one of these days.
Yeah, I'm not interested. I was thought about that. And I said, you know what? I got no interest in the short-term trading things. And then some of them looked like they're a little bit manipulated. They were particularly if you have teams and one team's trying to, they're trying to show something rather than teach something. And I'm not trying to prove. I don't have to prove anybody. I said, here's what I do. Here's the results. Take it or leave it. And that's, where I get it. If you're out there and you got something, you got to make a living. You got to, and it's just, so that's the way I want
the way I've decided to do things. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I feel like I
So-
might have had. Are you getting tired? Is this?
Yeah, I am getting tired, so I might take a break. Juan's back. He took a shower. And we got,
damn. You guys are serious about keeping it going.
well, we'll try. Well, maybe we won't. We still got 44 watching, and you know we are coming into new time zone. What time these guys get up? 6 o'clock. Europe starts getting up. I think.
Yeah,
I
huh?
think
Yeah, they're
starting
about
to wake up.
8
We have a
hours
lot.
ahead of me.
Yeah, I got a lot of European followers, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, cool. Because I figured I would smoke a cigar with you and then chill out a bit.
Did you guys ever get any beer? I could use a beer if you have anything cold.
Tecate Light?
It's not. Well, I started with it, a little bit of tequila from my throat, but I don't need any more of that. 2 shots is my limit. So, particularly if I'm going to be on air.
Yeah. So looking forward to Vegas.
Have they announced the date?
I think they're serious about it. At least I believe they're planning on April.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No, we'll be there. Hopefully the goat lady can go across.
Yeah.
So, unconfiscatable. So.
2:30 a.m. in Europe.
We'll be there. So.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's going to be I think he's picking a different hotel this time. I think he's going to be on the Strip. I'm not sure.
I'm just looking forward to it. I just can't wait to be there.
So no, it's it's the one that if you're going to go to a conference, it's the one to go to. That's my view. You know, if you got to pick and choose which one to go to unconfiscatable. So.
Yeah. All right. I'm scratching my head on a topic here.
All right. No, we covered everything. And I hear commotion outside, but that might be the neighbors. So anyway.
Yeah, I can hang out a bit longer if there's any maybe audience questions.
Anybody got questions? They can do it. Yeah, I mean it's 2 different styles entirely, guys. And you don't need to have my style. You need to find your own niche. But the same principles apply.
All right.
And we don't want to be this guy. This is the guy we don't want to be. So there we go. If we can avoid it.
The guy that's just he's wrecked.
Yeah, that's direct thinker. Need to put this back where it was. When you were talking, one, it showed up really good. They had it in the right spot. So yeah, this is part of my memorabilia.
This is the wrecked man.
It's a right guy. So
The wrecked man.
okay.
The wrecked man. Where are you at, Joe?
New Jersey.
I'm
He's
in
in-
Jersey in my cigar lounge.
Nice.
Yeah, my little comfort zone.
Right on.
I got all my extras, all my monitors, my PlayStation. I got my guitars.
Well, Juan's back there. We got a pinball machine with 3,700 games, but they lost the key and the sound is off, so you can't hear it.
You like guitars?
So I gotta get a key breaker. Oh, there you go. And
There. Now you can see it.
oh, okay, there we go. There's the pinball. See him back there?
Yeah, I see him. That's funny.
And it's got like 4,000 games on it. It's just like a real pinball machine too. It has tilt and everything.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I remember you were relying on tilt when me and you were competing against each other in Vegas.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I was a big disappointment there. I thought I'd win that hands down, but I guess I'm not the pinball wizard anymore.
Didn't a blind
But we
guy
do
win
have that-
second place?
I think so. I got the guy that won it. We got a poster on the bathroom door signed by the winner. So I need to get people's fingerprints are getting all over it. I got to frame it and protect it.
Yeah.
That's just historic memorabilia. You know, it'd be worth a Bitcoin. 1,000 years from now. Wow, that was the pinball champion at the second unconfiscatable conference. Wow, that's really cool, man.
Hopefully that's what some of my humidors will be worth. I like to, I love humidors, so I think that'll be the thing that I pass on that might end up in a garage that some treasure hunters come looking for.
My grandfather was a chain smoker of Pall Mall. One thing I got, he had this beautiful ashtray, and I had it in my office before everything fell apart on me. And of course, I lost everything. Who knows where that was? But any family, I know. So I've learned that lesson. You guys, don't count on everything. This world is all temporary, you know. It's not that. Don't take anything too seriously, because it can go away in a heartbeat. Although we want to be prudent to take all the precautions that we can.
Yeah, you know, count your blessings, whatever. It doesn't matter what religion you are. Be thankful. And you know, I'm pretty much a happy man with a good cigar and a fast car. I just, you know, that's probably my extra. My extra is the fast car.
Well,
but
you have to come down here and drive one of my fast cars.
Oh yeah.
You like fast cars. You ain't seen it.
Oh man. I used to drive fast in Mexico. I used to drive very fast in Mexico.
Well, we drive fast, and we're driving on rocks and dirt and climbing up hills, and amazing stuff these cars do now. Just absolutely amazing.
It's possible. I messaged this to Juan. I guess I'll say it out loud then. It's possible I'll be headed to Mexico in the not too distant future. So I'll be sure to make an effort. Yeah.
We're just a short drop down from San Diego, so it's, you know, we're about, I don't know, maybe an hour from the border.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I can get,
and it's coming down, it's easy. Going back, you can have a border wait, you know, and that can be anywhere from 20 minutes to a few hours. But
trust me, I want to come over and hang out.
About an hour and a half. Yeah, we got a place you can crash and have, you know, hang out. That's what this is for. So
yeah. Well,
we're trying to take it to a new level. I'm going to try. We're going to see if we can't do maybe a couple times a year, have a racing circuit on these razors.
You know, you need to call it something like the Satoshi collection station or something, you know, and have like a, I don't know, something funny like that, and have like a little trader party, and you know, yeah, what a time that would be. And I have a friend out there that's making a Rancho Satoshi is what he wants to call it, and it'll be a nice little spot in Mexico with, you know, tons of amenities and stuff, and space for everyone to have a good time.
What part of Mexico is he in?
I think Baja. I think not too far.
Was in the Baja?
Yeah, you might actually know him. You might actually know him. He's a really cool guy.
Oh yeah, he says he knows all about Baja. I get so sidetracked sometimes. I'm sorry, guys, if I miss that. I just, you know, I do have a full plate.
Yeah. And I'm sure you get Telegram messages left and right, but yeah, you know, that sounded like a really fun idea.
If I get your message, you're just lucky, because, you know, it's I'm easy to get a hold of.
Oh, well, then let me bring this up. I was gonna say, there's a lot of new people coming to town, so I was gonna say, you know, at some point you should. I would appreciate it if you could come on my show. Maybe we can talk about some fundamentals, you know, for all the new people coming into the market, because I know it's a talk that we've had a million times, but I think you have a lot of valuable insight. So I'd love to have you on my show too sometime.
Sure. No, I'll be glad to do it. So, no, I mean, like I say, you've got a vision that you're following through on, and you're developing it, and I think you've got a huge potential. And, you know,
thank you.
Just you know, be careful with it, and don't let it go to your head, and manage those funds.
Oh, I've let it get to my head. Oh my goodness.
Allow ways for things to come in, but, you know, I didn't learn one lesson. Like, one guy that I worked for, he
really controlled his calls because most everybody that called him were salespeople. So he just didn't want to, and so basically, he was a busy guy. So, if you, and as I am, so, if you really wanted to talk to him, you had to somehow get through his gatekeeper, know him. And that, that's a problem once you get going on a lot of different things. And you have to go where your livelihood is too. I mean, I've got a side business, and therefore during the elections, I had to be focused on that. You got to be focused on what you're doing, and to be just into Bitcoin like you and I are is kind of a luxury. Most people can't do it and shouldn't do it. They really shouldn't do it. They need to focus on their own thing. And if they're trading, it should be a sideshow. And which it is kind of for me, because it's not my, I've got plenty of other irons in the fire, but this is there's two things. There's a vocation and avocation. And vocation is the way you make your living, but the avocation is something you love doing. So if you can figure that out, so your avocation is also your vocation, that's the best of both worlds.
Yep.
But that's rare, and usually it takes a long time to get set up that way. So
yeah, I will say I took a big leap of faith in life, or probably many, and trading was one of them. I'm one of the lucky ones. I will say I was completely discretionary, and I wanted to also point this out. I had no concept of money management. I was just an order book trader. I had stops set, and I was a lucky trader for the most part. I've had some bad trades, of course, but it wasn't until Bali, listening to you about money management. Of course, I'd read some of your Medium articles and stuff like that, and I was just like, oh, my money management is, my trades. I was kind of this big head, you know what I mean? And then I hear you talking, and I'm just like, what the fuck have I been doing? Like I've been a freaking cowboy this whole time, just slinging guns. You really need to have a plan. It's so important.
there's nothing wrong with that, because you find your own system, your own way of doing things, and you should be excited about it. Say, wow, I can really, make a lot of money doing this. But what happens is you're not looking at, wow, how can this go wrong?
Exactly.
And that's really,
exactly.
you need to have that, how can this go wrong? And that needs to be the focal point. And then you go with okay, I'm going to run with this thing.
It needs to be part of how it can go right. Like, that's how important it is.
And if you're that right, if you're that right, then what's going to happen is it doesn't take a lot. You can have a little bit, Joe. You can take a very small amount. You can take, anybody can do what I did. And it can be, this year it was 0.6 Bitcoin. When I started, it was 2 Bitcoin, 2 into 8. Anybody can do that. Okay. It's just that we tend not to, because we believe in our system more than we are looking at what can go wrong. So you just, that's why I want to encourage you in what you're doing, but, just building on the foundation of, teaching these guys, we'll see. I mean, that's why I got this equity app. These guys I'm not even doing it. They're taking it to a new level. So I say, if you got a new TA system, you might want to be looking at what they're looking at, so you manage that downturn.
Yeah, one thing I'd like is to have more of another, like the similar thing to what I was doing with TokenBot, that also had a running P&L, a running, as much data, a proof of trades concept was its most valuable part to me. And that's so important, but you're right. I'm a 3 to 3.5 year trader now, 3 years and a quarter. I'm new to the game. I fortunately, I think, maybe I was smart. Maybe I was lucky. I got a little bit of success under my belt. Maybe I had some natural talent, but I've also, as a market analyst of only, that short period of time, I've been through a lot of bull and bear markets for this asset. I feel like there's been a ton of experience to gain. So one of those is that, which is consistent with what you're saying, is I feel like markets are the #1 place where you see this happen repetitively. Pride cometh before the fall. Markets will freaking, like, the second your pride level hits, the water starts spilling over, the market will empty the cup on you. So that's,
and it's so devastating when it happens because you knew better all along and you still allowed it to happen. And so that's what really makes it hard to recover. It really does. And then it doesn't just affect you. You've hurt people around you. You've hurt your family. You've hurt people that trusted you. And, it just cascades upon you.
Yeah.
And to dig out of that hole, I mean, I'm trying to get people, don't go in that hole, guys, because it's not fun digging out.
Yeah. Make trading an inexpensive education. Don't be giving out financial advice. I remember the first time I ever thought I would try to take on someone's money was like a month into my trading when I was doing so well. And then it pulled back like $1,000, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna give you all your money back because I can't do this. I'm way too stressed.
And they don't do it anymore because I made it so clear, but I used to all the time. People, well, I'll just send you this and you trade it for me. No, I'm not going to do that. There's no way, because why do I want to have that responsibility, that risk? And I know what I'm doing, and I've just seen it time and again. And what happens when it, and I feel sorry for these hedge fund managers, because these people, they're so demanding and they expect performance, and yet you can't always get the performance, and they can pull the funds at any time unless they have a lockup feature or something. And I never want to be in that situation. No one's in it, but like I say, there's hardly a month goes by. Says, oh well, and you trade it for no. I'm not going to do that. The goat lady trades. She's my wife. And she's the trader in the family. I'm just here supervising her a little bit. So. She gives me a lot. Let's put it this way: she gives me a lot of leeway in her trading. So
that's
she
very kind.
Never listens to me. Okay, so but she never has, and she never will. She just that's why she compliments me. I'm the hodler and she's the saver. She knows how to spend Bitcoin. Well, she's probably going to get on tonight and talk about that, how to properly spend Bitcoin. And she's the best at it. I mean, she knows to buy a new truck when Bitcoin was up, and she knows to sell the truck was down. And she had a Raptor free for a whole year, and she bought that Raptor. I think it cost 2 or 3 Bitcoin, and by the time she sold that Raptor, it was worth like 30 Bitcoin. So
no way.
Because when we bought it when it was close to 20,000, and then she sold the Raptor when Bitcoin was 3,500. How do you beat that? I mean, that's when I wrote that article. How to trade Lambos and buy Lambos here and sell Lambos here. You can actually, if you bought the Lambo in December of 2017. And sold it in December of 2018, you could have picked up 40 Bitcoin and had a Lambo free for a year.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
So that's funny, but that's how volatile Bitcoin is.
Yeah. What was the point we were on for a second before that? There was something there that I wanted to add. But I think we lost it. Yeah. But I'm just hanging out with you now. Just to anyone
everybody else is tired of hanging out with me.
Let's see, people.
They're back playing pinball. If you were here, you could play pinball, and I'd just be here twiddling my thumbs.
Man, I would be if I was there. I would want to trade. I'd want to see what your thoughts are on some of this action.
I'm not doing anything. I can go to the market. You want to put my account on? I don't know how to do I have share screen, or does he have share screen?
No, you both do. No, you don't. Yeah, I wouldn't put it up or anything. Juan, he doesn't have to put it up or anything. Right now, I want to trade. I have the itch, but right now I just feel that sense where I gotta sit out for a minute. It might be. It might.
We're not doing anything, are we? Are we, Marcus, doing anything?
Yeah. Well, if you want to show a screen, do some screen share and ask questions to Ugly if you want, or use and talk about it.
You know, it's.
You don't want to touch it.
My questions to Ugly have pretty much mostly been answered. It's
Right.
not like I really came prepared, and
Right.
I wish more of my friends would come in here and jump in with some questions, because it is an AMA right now. I also, I don't know if you heard, Juan invited you guys over to my show for a bit at some point in time in the hopeful not too distant future.
Yeah, anytime, man.
So many people coming into the market, you
That's
know.
great,
and,
dude.
Yeah, it's great to have these fundamentals. That's what we were talking about. One thing that I've
So how are you dealing with the shitcoiners? We were talking about that earlier with Gabriel T and we were talking with a bunch of people about that. When you get people in, well, I don't want Bitcoin, I want the shitcoin. How do you deal with that?
Oh, how do I deal with them? If someone wants to buy something else, I say it's an absolute scam. Don't trust it. Don't believe that you're better than me in my time here. If you want to try to make money, go ahead, but don't put that in a college fund for your kid. And buy Bitcoin. Don't buy anything else at all costs. That's pretty much what I say. But fortunately on Twitter, I've gotten in so many shitcoiner arguments that I think I've blocked almost all of them. Like I really don't have shitcoiner garbage going on in my Twitter feed. Yeah, just a couple trash talkings here and there. I used to get in huge fights with ringleaders coming out from XRP, all these people 60 against me, you know, jumping on everything I say, and it's just, that wasn't worth it anymore at a certain point. So to me, you know, this is a new market cycle. People that XRP maximalists or whatever you want to call them that have been waiting for however long to get their 70-cent XRP back. I'm not interested in fighting with them anymore. I'm not even interested in fighting with Roger Ver. The fight's already been, the market's done the work for me.
I told you, it's a done deal.
Yeah,
it's just it's just that he's continuing with the game. I just would like to see him give up the the bait and switch, and that's what I guess I can't. What can you do? I mean, I'm sad for all the people he's led down the primrose path, but it can't. It's not like we didn't try and warn him. I mean, I remember when we were on that cruise in the Mediterranean, and it was the debate with Jimmy Song. And he completely ambushed Jimmy. Jimmy was writing his book. He was in his corner up there. He just appeared for the carnivory dinner, and then he was busy writing his book, and he didn't even participate in the conference because he was busy. He's a busy guy, and so he comes out all dressed up, but didn't realize we were out by the pool, and he thought, oh, this would be like a Douglas Lincoln debate. Not realizing, the way Roger Ver operates, and he gets ambushed right down there in front of the pool, and he was killing Roger on that. And we're gonna publish all this. Says, well, this is not the debate yet, and but Roger said, oh, we're gonna publish all that. Well, they never did because Roger's got his ass wiped, and then once he got up there and made the form. Jimmy did set the standard. He gave us the intellectual argument. He lost on speaker points, but that's just because of the persona of Roger Ver. And then you go to my good old Street Fighter Toe gets up there and hits a few blows. But it is a great, it's just sad. It's really sad because it's sad that here's a guy that, at least, well, I think he got lucky because he never really understood sound money, and he was very, very fortunate, but he didn't understand the winning horse he got on. He really didn't, and a lot of people subsequently have, and done exceedingly well, including myself. So, I can't fight that, and I don't have anything. I don't hate Roger, and I don't hate Bcash. I hate what he's doing. I hate the bait and switch. I hate the idea that he's got a domain name that says Bitcoin.com, and people go to that and think that's representing the Bitcoin community, and it doesn't. And that's the sad part. It's really sad. It's
very bad commentary. And, you know, he's not part of Bitcoin world. He's part of, there's two different worlds. There's Bitcoin, which is sound money. And then there's the crypto world, which is not. And I make a big distinction between it. That's why I don't like to be called a maximalist. I want to be a Bitcoin standard bearer because maximalism implies there's something else. And I don't discount that there may be something else, but it's real simple. Just show us. You don't need to advertise it. You don't need to tell us. No one ever advertised Bitcoin except for a little while. It just gets picked up and somebody carries the baton. And that's what, you know, this is what I'm doing here. That's what, you know, people that are into it, they say, you know what, I want to get a little bit back, and then we all do it in different ways. So, you know, a lot of selfless people in here teaching about sound money gets really frustrating sometimes. I know that for a fact. So,
yeah, I would I would add that I think the nefarious stuff is some of it's kind of unforgivable. I wouldn't say Roger Ver's welcome back to a Bitcoin community with open arms. You know, Trace Meyer, even Mayor. I think that some people have kind of just really stepped off the line there of integrity when it comes to Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is just it is such a game changer, you know, and to be part of any operation that dilutes that or gets in its way, infringes it in some way, is pretty much outright attack on something that I truly believe in for so many reasons. Not, you know, the economic implications, the political implications. I mean, even theoretically, theological implications. There's just so many things that could change as a result of humanity scaling to a different level.
well, you know, there's nothing new under the sun, and at least that's what Solomon wrote. And I kind of liken the situation is much like martyrdom. The word martyr came from the early Christians, who they were murdered for their faith, and there was a big schism there. And you know, I get it because I already seen it. It's happened in the United States. It's, you know, will you deny your faith? Will you deny Bitcoin to save your family and your soul? And a lot of people did that. They were marked to be martyrs, and they recanted. And then when things calmed down and Christianity was accepted, okay, we will leave you alone now. How do you welcome that flock back? And there was a big schism there. People, no, they can't be. They can't be. You know, they weren't marked. They didn't do what my father did or my cousin or whatever. And but they did work it out, and it takes time, and it can be done. So I'm not one, by studying history, I have, you know, I have open arms to people that have, you know, deceived me. And, you know, and there, no one, look, if we're beyond redemption, then I was lost a long time ago with no hope. So there's none of us are past that. And I can tell you some real, you know, horror stories about that. I was probably the only guy, and particularly it was in the lows. It never happened in medium, but I know there was one guy that he was in on. Well, his wife worked for the government, and I think he was a janitor or something. Anyway, he got on their computers at night, you know, and was exploring the internet and found some porn, and then found some child porn, and he did it on and these, I don't know if you know this, but way back when the pornographers and the FBI partnered up, I had another young kid, the same thing happened, and they actually led people to, you bring us, you know, 3 pictures of child porn and you can get to our website free. Well, this wasn't that kind of deal. The guy was just doing it, but they nailed him, and he, you know, was put in a low security. Well, now he's marked as a child molester. Well, you know what? I mean, these are murderers and rapists, and most of them drug addicts. But they're, you know, look, I'm not defending. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending child molestation, but there's not anything that I'm not capable of, you know, given the circumstances. And so I actually came to the guy's defense, so he didn't get the crap beat out of him. Because, you know, it's not like he wasn't even a child molester. It was just a matter of downloading child pornography onto a government computer. But that's kind of the way people's thinking goes, you know. Boy, when you can gang up on somebody, it's so much fun to pile on. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm not. I've never really come out in big support of the Ross Ulbricht thing, because not that he's over sentenced. There's a lot of injustice there, but it's not an exception, guys. It's a rule. There's a lot of guys that are got life sentences and been executed and were absolutely innocent, had nothing to do with the crime. And that's come out because of the Innocence Project. So I make a big distinction there. So there are, and these are issues that you're going to be dealing with later. What do you do with the shitcoiners? There are guys that just screwed up. I mean, they really believe in their shitcoin, and they're waking up. It takes a long time to figure out, wow, this is shit. And now how do you bring them back once they get on the right track? Well, they kind of have to earn it. You know, I mean, they can't just, so they're not beyond redemption, but it also, it's not an easy ticket either.
Exactly. There's always the road home, you know, the prodigal son. Right. But, you know, and if a lot of these XR peeps start saying, hey, Joe, you know, can you unblock this dude because, you know, they're into Bitcoin now, and they realize that the things, right, that I've been saying all along are true, then yeah, I'm most certainly willing to say, yeah, you know, you want to listen to some content, you want to talk some Bitcoin, let's talk some Bitcoin. If you want to say that you put all your life savings in an XRP and call me a piece of shit bald dickhead because, you know, I call XRP a scam, then our views are different. There's really not much more to say, you know.
No, you're not a hater. You're just telling it like it is, and there's a big difference, and you know, that's what we do. And you know, we're going to face that problem. So I mean, what do you do what do we do if Roger Ver bends his ways? Well, you know, I'll welcome him back. You know, I'll welcome anybody back. But what do we do? You know, Trace Mayer, that was the most surprising thing. It was so classical.
Oh, we were both there for that. We were both there for that.
Yeah, I know. Just and apparently I don't keep track, but apparently he's pretty well disappeared after that.
I kept a little bit of track right after, and then I heard some, you know, I just heard about him that basically, yeah, he fell off the map, and I don't think he's really talking to anyone.
I mean, I can get that, which is sad because he was a good spokesman. Mm-hmm. You know, it's tragic, actually. You know, he's a good spokesman. He was, you know, we miss him, you know, come back, guy. I'm not, you know, I made fun. We did a little skit where I dressed up as do I look a little bit like
you look like you got a COVID haircut with the not haircut.
But do I look like the guy we were talking about? Do I look? He's got blonde hair. I got blonde hair.
I was gonna say you kind of look like yourself. You look like yourself.
I put on lipstick and I tried to, you know, anyway, put on a blue suit and a tie and everything. You need to pull that one up and show it sometime.
Yeah, there's a video.
Yeah, Juan always has that long hair, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, pretty much always. Yeah.
Yeah, he loses his strength. He's like Samson. If you cut it off, he's.
Oh yeah. Me and Juan had some fun in Vegas too, playing that Western shooter. That was pretty fun. I had a good time. Yeah, I had more fun doing that than playing pinball, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. That game was really good.
Oh, these guys don't play the pinball. They play all the other games. That thing has all kinds of shoot 'em up games.
Yeah. We we enjoyed the, you know, just having fun, click thing.
That was really good.
Yeah, so
go back. I bet you gotta wear a hazmat suit to go back into that place now.
Yeah, the thing I like about Unconfiscatable is it's definitely a manly event. I mean, Tone's got
cool stuff going on there all the time besides just the conference. So that's one of the big pluses. We got to get more hot looking women. The women that are there are hot, including the goat lady, but we need more of them. That's for sure. So it just I
Well,
don't know
in
why that
Vegas
is.
you can find them too, I'm sure.
That one, there was that bank or something. That was that one conference.
I'm sorry, my mic was off. Should be better now.
That was a cruise, and they had like, I don't know, 50 or there were these beautiful Russian women everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they didn't know a thing about Bitcoin, but it sure was nice eye candy, you know.
Some of Roger Ver's marketers.
No, they were for the cruise. It was
they were the kind of girls that were told
wearing
to
a bitch please underwear, you know.
Yeah, wear a
BCH
bikini wear a bikini as often as possible type of girls.
Yeah, it was very distracting.
Yeah, but I did enjoy Vegas. There's a lot of beautiful people who you get to meet, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of amazing human beings that you just end up spending time with, going to dinner, you know, having a good time, grouping up and just going from place to place, you know.
Just cruising, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, here's some good questions.
What's going on?
I got the current prediction. Okay, I'm not going to answer the prediction price, Brendan. You should know me by now. What's the lowest Bitcoin will ever go from here? 0. If you can't sell it, it's worthless. Okay. So that's an easy question. The lowest price it can go is completely worthless. We teach that, and that is your risk. And
I guess the lowest price you can go is 0 plus. You got to pay income taxes on it.
What is the average fee in dollars for trading one Bitcoin?
Some kind of
tax. It depends upon where you trade it. Every exchange has their own rates.
Yes.
If you're trading on a Bybit or BitMEX and it's a derivative, you actually can get paid for trading. If you are buying it privately, there's no commission, and you might be able to buy it slightly under the market or sell it slightly over the market. The average commission, I don't know, is a fraction of 1%. I would say it should be. I know Coinbase used to have a bid and ask and then charge 1%.
Now it's 0.5 maker taker. It's crazy. 0.5% maker or taker. It doesn't matter. 0.5. If you have enough volume, then they might
even on both sides.
Yeah, they're taxing you.
Right.
You have to cover a 1% spread.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's crazy. You know, then you go
you
somewhere
do
like
no, that's not the cheapest around.
No, you go to like Kraken or Gemini.
That makes it
where you might have like
seems like a bad idea
0.35.
to punish liquidity, you know, like
it hurts traders that you have to, the more of a spread
course.
you have to cover, then you know the
unless you want to trade, then
if I'm trading multiple positions a day and I'm a short-term trader, then I can't be worried about a 1% spread per trade that I'm losing, you know.
It also depends upon your jurisdiction, guys, because jurisdiction means everything, but the price of Bitcoin is not uniform. We have kind of a universal price out there, but it's not universal. You know, when people down here in Mexico, it trades because of our unique place in Mexico, not always in the center of Mexico.
There's different exchanges, different prices,
different exchange rates in different areas. And where we live, it's the most favorable exchange rate. So it's always anywhere from $200 to $800.
Yeah, Tijuana's got the best exchange rate with dollars.
So actually, I only sell Bitcoin in Mexico, and I only buy. Well, I haven't even bought Bitcoin for years because I trade it and make my Bitcoin that way. But if I was buying it, you can use any of the major exchanges. I used to buy it on Bitfinex. I used to buy it on.
Here's the spread, by the way.
Kraken.
Wow, so that's 0.20% is about $40.
The lowest recorded trading price right now is 18,823. The highest is 18,857 right now.
And you can execute trades from this console?
No, you cannot. This is not a trading console. You can set the alerts over here, which is what Rex was it Rex earlier that was coming on? Rez was coming on earlier, and you can set these alarms to trigger your trades basically. And so I don't really look at the spread because I can see the spread. I can see that there's no yellow here. So Bybit's stack is at 18.8 right now. And the front, the end of the sell side. Yeah. So I can kind of see this without having to look. And I don't really care about Bitfinex right now. I think Bitfinex is kind of a scam. A couple of these exchanges I don't care about. So the range I'm looking for is more between some of the main perpetuals and the main spot exchanges. So
what do you think of the other one, Binance? Do you use that exchange?
I do not.
I've been using it. Yeah, it's kind of a dumpster
I
fire.
think they charge fees on perpetuals. They charge fees even as a maker.
Yeah, they do charge fees as a maker, and their exchange is, I kid you not, it is a maze. It is a literal maze.
Yeah.
I remember, like, there's just so many options. You hit wallet, it sometimes takes you someplace, sometimes takes you a different place. There's like just so many different options. I used to trade on Binance a lot, and it was simple, it was straightforward. And then once they started adding margin and P2P trading and there's so many things going on. It takes me 5 minutes to figure out what my wallet balance is and what my deposit
and the
history
more
is.
these exchanges adopt shitcoins, and the more that they
just value X though, like
it's going to cause just all kinds of problems. I don't know.
I mean, you can organize it well. Like BITMEX is very well organized. BITMEX's interface is beautiful.
But everything's based on Bitcoin. It's not
yeah, exactly.
It's all derivatives.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
what it
pure,
is,
man.
Yeah,
it's pure. Yeah.
I mean, the perpetual exchanges.
They don't have any. Their only inventory is Bitcoin. They're not holding any of the shit coins.
Yeah.
And neither do I. I mean, I got a little bit of that counterparty still that I can't even dump anymore. But
yeah. Pengay has a fundamental question. And I mean, Pengay one, if you can elaborate on that question more, that'd be wonderful, because it's a very vague thing you just said. But any words on the idea of Bitcoin and mining centralization and increasing difficulty? I mean, the increasing difficulty is good. The mining centralization is debatable. The mining pools are not miners. Mining pools are temporary associations of miners that are collaborating to lower their risk while they're mining. So they share their profits and also share the risk of not getting the block reward. As far as, I mean, there is somewhat of a centralization as far as China goes. Like, China does have more hashing power than I think any of us would like them to have, because they have cheaper electricity. That's probably going to start changing. I mean, there's a story that I wanted to cover, but we didn't get a chance with Tone. And it's just like, I mean, I'll have to find it. I'll have to like dig it out. But basically, the Venezuelan government is now put out like the military of Venezuela. You saw that, right?
I saw the video.
How crazy is that? So they're like showing off their Bitcoin mine. They're like, yeah, no, this is great. What's that?
I mentioned that on his stream.
Oh, sweet.
I know what you're talking about. They were in uniform.
They were, Venezuelan military uniform. Like, if it's propaganda, it's very well done. It looks legit to me. Mm-hmm. And they're showing off all the mining rigs, and they're like, yeah, this is great. We're sort of mining Bitcoin because it can't be blocked by the American Western hegemony that is trying to undermine our regime or our legitimacy or whatever in our markets, right? So they're basically saying like the U.S. government is boycotting us at every front and doesn't let us trade with the world, but Bitcoin does. So we're mining Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
And
unfortunately, it's socialism in action, because basically they're thoroughly corrupt and they need the money.
Oh yeah.
And they realize, hey, we can do this by not giving our people electricity. We can buy get Bitcoin, and
it's worse than that.
Taking care of the elite. Basically.
Well, and they're stealing that. They stole a lot of those miners from people. I guarantee you that.
Oh, you stole the miners and they're stealing the electricity.
Yeah, they steal the electricity. They steal the mining gear rig.
Yeah, the funny thing to me though was it was like three dudes.
It's like nation grade mining now. So like, and Iran is in it too. So like, we're entering that era where nation states are mining Bitcoin. And we knew that was going to happen. And that's the next level of stability and geopolitical distribution, is like, if the dollar starts to crash because of all this ridiculousness that's going on in the United States right now, because confidence is crashing, then they're going to have to start taking a position.
You're going to figure out that, hey, we shouldn't sell this Bitcoin for dollars. We need to hang on to this Bitcoin. That's going to be
That's gonna be the next
awakening.
one. Yeah. They're slow. They took them about 12 years to figure it out, but good for them, I guess.
Yeah. So I just remember laughing because it was a good video, but the guys setting up the rigs in military fatigues, they were all skinny ass looking nerd dudes, you know. I was just like, damn, dude, this is funny, you know, like this really is, if the, you know, military operation with some skinny ass nerds and, you know.
Can you imagine how hot it is in there?
You know, they were setting everything up, that, you know, they know what they were doing. It looked like they were pretty organized.
It did look like they knew what they were doing, yeah.
Yeah, it looked pretty, I mean, it wasn't, to me, it wasn't like the best mining setup that I have ever seen, but it did.
Yeah.
No, it looked kind of sloppy.
Well, yeah, it looked a little messy, yeah.
It looked like, yeah, I mean, if I would have guessed if it was a little more government funded, it would probably be more vertical than that. Probably more tower looking type stuff.
More towers, right?
Yeah,
more
so
Well,
brutalism.
it's probably already existing and got appropriated.
Yeah, no, they probably got nationalized somebody's mining rig for sure, mining farm.
Oh,
and
I
then
see what
the
you're
guy
saying.
was like, "Well, how about this? You
Maybe
can't
they
do
were
shit without me,
unplugging
so how about you hire me?" Huh?
Yeah, that is very possible.
That's how it works.
They
That's how it
found
works.
some black market Bitcoin mining, and then they
Yeah,
were
they
like,
just
yo,
busted a big farm, and then they were like, "Well, listen, how about this? I'll run it. We go 50-50,
yeah,
and you protect us from the rest of the gangs that want to steal our mining gear, because it's not just the military, it's the cops and it's the neighbors, and it's like Venezuela's corruption is not just, it's not authoritarian, it is cultural. Like there's a lot of innocent people, but there's a lot of people that are just like in the mindset of stealing and writing other people out. Like the communism is a mental virus. It's not like you can't sustain a hierarchy like that without the bottom holding it up, and the way they hold it up is by playing the game. And I mean, I know people that have, like, I've talked to people online that have gotten their mining rigs stolen, or it's rough in Venezuela. But I mean, it's still Bitcoin still helped them like hold ground and protect themselves from the inflation vastly. So like one thing is mining Bitcoin, the other thing is holding it and keeping it safe from other people and stuff. And you know, Venezuelans that are holding ground in Venezuela are tough, man. They're really tough people. They've had to deal with some serious shit. Like, it's really rough.
yeah.
Yeah,
Who
I
knows?
know.
Anyway.
Oh, is this the goat lady?
has arrived.
It's time. It's 6:11. Well, we haven't had any goat ladies on, and no ladies on. Very few can. But the goat lady can talk about saving Bitcoin, spending Bitcoin. That she's really good at that.
Oh, yeah?
She's the trading. I'm still teaching her. You know, she did pretty well this year, but you know, she wants a new Jeep now. She got a Jeep, and she wants a Razor. Anyway, so we gotta please the goat lady here. I mean, everybody has to be happy, and so that's part of it, guys. We do hodl and we do save, which is savvy hodling, and then we do builda, which is what we're doing here. And you gotta do all three. They all fit together.
Yeah.
And she's the one that she watches the purse strings, or let's say she loosens them, and she tightens them for me and loosens them for her, or something like that. I don't know how that works.
Okay.
So I'm actually gonna call it again here. I'm gonna head out probably for the night. It's getting late over here. I'm gonna
right on.
Well, say hello to the goat lady. She's here. Just a minute, because you've met her.
Yep.
You know her from. This is Joe Satz, my love, from the summit there in Bali. You remember?
Oh yeah, I
Wow.
remember him. Hi. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, good.
Looking great. I love the hair.
Thank you. Yeah.
Did the goat get you those earrings?
Sorry?
Did Ugly get you those earrings?
Yeah.
Look at you. What a romantic guy.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
I'm okay.
I'm trying to help.
Yeah, I got 6 more hours, so I don't know if we're gonna make it or not. But at any rate, Joe's been a big help. We'll get more. Hopefully, we get more people on.
Yeah, it's good to have you, man.
But we definitely need a woman. I'd like to get a hold of everybody that spoke at the.
Yeah, I tried. Katie was driving from Tijuana to LA, so she told me. I totally just doxed her
Katie's
plans
in
today.
Tijuana?
Katie was in Tijuana. She was driving to LA for some reason.
Oh, okay.
some business, I suppose. She works in Silicon Valley and stuff.
Yeah,
Or
sometimes
whatever.
you can post the Zoom link and see if a couple audience members want to come in, for some questions.
Yeah. Just drop it in the comments. Oh boy, that'd be.
Yeah,
see
you
what
usually
happens.
you can block people. So
yeah,
That's
as long as
true.
we know you're a member,
No, they wouldn't be members. The members already have it.
Oh, members already
Yeah,
got it.
the members
Okay, the
already got
members
it.
got it. So they're a member. We
Yeah, yeah.
welcome you, and you want to, post your referral code. That'd be great. We want to
We
give
got a
you.
question here. Ugly, what is your favorite moving average to buy dips and corrections? A lot of Bitcoiners I know use the 128-day moving average. I mean, you don't really use moving averages, but
I don't, and it's kind of like and they're useful. To tell you, the expert on that was Tyler Jenks, and he actually had a whole thing called Consensio, and I don't know. Do you remember either? Like,
yeah,
we'll talk about it. He has 788 configurations of moving. I mean, the guy was, because he was a great analyst. I mean, and the whole, like I say, the whole Hyperwave thing is based on very simple formula. He took the whole thing to a next level, and he's done the same thing with moving averages.
Yeah.
I've never been a really big fan of moving averages because they're always kind of a following indicator, and if you're gonna do something, I like momentum is a lot better. So yeah, like if you're doing a 120-day moving average, that might be a good one. I like momentum where you just subtract the current price from where it was 30 days. Or you got every market, you have to just subjectively, you look at the tops and the bottoms and see where and I can't remember if you measure it from the top or bottom or top to top. But anyway, there's a way of calculating it. I just haven't done it. I used to do it on a half a dozen markets, and I do remember a few of them. I did it on Swiss franc. I did it on copper. I mean, I would have positions in the futures market, like in copper, that I held for 6 months and longer. Same with Swiss franc. People couldn't believe it. So you still have that on? Yes. And it's being able to live with and momentum's really helpful. If you're a long-term position trader, momentum, if you can find the right momentum indicator, it can be very helpful. The problem with moving averages, it's so subjective, and there's long-term and short-term, and there's so much clutter. Then you got 3 different ones, and this one moves under that. I can't deal with all that. I got to keep it really simple. But the guy that really knew it, the guy that, I mean, go see Tyler Coates. He probably has information.
Yeah.
Who's doing Consensio now? That was Tyler.
There's probably still videos on it too. I would say, Consensio was good. It was really good. In my experience, one of the most effective EMAs has been the 200 on the weekly. I really like the 50 on the daily. I don't trade necessarily based on them, but Bitcoin has a tendency to really rip and then rubber band back to the 50. So I do like to pay attention to the 50. I just like to know where it is, the kind of general space is floating. The 200 weekly Bitcoin has supported that historically a large number of times. So I would say it's kind of been like a bear market bottom caller. So I would say there's some validity to that, if you want to go through BLX and run it back from the beginning. The 200 weekly has been really good. But that's I don't sit here waiting for the weekly MA to turn over. I don't sit here waiting for the daily MA to turn over either. I just those are the 2 that I pay attention to. If something was to happen, if I was to expect a wick down, the 50 would be my first area I'd be looking, or even a move down.
Yeah, they're good for long-term positioning. And actually, if you know the truth, I don't watch all of Tone Vays, but I tune in occasionally, and because he's really a good teacher, and he'll point out, this one's coming up, and that's good enough for me. I don't need to be. It's not anything I'm looking at. I used to be into that stuff, and I just kind of threw it all away because that's what you're going to find when you trade. You're going to pick and choose what you're going to use, and you just need to be consistent and manage the funds, and you're going to do just fine. That's what people don't understand. They really think I have magic beans. They really think I can predict the market, and I don't. I can't. It's really hard to get your head around that concept.
Well, yeah, because what you're saying is, what a lot of people are thinking. I'm just going to kind of speak on behalf of a third party here. I see this guy makes a ton of money and he's saying he has no idea what's happening, but he's making tons of money. So it's like this weird kind of like thing for people to digest. But the truth is, Ugly isn't saying, yo, my price call is X by X day and this or whatever. He's trading because he feels like the market's bullish or whatever. I'm probably oversimplifying this, but he's trading because he believes the market is feeling this way or looking this way. So I guess that would kind of be a bit of a difference.
It's kind of putting it all together. Like right now, I mean, the biggest thing in my trading right now is the reduction of position size. People are like, well, what position size should I take? There's no answer to that. It might be a huge position size with a very small risk. You know, it might be a very small position size with a very large risk. I think the classic example of that, you remember the trade that Tone did when he got kicked off, and you know, he had all these referrals from BITMEX, and he said, well, you never trade. He said, well, it's because I'm teaching. I can't trade and be doing what I'm doing. So he finally did a trade, and it was a breakout on the downward triangle, and he sold the very bottom, boom, things shot. He told me, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. This thing, because I knew this could happen, and he had left it plenty of room. And then the market went back and it started working its way back. Of course, by that time, BITMEX said, oh, you're a U.S. citizen. We got to shut you down. You know, and it was sad because, you know, I know he gives all kinds of free work guys, and the only reward he would get was referral codes. And it was very unfair. But by the same token, I understood what had to go on. I knew that they have no choice. They have to show a good faith effort that we have no nexus with United States citizens, because it's not illegal to trade on BITMEX. It's just as a U.S. citizen, because of our stupid laws and these treaties, if you trade on those exchanges, they're now subject to your stupid regulation, and CFTC is controlled by the exchange members. And the Department of Justice indictment was brought on by the bankers. If you guys don't see that, I can't help you. And that's why I say I'm out here all by myself, but I consider Arthur Hayes and that gang, the whole group of BITMEX, to be, they're modern day heroes to me. They are far above head. And I love Snowden and Assange for the work they've done, but they need support. They need our monetary support. Arthur Hayes and Sam Reed and those guys, they don't need our money. They don't need our help, but they need our support. They need to say, hey, we get it, man. You know, and you can't blame anybody but yourself. If you're trying to trade on BITMEX and you're a U.S. citizen, you're the one that's scamming BITMEX. You're the one deceiving BITMEX. It's not them scamming you.
Yeah.
So don't blame the exchange, guys, because you got the best exchange that's ever been invented out there. And why are they trying to shut them down? I guarantee you, if they could shut them down, they could. But we got some good guys on the tip of the spear that are fighting this battle. They are on Omaha Beach right now, and we got to support them. And you know what? The only way you can support them, you got to protect yourself. And they don't need our money, but they do need our support in vocally and however else we can. And you need to get to your own congressman, say, hey, why do we have these stupid laws? How come I can't do business here? How come people don't want my business? Because I'm a United States citizen. It didn't ever used to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, that's kind of a rant, but
no, I hear you.
You know,
like that's
the way we got to, you got to have some kunas, guys. It's time to stand up, and you got to have some balls, not recklessly, but and you just got to do it. And I'm in a unique situation. Again, my accounts are all closed. I can't trade on BITMEX. I don't trade on BITMEX. So, I just happen to be in a unique situation. I have a lovely wife, and she's Mexican. I'm American. I'm my resident down here, and she trades. I don't. And so, go, Lee. Tell us how you spend this.
Here, I'll take this.
Story. All right.
I gotta go though. It's getting late over here.
Oh, I got some NyQuil, Dayquil.
Oh,
All
nice.
right. Hey, Joe. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Thanks for suffering through my rant.
No, I had a good time. I actually do enjoy listening. I enjoy hanging out, and I'll speak with you here really soon about getting on my show, and we'll hang out a bit there too.
Yeah, well, come down here. We're going to try and organize. We're going to try and do a regular Baja tour on these razors. It's a blast. So.
Sounds good.
Goat lady, you're on. Can you come up?
Take
Where
care,
are you?
everyone.
You
Yo,
must be
everyone,
down
hit the
over
like
here.
and subscribe. Give Ugly
Yeah,
Old Goat
guys,
some
and
love.
hit Joe. Look, guys, if you've been watching this and say, hey, maybe this is something I want, first of all, don't subscribe to my service if you don't have a hollow, because you don't need it. I got all kinds of free stuff. All my articles are on Medium. They're on the website. Have at it. Enjoy. It's for you. It's free content. If you like Joe and what he's doing, he's got his link there, an affiliate link. You can sign up. You get 50% off my service and another 15% because Joe referred you, and he gets a little stipend too. And same with Juan. Juan's been a great host on this thing. And you guys, I don't need your support, but you know what? Sign up under another member. Sign up under Juan. The other guys will sign up under somebody, you know, and you'll get a referral code too. We don't know where this is going. These guys are actually, I don't know what I'm doing. So they're actually compiling my material, and hopefully we'll be coming out with some type of a living book that'll be in everybody's price range, where you won't get the actual history of my trades. You won't get the equity app, but you're going to get everything that I teach as I teach it. And I don't know else how to do it. So Goat Lady, Joe, thanks for coming on.
Yep. All right, been a
Goat
pleasure.
Lady, what do we do with this Bitcoin? What are you doing for Christmas?
For Christmas.
You need to get over here in the chair.
Christmas.
I already.
I'm finishing a delicious piece of pizza there.
Oh yeah, well I had one piece, but I don't need the pizza. So
You don't need more?
yeah. So tell us what I do know that I've been selling Bitcoin. I don't know. Well, tell us about you're probably a house that has no water or electricity. Why is that?
Because I'm Mexican. I love make things hard, probably hard than Americans, but in Mexico it's the way that we grow, it's the way that we live. But it's not difficult. We can buy pilara, we can have water in that pilara, and we can have solar panels, we can have electricity, we can have satellite internet, and that's all.
Satellite internet? We can't even get the real internet. Oh,
Probably.
that'll be
Until
fun.
we
Oh,
have, we have
maybe.
the process and all that. But
I'll tell you a story about the Goat Lady because it took forever. There was some huge cultural differences, and probably one reason we got along at least early on is I didn't speak any Spanish and she spoke no English, so our vocabulary, we were limited to just the important things. And now she speaks almost perfect English, and I still can't speak Spanish, and so that's really unfair. But what she finally has learned, it took years. She could never figure out. I said, you know what? I like Mexico. I can live this way. I have no problem. But all I want is I want hot water, and I want electricity, and I want internet. Well, Mexico doesn't work like the United States. It just doesn't. You can't just do auto pay you got to. They like the personal touch. So most bills, now they're starting to change a little bit, but every time you got to go in and physically go to now they've changed it so you can pay it at the banks or OXXO now, but it used to be you had to literally go once a month to the electric company, to the water company, to the internet company and pay the bills. There'd be long lines in front of all of them. And, you know, and I said, and I would be sitting there working, and I got my whole business before Bitcoin was internet related too. Online, I don't have a living. All of a sudden, no internet. Where's my internet? And, and then, so our electrician go, where do I have electricity? What's going on here?
And now almost all the stores accept debit cards, credit cards, and all that.
It's getting much better.
Before, remember when I meet you, we don't have cash, we cannot pay the internet. We have to go.
Yeah, you can't go. You have to go get cash, and you have to pay it in cash.
The line to pay the internet bill.
Yeah, but it was really hard for me to teach her that because the only thing that was important was the beans and rice. And
beans, rice, and tortillas.
Tortillas. But, you know, hot water you don't need. You can just, you know, you got a propane gas stove. You heat hot water up in a bucket. And then I never took a shower out of a bucket before till I met this woman. And then, so, which was fun. It was really fun. Not that I like to do it every day, but it was fun. It was really fun at the time. But
for a long time, right?
Yeah. But we did it that way. And then but it took her a long time. I said, look, more important, we can't have beans and rice unless I have internet. I have to have internet. I have to have electricity, or there is no beans and rice. And that really was a hard thing for you to understand, wasn't it? Really? I mean, can you honestly admit that that was hard for you to understand? So, guys, what I'm trying to say here is everybody's at a different level. And there's people that, you know, they don't need it. They don't see the importance of electricity. They don't see the importance of internet. And if that's where they're at, we have to go there. You can't expect them to come here. And sometimes it takes a long time for them to learn, because it's just hard to learn that, wow, look what electricity and look what internet can, and that's what Bitcoin is like. Look what Bitcoin can bring you. I didn't know about, when did we meet? 2009. So we were together 4 years and I never had Bitcoin.
Yep.
And then, and you can tell it wasn't always easy, was it?
No, it wasn't.
No.
No.
So tell us about some of the hard, what's been the hardest thing about Bitcoin that I put you through?
The hard time. After the week had Bitcoin? Oh, when it's not when we had Bitcoin. It's before, using the time when you start to buy Bitcoin. Remember?
Uh-huh.
We was have 5 children in home. Sometimes we have your business was hard, and you have a debt.
Where were we living?
In Rosarito.
Oh, Rosarito. Okay,
In
yeah,
Rosarito.
yeah.
Yeah, we had to pay
5 children.
the
Yeah,
college,
we had 5. Yeah.
2 children.
2 children, which they both threw away, but never, you know.
David Alonso are at the school, and Esther, the little one, was a baby.
Yeah.
Buy pampers, milk, baby clothes every 2 months, and all that. But there is the hard part, because sometimes we say, oh no, I will buy Bitcoins when I have some money for invest. We never have enough.
No, we didn't.
Never have enough. I remember we had hard time that time before you got Bitcoin.
Well, my business almost, I extended too much credit to a client and I almost went broke. Oh, gosh, I survived it.
Was not hard after Bitcoin. Was hard used for got some Bitcoins.
Yeah, the initial buying, and people don't believe it. When I first Bitcoin I bought, I got it because it was Coinbase and I could ACH it, and it was. Yeah. Oh, here's another thing that was very difficult to learn. When I got out of prison, I started with nothing, but very quickly I built up credit, and I don't abuse credit, guys. You need to learn credit. I use credit to buy equipment. If it didn't pay, I mean, I lived frugally. I had drove an old junker car when you met me. Which car? What was I driving? Oh, I had my little PT Cruiser, I think, when I met you. Nice car. Nicer car. I just got it. So I had my little PT.
Probably you don't have that PT Cruiser, I won't be here.
Probably. So anyway, that was a really nice. We had lots of fun in that car. But anyway, so we got. But it was really hard because at one time I think I had over 100,000 in credit card debt and whittled it down to like 60,000, but I was still paying $1,000 a month in interest or close to it. And I kept saying, my love, we need to make the sacrifice and just not get this other stuff. And I got to pay this card off. If I can pay the card off, then, we're going to have like an increase of income of $1,000 a month. And because she never got the concept. And of course it was before her that I ran up the credit card debt.
she never really could. So I was constantly, could never get rid of that debt until my business finally in 2016, I had a banner year, just unbelievable year. And I paid off, not only met all the demands for the family, I paid off all the credit card debt and was able, with the leftover, buy a little hodl of Bitcoin, which was at the right time. That was in November, right after the elections in November 2016. And then when was it before that? We were doing a lot of arbitrage. First, we'd do the currency and the bank shut that down. And then finally we did the Bitcoin, where we would I'd buy Bitcoin internationally. We'd sell it here in Mexico, run the cash crops. And then I'd 5 banks close me down in the US because it was very lucrative.
We did make a lot of hard work.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard, guys. Arbitrage is not easy, but we did it. And, we actually, when business was slow, we would go and do that arbitrage because we could go up and in a day pick up anywhere from $200 to $300, sometimes less after expenses, maybe $150 up to maybe a good day $300 a day, which is nothing to ignore. That's pretty darn good down here. So that's how it kind of got going. So it's not easy, and life is never easy.
Look, let me share something. Something that happened. This happened real. I had my doctor, and I said, "Hello, my doctor." I told him when Bitcoin came down and $3,000. Remember last year? And I told my doctor, you have to invest. And he said, "Oh yes, I will invest. I will get some. I have to make some payments, and I will get some Bitcoins. I promise to you." And he didn't. And I told him different times, "Doctor, I like my doctor. He's so nice." And Dr. Lopez and Dr. Jimenez. But the history is that now the Bitcoin is high, almost $20,000. I saw him last week, and he says to me, "Eunice, told me how much is Bitcoin right now." I said, "Okay." I saw my cell phone, and I see, okay, 18,800 and something. He said, "Oh no, Eunice, don't tell me that. All the time that I wanted got some Bitcoin, that freaked me out, Eunice." that he didn't buy.
And that's the dilemma where everybody is right now.
Yeah, and now he's gonna buy one nice and beautiful truck. And I said, "Doctor, if in that time last year you spent $8,000 for buying two Bitcoin and all, you can have with 2 Bitcoin and all, you can have over $1 million truck, beautiful and nice truck." But he's saying, "Don't tell me anymore. That freaked me out."
Well, similar story. When we were in Bogota at in 2017 December, and I was mixing it up with the Latin America Bitcoin Conference.
Yep.
And there was a man there. We was from Argentina, I believe, or Brazil. I think it was Argentina. And his son did the same thing I did. His son had a condo, and he was making payments on it, was mortgage and all that, but he had some equity in it. So he sold the condo and rented a cheap little apartment and took the proceeds and bought Bitcoin in November 2016 with the proceeds. And by that conference, of course, back then he was buying it at like $500 and it was at 20,000. Now that one condo that he sold and bought Bitcoin with, he could buy 100 condos or 20 condos or a whole bunch of condos.
Yeah.
And it was just, that's such a great story. And it's really hard to do, guys, because your thinking has been conditioned. And that's why I emphasize that, how I made $1 million from my Social Security check. And this is why I'm so against regulation. These financial planners are highly regulated. They have to tell you to be prudent. They can tell you how to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic. They can tell you, well, here's how to maximize your Social Security,
but they can't tell you Social Security is a fraud and you need to get out of it, get as much as you can, as quick as you can, and put it in something sound like Bitcoin, because they would be literally disbarred from their being a certified financial planner. And that's what happens with all regulation. And yeah, there's going to be people that take advantage of that, but look at what comes out of the ashes. We had a lot of exchanges that went under. I was a victim of Cripsy and several others that I was victim of the Bitfinex haircut. But in the long run, something emerged from the market, and the best market that's ever existed as far as futures, all kinds of innovations. And so be careful what you wish for, particularly all you people that are advocating, oh, we got to regulate this thing. No, we don't. No, we don't. And I'll go back to my mentor, and I don't even think the people at American Institute follow my mentor, because everybody, you get stuck in institutional ways, but he identified the three greatest swindles of all time. And the number one is inflation. And number two is Social Security. And the third one, he called it the SEC, but you can just make that more general and call it regulation. And regulation is the third swindle of all time, because all these regulators are there, quote, to protect you, and they're not protecting you at all. They are looking out after special interests who they're bought and paid for by those special interests. So at any rate, I'm done. So what are you doing now? We've had a very good year in everything that we're doing. Tell me how this house is going. What are we doing? How come we don't have any water or electricity at this house?
We will. In Mexican way, we will.
Okay.
No worry. Yeah, I just come by right now because we have over 20 workers, men working up there.
That's the Bitcoin standard, guys. These guys have a job because of Bitcoin. And that's why I keep saying, you know what?
Yeah,
Be the very
over
best.
20 persons working there. But so I had to supervise, I had to press them, I had to buy the equipment, I had to buy materials, but I hope we can finish before the year end.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope so.
And so you don't want the GMC, right? I talked out of that. We found a Jeep, a really cool Jeep 10, but it's got a winch on it. The guy's taking care of it. Like down the street, the guy's saying really cool. I mean, I want it for me.
All accessories already.
Yeah.
And I don't have to spend.
We can take it on these trips, and if we get in trouble, we can use the winch to pull somebody out of a canyon or wherever we're at. Yeah. All kinds of stuff. So that's where we're at, guys. And, another year of Bitcoin. And I was not planning on doing this today. This is at last minute, but I was going to go to San Diego, but got a little touch of the flu. And so I said, you know what? We need to do a marathon on this Black Friday and tell them what we do and the special that's going on and what our plans are for the future. And so it's worked out good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go for another 5 hours, but I'll try. I might have to take a break and let Juan take over. We got to have some guys from Europe and Asia come in here because we're on different time zones now.
Do you have more guests?
I don't know. We got 36 watching. We've been streaming now for 7 hours. We got 65 likes, and if somebody doesn't like us, look at that. We got 1 thumbs down.
Oh.
So, and I don't know, some people are probably watching us on Twitter because I think this is live on Twitter. So, anyway. So.
Really, you can invite Ugly Kid.
Who?
Ugly Kid.
Ugly's Kid. I'm not sure he. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, but we'll see. It's just there are problems appearing on Bitcoin shows, guys, if you have another life separate from Bitcoin. So you just have to be real careful about that. And so I don't want to jeopardize anybody's, I dance to the tune of a different drummer. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm much freer. A lot of people, they have very you know, they have very important government jobs or maybe corporate jobs, and they do have to have a low profile because it may be against, you know, they might feel like, you know, they're being undermined in some way when they're not. But it's just, I understand those situations, so you can't. And I'm out here with a face, so you guys don't have to have a face. That's another reason too, because a lot of people, it may not be the best thing to get out there and, you know, say I'm a Bitcoin standard bearer, because there are consequences. I'm not afraid, and I'm willing to take those, but I fully understand those who do not. And in many cases, it's the best thing for them to do, because they're going to be much more effective being below the blanket than above the blanket. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So.
But Bitcoin is a good backup. You know?
Oh no! It's I'm not going to be quiet about it, and I'm not that. But I'm in a unique position, and not everybody is in that position, and so you have to respect everybody. Wow, I really like the way you look at that old goat. See how they lit that up in the background?
Yes.
Isn't that cool? That's what the difference is, having a professional. Oh, where's the thinker? We need to put him behind the other. Yeah, put him behind that other one next to the ugly old goat. So you see what I'm saying? Right there. Yeah, next to the goat. Next to, on the other side of Satoshi. Yeah. Yeah, right. They're moving over. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, focus on her and it'll show up. We had it the other day. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. Now put it on. There you go. Now move your head a little bit. Move your head back this way. Whoops. Oh, there. Okay, there it is. And now if they focus, here's the other stuff. There. Now move your head that way. See, there he is in the back of your head. There you go. That's what we want. There's and you can move them over a little bit the other way. We're going to get this camera stuff down, guys. We're going to get better at this stuff. We got Ernesto. He went to school. He wants to do this. So we're going to let him have a free reign and put together his creative efforts. Juan's going to focus on the content, and Eddie's going to watch our backs. So Eddie and Jose.
Do you know how heavy is that hair? The thinker?
Yeah, it's heavy.
It's heavy.
Yeah.
And guys, can you believe that we bring from Colombia?
Yeah, we got that in Bogota, Colombia.
Yeah,
yeah, at the salt church, the salt church. So, you know who we ought to get on though, if we can yet tonight, is Victor's. Victor's free. So I don't know if I know he's a busy man, but at any rate. So if you're just tuning in, we're having this because this is our last day of our Black Friday. This is Ugly Old Goat Streamathon. Sale ends at midnight. Half price for, again, everything's free. But if you want my trading record, if you want the equity app, if you want to be in the Telegram group, that does cost. That's how we finance what we're doing. We're half price. Normally it's 1/10 of a Bitcoin. It's now 1/20 of a Bitcoin. And if you sign up under an existing member using an affiliate code, like Juan's been a great host, like Joe, like Tone Vays, you'll get another 15% discount. So that makes it like 0.045 or something like that Bitcoin. And the guy that you refer, he's got a little tip too of 10%. So it's just a way to show appreciation and get people interested in Bitcoin. And it's a yearly subscription. The renewals will not be the same price as the initial subscription, because what we do is we just keep going with the data that we've sent you. But that initial data is what you're paying for. And then hopefully we are going to continue developing things, and our content will improve and improve and improve. So every year you're going to want to renew anyway. But that's all on us, because we have to earn your business. And, you know, I feel like I accomplished the goal I wanted to accomplish, and that was make my trading public. And I wanted to run, my goal was actually to run 2 Bitcoin into $1 million in a year. And it took me a little longer than that. It's been 20 months, but
Yeah.
it's been $1.5 million.
And sometimes people cannot believe. People cannot believe because it's a lot the tricky information.
Yeah,
for
just
people they steal money, but the people they know us, I told them, you know what? How do you think that we have the assets that we have? If we don't have beacon, we cannot do all this.
Right.
We cannot have all these assets. But people, if you have a friend or you know somebody, you can believe, but you have to check by your own. Don't trust in anybody to say, oh, I will invest this much and I will give you double in 1 or 2 weeks.
Yeah, and
that is what the people have.
Right, and you're not getting any recommendations from me. You're getting my real-time trading history. You see it as I'm doing it as quickly as possible. You get it on the equity app so you can track it. But it's almost impossible to follow me. People try, and if you do, you're going to pick the wrong thing. I mean, I did like I say, the funniest one is I had this big thing that everybody jumped on, and I called it the fundamental seasonal gold trade, because I really thought normally gold bottoms out in August and there's a rally into November. I thought this is the perfect year for that. And it didn't. We did have a top the 1st of August, and then I bought that dip, but it turned into crap. I took my loss, and some people are still hanging on. Well, you're hanging on not because I told you to. It's hanging on because you're hanging on to a loser, and you can't do that. And so you don't try and follow me, because or if you do, you still have to implement. You know your financial situation. I don't, and so you have to limit those risks. And
like you say, you can invest. You say, and somebody say too, invest whatever, or put in risk whatever you are able to for loss.
Yeah, you only want to risk a very small percentage of your hodl. That's the basic thing. And one of the things that I teach that's contrary to most traders is, if I've taken a series of losses, I cut back. I don't increase. I don't double down and say, oh, I'll make it back on the next trade. No, quite the opposite. And you guys have seen me do it time and again, where I take 20 Bitcoin off the exchange. And then that's what I did when we started in February, because I caught the move down from 6,500 to 3,500. And I ran on medium. It was on medium. I wasn't tracking the stuff then, but it was on medium. And I actually ran 2 Bitcoin into 22 Bitcoin in 6 weeks. But then when we started on February 4th, I started with 2 again. So I didn't start with the 20 that I made. I cut way back. And on several occasions, I've done the same. I took last year, 2019, with that 2 Bitcoin, we took out, I think, a total of 32 Bitcoin. And when I started the year this year, we started with 0.6. Now, I actually had to add about another 0.6 to it, because I got caught on the on the COVID crash, but also caught that bottom. But at any rate, but basically 0.6, and I probably had to add another Bitcoin maybe later when I came back in, because I got wrecked. But that's been turned into, we've taken 46 Bitcoin off the table this year, and I'm trading with over 4.5 Bitcoin. So we've taken a total of 80 Bitcoin off the table, or not off the table, 76 off the table, and trading with another 4, with just $7,000 that we began with in February 4th, 2019. You guys can do this. I'm not unique. Lots of other people have done it. The only difference is that I stuck my neck out and I said, you know what? I know I can do this, and I need to demonstrate it in real time. And we're getting more and more sophisticated. That's when we also talked just before we launched the website. Victor Villacana developed the equity app, and it's been over a year, guys. He's worked on this thing for 2 years now. I actually started before we started the website. Yeah, I started in December, way back when. We were at his house, and I drank a bottle of tequila with him. We drank the whole bottle of tequila. And we really haven't talked to much each other since, because he knew what he wanted to do and I knew what I wanted to do, and we just went out and did it. And he's really developed a fantastic tool.
I have nothing to do with it. It's all his baby. And it's really part-time. He's a responsible engineer, runs a major company, 2 different factories. And he does this because he loves Bitcoin. He loves sound money. And the guys there's been a bunch of people that have helped him with this, and they're discovering all kinds of things that I wasn't even aware of. And I was not aware that 10% of my profits come from market making and from funding. And that kind of blew me away. And I'm using that as a new teaching mechanism, because it's like, because of the advanced structure that BITMEX has been able to offer, it rewards success. And as a successful trader, it's like you're like the house in a casino, because I have a 5 to 10% edge just because I rarely use a market order and I rarely get stopped out. I do get wrecked occasionally, but so that's 5 to 10%. I mean, this year I've taken, I think, or since a year ago, November, I've taken, I forgot, it took 3 or 6, anyway, 3 or 6 Bitcoin. I don't know how much it was, but it's not an insignificant amount. And that's from because I'm a market maker and because I'm collecting funding. And so it is something that's just has not been available in the markets. And it's unfortunate that the home of the brave and the land of the free and the home of the brave, they don't want your business because you want to regulate them. And they don't want you because it's legal for you to trade on BITMEX, but if they take you now, you just brought in the Army and the Navy and the Air Force, and they don't, and the aircraft carriers, and they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to be, so they say, the only scam is if you're a U.S. citizen and you knew it and you lied to BITMEX saying, I'm not a U.S. citizen, or you tried to get around KYC or whatever. And but basically, you're the scammer. You're the one that deceived BITMEX. They're not deceiving you in any way. So you need to get the story straight. You need to own up to it. And if you're a U.S. citizen, you need to change your damn laws. It's that simple. But you're not pretty. We think we're so great, and we're not. People don't want our business because we're in everybody's business. We need to fix it, guys. That's your job, ain't mine. So, done with that story.
Okay. Did you talk about the book that you are?
A little bit. I got a lot of people helping. There's Galilee's been helping me. I've ignored him. Juan, there's a whole bunch of people collaborating on what I write, because it's all kind of already written. It just needs to be put together. And I don't want it to just be, I don't really want to be, I don't want a Kindle book. I pretty well decided, no, this got to be something different than Kindle. And it's got to be once you buy the book, it keeps going. You buy it into and it'd be a way that I can introduce people to what I teach in a real way, but without having a huge expense, of me. I don't know if it's possible. We're working on it. So that's one of my projects, that and getting this race, doing these races. Those are 2 things I'm hoping to do this year. Guys, I don't care how old you are. You got to always, a lot of people don't know this. Before I was the ugly old goat, when I was in prison, my handle was Big Bird. Anybody understand why I was Big Bird? It's because I'm a big guy and I got a whole lot of blonde hair. So I was called Big Bird. And then when I got out, I ran a little sting operation on my prosecutor and took him down. He became an attorney general of Kansas, and I helped take him down. I became Bumblebee Braun, and I actually appeared in court with a bumblebee outfit on, and that made, I was in the I don't know what they call it, weird news thing, but, and then after that was accomplished and I got into Bitcoin, I actually wanted to be ugly old fart, and I said, nah, that's a little too risque. So then I said, ugly old goat, that's a good one. I had no idea
the GOAT wasn't an acronym. It was my son. He said, "Do you know what GOAT means?" I said, "No." "Well, what is it?" "Greatest of all time." I go, "What?" I said, now now I got to live up to this. Oh geez, now I've got, I did not deliberately do that, guys. That was pure accident.
Yeah. Remember in the beginning, people asked to you if you want to do something about the satanic things and all that.
There we go.
No, I don't mean to that. It's just one God, the one that jump and break all laws and breaking everywhere.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to get a goat at the new house.
I'm thinking on that. Probably.
I got to work with that new dog. I was going to take him out walking today, but we don't have a camera to follow me around, so it's dark now. But I need to start breaking in that dog because I'm gonna just add a layer of security. I don't know if I can do it or not, but dogs, to be trained properly, you got to really work with them and be patient, and it takes time.
Yeah, that kind of a Belgian Shepherd is not easy.
Belgian Shepherd, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw some videos how to train Belgian Shepherd.
No, send them to me. I haven't seen those.
Yeah, because all the trainers say the same. Belgian Shepherd is the most difficult dog for him train, but one time that you train him will be the most amazing dog.
Yeah, that's right. They're very hard to train, but they're absolutely the best security you can have, and they will follow you and die for you, and that's So yeah, I need to put out a clear signal as I get a little older. And you know what I always think? I always remember an old John Wayne movie. I can't remember the name of it, but he had a dog, and the name of his dog was Dog. Say, Dog. I said that. It was only John Wayne could pull that one off. But oh man, I don't know. Anybody remember the name of that movie? Anyway, his dog was Dog, and it was mean.
Oh, look, we got some questions. Can you see that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Okay. Let me get my glass. Yeah, Joe Satz, thank you for coming on. He did a great job. Okay, I wish I could take advantage of your offer. Looking to dump my building and put it into Bitcoin. Okay, well, guys, I can tell you this. If you're really heavy into, I am recommending if you're all tied up in your retirement account and a home, pay the damn tax and buy Bitcoin. You might, or do it systematically and dollar cost average. I can't get real excited buying it at these levels. I'm hoping this is a temporary top and we sell off and have a nice long period of consolidation, maybe break down into 14 or 12,000. I don't see much more than that. It can go lower, but who knows? I don't know. That's why I'm a trader. I don't know, and I trade accordingly. Will Ugly go back to a bigger position in BTC to ride it up? I don't know. If it keeps going up from here, I'm pretty well set. No, I don't like the market right now. It's too risky. I have no reason to take a large position and ride it up to 100K. I have my hodl. If it goes to 100K, that'd be just fine, wouldn't it? We could there's a few things we're looking at, but we can't get them unless Bitcoin goes to 100K.
I will say some of the wish the ugly have. He's always say, my love, someday Bitcoin are going up to 100,000 or over. I'm right now, I'm wrong.
Yep.
We wish we are waiting for that time. When? We don't know.
But how it's going to get there and what condition the world is in, that's going to be the other issue. I mean, everything may not work. There may not be like new cars available. So it is important. We need to hopefully we can make this transition into somewhat of a soft landing. We don't want a hard landing, guys. That's bad for everybody. We don't want chaos. That's why I still think it's very important if Trump can pull off this election and expose the fraud for what it is. You're going to have to. Now, nothing's going to change because we've had the COVID bailout. The only difference is with Trump's bailout, everybody's benefiting.
including the bankers, and those too big to fail. So it is a different type of a thing, but fundamentally it's a disaster. We got the fiat tsunami hanging over our heads, and it's not going to end well. So, that's why you want Bitcoin, and you want it off the exchanges, and you want it in your private keys. I don't know what else I can tell you guys, except you want to make that move. And to me, the riskiest situation right now are your legacy markets. And you know what told me that was all of a sudden my Social Security benefits increased. I wasn't really entitled to it. I didn't ask for it, but apparently they were withholding something because I didn't sign up for some program, and they increased it. And other people got checks that they didn't even ask for. Look, if you apply for it and you get it, they can easily deposit money in your bank account to bail you out. They can do the same thing in reverse. And I guarantee you, if you can't see that, I don't know what I can do to convince you. What works one way works the other way. And that haircut is coming, and you have to protect yourself from it. Again, it's really hard thinking. I think I told you the story about the kid with the condo. The dad was so proud because his son sold the condo, lived frugally, bought Bitcoin, and then he could buy 100 condos.
Yeah.
That story's repeated over and over again.
Yeah, probably now he can buy one city for himself, no?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's right back where it was, but he wrote it all the way. He bought it at 500. He wrote it all the way up to 20,000. Wrote it back down to 3,500 miles back up. But hopefully he did, learn. I teach that you reward yourself. You can trade it, and you can sell it when it's high. I'm a net seller of Bitcoin. I sold way cheaper not way cheaper, but I was selling Bitcoin the end of last week. And I wish I'd have waited till today, but we're evening out our books. And so it's a good time to be selling some of the Bitcoin that, we made trading this year. And, this is Bitcoin that I started buying at 3,800 and bought it all the way up. And now we're selling some. Close to 19,000 is where I sold it. Maybe Mexico probably was 19,000. That's how you do it, guys. You just have to do it that way. I still have slightly more Bitcoin than I had when I started. And so I'm building my HODL. We're investing in a lot of different projects. The things that we're buying, even though it seems kind of silly, I'm serious about trying to build a business where we have these all-terrain vehicle tours. You can come down here for a few days, go out with us on the road, and get lost in the wilderness and just have loads of fun out there in the wild, racing cars up and down the desert. And it's just incredibly fun. We just need to organize it so if you come down here, you don't have to adjust to too hard a life. We kind of have to make it Mexican American, make it hard and easy at the same time. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah. And what is going on with the video? The bad trip.
Well, I don't know. Nobody's put it together yet. I think that's right. And I think the thing is we need to get Ernesto on it because he's the video guy, and we have it all bits and pieces. I'm not that kind of guy. I know they have
because that way the people can see what is going on.
Well, we need to put the next thing we're going to do is just have a little private group of our own, hopefully before Christmas, and that way we know what we're doing and feel comfortable, offering it to subscribers to come down here and
because we have to do one trip and show everybody.
Yeah. Well, the next trip that we do, hopefully, I'm probably going to invite Ernesto to go because he's not married. He doesn't have any children. So he's going to learn EMT. I offered today to pay him through EMT school in case Jacob, I have a grandson that's EMT qualified, but I don't know if he's going to want to, he just has a baby too and a wife. So, and he is in the United States. So we need to be ready to go when we want to go.
Yeah, but you know what? Either if we don't do that trip that you say with the guy that you know, they make that kind of a special trip. I know. Remember the last time that we went in Ojos Negros? That
Yeah.
route is nice.
Oh,
It's
no,
good.
that's a
It's
great route.
adventure.
Right. Well, we need to go just get permission to go through that route.
You know what? I know one engineer that he's got one ranch in Ojos Negros, and he said we can camp up there in
Okay.
his property.
Well, we need to do that. I mean, the thing is, it's just this stuff is a lot of legwork to get it going. So all this stuff has to be done, but right now our immediate need is we need to fix our back patios so the burglar doesn't come back. We already, Juan and Eddie told their story the other night.
Oh, that's good.
We were talking about security and how Bitcoin security is important, but security in everything is important. So Bitcoin isn't any different. And and it's a mess, guys. You got to back things up. You got to back up your private wallet. Eddie, got his wallet stolen, and he's going to take him. He can't open anything up till he gets a new ID, and that's going to take 2 weeks. What a mess! Just a mess when something like that happens to you. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the things happen. Are things that we can have control, and are another things that we cannot either imagine.
Yeah, all you can do is the things that you can control, do the best that you can, and hopefully be prepared for the things that we can't imagine. And I do see that happening in the markets. I think, I've seen it before, and I've seen what happens when markets start acting in ways that nobody can imagine. And it literally, I saw a lot of grown men, much younger than I am now, in their 40s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, that literally died or almost died because they got trapped in the 1973 inflation, where you literally it was crazy markets where you could not buy and you could not sell. They call it limit up. The market would go up the limit, and if you're in right, yeah, another limit up. You can trade for a whole week, and but the other guys are just, and so you're gonna have to understand that that's what's going to lie ahead, and you need to, you can't take you don't need a lot of exposure to do quite well, and you want to be wise in your speculation. Bitcoin is a lousy store of value and sex is cash. I've repeated that over and over again. I don't believe it's either one, and I don't believe it can be either one until we have sound commercial free market banking grow up side by side with Bitcoin. But it is a very worthy speculation. And so that is the way I treat it, the way I think you must treat it, until there is a much wider spread adoption, until we learn how to put ourselves on the Bitcoin standard and resurrect a lot of things that have been forgotten, such as the lost art of commercial banking. And I think that will be relearned. It will probably be very similar to how the gold standard emerged, but it won't be exactly the same. And hopefully there'll be some major improvements. There'll also probably be some major weaknesses. But I think, again, I make the distinction between Bitcoin and the Bitcoin standard. I do believe they're two different things. And it's just like gold, physical gold ownership is not the same as the gold standard. And most people that were, on the gold, they didn't even know that there was a gold standard. It's just because the dollar and gold were the same. It wasn't part of the psyche. And that's why it could be so easily seized, first of all, taken away from the clearinghouse and made into a central bank, because free market bankers innovated it. And then the next thing once they developed the successful system, they nationalized it through the Federal Reserve. And then, of course, they devalued it by seizing the gold under FDR. and only making it valid for international payments and not allowing you to own it personally, and then revaluing it immediately from, well, it wasn't immediate. Every day Roosevelt would set a different price, but eventually it was settled at $35 an ounce. And that's how much so basically they took about 60% of people's assets to finance the New Deal. And a very sad day. And that's going to likely happen again, but it's not going to be gold that's going to be seized. It's going to be your legacy. It's going to be your bank account, which was like in Cyprus. It's going to be your legacy savings accounts, your homes, maybe through taxation. You tax it enough, you just can't pay the taxes anymore, and you got to let it go. Who knows? I mean, I don't know I don't know how they're going to do it. It's just that the risk is very high that it will happen. All right. I probably need to stop early because I don't have a voice, and I'm going to lose it if I keep going all night.
Yeah. Oh, probably Juan and
You want to keep going, Juan, or is Juan there?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. So,
yeah, whatever you decide.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not up to the. I'm not up for the longevity that Tone Vays. Tone Vays in great shape, and he just can keep going and going and going.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Stop if you're tired, man.
Oh, I'm tired. I'm gonna have to stop or be relieved.
Yeah, the thing that you can do, either if we stop, the sale ends at midnight.
You're right. It does end at midnight.
Yeah, midnight to or midnight or.
Well, they're not going to get it changed till tomorrow morning, so you can probably slip in after midnight. But essentially, once they change it back to where it is, it's all automated. So once you make the purchase, then you get notification, you get the CSV file, and you're into the system, and away you go. So yeah, and I wanted to do this because I need to teach these guys how to generate revenue. There is it's not easy to develop a successful business. I mean, it's a lot of work and takes a lot of time. And then a lot of people, they don't understand that. They really don't understand. And I know Anise, my goat lady, she had real problems because there was a time when business was so bad and I'd just taken that big hit, extending too much credit, where my help was taking more. He was getting paid more than I was getting paid. But sometimes that's what's happened. That's what you do when you're in business. You have to take those hits, and you have to suffer through them. And it doesn't seem right, but it is over time. That's how you survive. And you have to be willing to do that. And a lot of businesses have been faced with that dilemma. What do you do? If you're in a restaurant and you're shut down, your overheads you got to pay that rent. You got that nut to crack every month. You got all these people depending on you. Now they're not employed, or you want to keep your good workers at least. I really feel for these guys that are entrepreneurs. We're going to lose a lot of entrepreneurs, and I do hope that hopefully they'll learn some very solid lessons so they're protected. And because it's rough. I don't know, like I say, some of these restaurants, if they don't own their property, if they are weak hands in the restaurant business, most of them just can't open up again. Down here in Mexico, it seems like people they own their property, so it sits here idle, and then when it booms, they open it up and they quickly build things and let them decay and build things again. And you see a lot of hotels that just get half finished. I don't know why they have projects that they never finished to completion. And I never really understood why that's the case. But they also meet the demand very quickly, particularly the underground economy. There's the factura, the visible economy that's highly visible and highly taxed and it's political. You know, they have, and then there's the underground economy that is very just cash orientated, and it's very much free market, but unregulated. So. That'll help Dayquil, right?
Yeah, Dayquil. That don't make you sleep.
Right. Well, you think you can handle things for a while, Juan?
No, really. Why don't we just end it now?
All right. Oh, well, it's up to you.
I got a bunch of customer support emails, and yeah, I think we're good.
All right. Well, I need.
You want to keep going, or you want to?
Yeah. How about Victor? Is he available? I'd like to have Victor on. If we can.
Yeah. Where's the mouse? Oh, you got it over there.
Yeah.
All right.
Galilee would be another good one to have on if he's available, because he really knows these exchanges. And all right.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to come on.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Isn't it a little bit too late for Galilee?
Yeah, he might be asleep right now.
I think he's. This is the wake. I think from 10 to 6 is when he's. I think he's available after 6. I don't know. I can never get the time straight.
Victor was on yesterday. I think
Yeah, he's done it. We've done it. I mean, we can do this, guys. So if you're watching this, the sale ends tonight, or maybe in the morning, because unless you shut it down at midnight, whenever you shut it down, but it will be shut down. But right now, it's 50% off. Use a referral code. Use Juan's referral code. Use Eddie's referral. Use Tone Vays, Joseph.
Yeah, they're all in the about section.
Just support somebody. They'll get a little bit of Bitcoin for signing up under you, and we're going to go. Hopefully, we'll go to the next level here in 2021. That's where I'm going to go. I don't expect to match that track record. If I do, it'd be great. But if I knocked my position down substantially, I'm thinking about knocking it down again and just start out with 2 Bitcoin and see if I can do it all over again. The key is just risk a little bit, and then once it starts working, you can push. You can do all. Once you start working it, once you get ahead, now you can do things that you couldn't do before. Yeah, but always with that tether, always connect yourself so you're not going to get blown away. So.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching and for coming on. Share the link with your friends and with your trader friends. Anybody that this might be good for.
Yeah, if you remember, just forward this thing to somebody and with your link so they're running out of time. So we got.
Yep. I think they've heard it.
4 or 5 more hours.
Bob Shanley.
And I'm losing my voice, so I'm
gonna... Ugly needs to rest. I gotta go answer support requests.
So we'll end with our little dance.
That's right.
Hey
everybody, we all gotta do the dance. Let's all do the dance together, guys. Todos, Eddie también. Everybody's gonna do the dance.
They gotta make a fool of themselves.
And that's right. We got the 3 masquerades back there. They're ninjas. The ninjas. This is our security guards. That's right.
Guys.
That's right.
So we go.
Huddle. Okay. Save. Build up. Sound money.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for showing up.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Good show. All right.
All right. You'll have a